League of Legends, The Lord of the Thousand Year War. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626. Return to Scacius Village. 2 hours had passed since he returned to his cabin. Lucius closed the door, swept away his fatigue, sat on the bed with a serious look, took out the task record form from his suitcase, and used the suitcase as a table to record what he had seen and heard with a charcoal pencil. The sound of writing was crisp and pleasant. This was a rare leisurely moment for Lucius. Sarko hates socializing, hates smiling, hates crowded places, hates sunshine. Sarko can only show an absolutely outgoing and optimistic mood when he is on stage. He is usually in a state of autism alone. I don't know if it is related to magic. Things that make Sarko unhappy or depressed will bring disaster. The above is a result of a single investigation. This is my first contact with the target person. I don't know if it is a coincidence that the target person's name is also Sarko. Considering that there have been many people named Sarko before, the name alone cannot explain anything. Fortunately, I have made a new discovery this time. Through communication with Fred Lissow, the head of the Smiling Circus, I learned that the name Shako was not the original name of the target person. The target person was not called Shako at first, but Deboist, a native of Piltover. He joined the Smiling Circus unintentionally 5 years ago and got the name Shako. According to the head of the circus, even Deboist himself hated to continue using the old name Deboist. Deboist got the new name Shako because he joined the Smiling Circus and became a comedian. As far as I know, there is no custom in Valoran, Ionia, or Shurima that a comedian must be called Shako. Based on my personal experience, such a coincidence is definitely not normal. Unfortunately, the communication time was too short, and Fred Lissow did not further communicate with me why the comedian who entered the circus would use Sarko as his new name, but I'm not in a hurry. After returning to Piltover, I will further track and investigate Sarko to find out what happened to Deboist. Lucius did not know that, while he was recording the information, a dark shadow was leaning against the locked cabin door with wide eyes, pressing his face tightly to the ground in a way that violated the human body structure, as if he could see the person behind the door through the thick door panel. Ionia Continent, Dragon Ridge Mountain, Langaian School. Lester stood outside the door, saying his final goodbye to Jibei and Shisi. Shisi proved her ability to me through her own efforts. She learned the hidden dragon body skill, the curse seal strengthening, and the flying scythe skill, and reached the level of being able to pass on all the skills. Jibei, you can safely hand over the hidden dragon style to Shisi and concentrate on fulfilling the duties of the Shadow Fist. Lord Lester, can't you really stay here? Unlike Shisi, who was already familiar with Lester, Jibei, with red eyes, was still trying to keep the man, but the man smiled and shook his head. All good things must come to an end. I have done what I can do. You need to go on the rest of the way by yourselves. Don't feel sorry for me. Whether it is you or me, we all have our own paths to go. It is enough for me to feel a little grateful to me after this encounter. I will see you again, if we are destined to meet again. Shaking his hand, Lester left the mountain gate alone. Jibei turned his head and looked at Shisi, whose temperament had changed drastically and brought him great pressure, and Jibei spoke. Shisi, you've tried so hard, but still got rejected. Do you feel regretful? It would be a lie to say that she didn't have any regrets. Shisi nodded without denying the sadness in her heart. I feel regretful, but not that much. I haven't seen how much you've learned since you went out for so long this time. I'm impressed by your way of talking in a way that keeps people on their toes. Shisi sighed softly, feeling both amused and helpless by Jibei's words. We didn't get his approval, but I understand that there is a resonance between us and him. Although he didn't say it clearly, I can feel it. For me, this concern is enough. I will live happily with his expectations of me. What's more, he didn't touch us for our own good. He said from the beginning that he treated us as real juniors and children. There is no point inventing the desire for love. In fact, we have been practicing for so long, and we should have understood this a long time ago. He not only taught me martial arts knowledge, but also made me understand what true love is. In my opinion, this gift is more precious than martial arts knowledge. With a sigh, Jibei probably understood some of Shisi's feelings. When you left the sect, Kito came to see you many times, and has been waiting until now. Shisi smiled, her face bright and beautiful. So Lord Lester still loves us, allowing us to have a love that lasts forever, rather than the emptiness after a one-night stand. And I heard that Sister Jibei is also planning to marry Vernon soon, right? Nodding with relief, Jibei said softly. He has been waiting for me for 5 years, and it's time for me to give him an answer. Then, sister, let's get married together when the time comes, and live happily with the blessings that Lord Lester has given us. Well, after this, we sisters will work hard to expand the sect, and this time we must preserve the true teachings you have learned. Master, I find that you still miss those 2 women. The playful Cat Fuelin squatted on Lester's shoulder and licked her paws, but spoke human words. That night, you were so busy that your fingers were soaked and white. If Zaya was there, she would definitely feel it. Lester held the demon cat on his shoulder in his arms and twisted it twice, saying viciously, "That's called massage detoxification, but you, a treacherous little cat, ate my food, drank my drinks, and played with my things, and now you have learned to tease me. You are just a twisted and porous mud monster. I advise you not to be so arrogant, otherwise you will be careful that no one will fill the holes in your body in the future." Meow. Sister Jana. The master bullied me. Go and tell him. When she was told about the ugly things she did when she was not completed in transformation, Cat Fuelin immediately exploded and fought back against the man's aggression with a cat fist. The blue bird squatting on Lester's head gently jumped onto the cat's head and stroked the cat's head with its wings. If Lester didn't do that, the 2 human girls would have died. That's true. Woohoo. Master, you've really changed. In the past, you would not have let go of this fat piece of meat. With a relaxed look, Lester rubbed Malfuelin's belly a little embarrassedly. That's not the case. I have always been a person who never forgets my original intention. It's just that I'm afraid that, if I do it this time, Jibei and Shisi will miss me and refuse to marry me. Where can I find Akali then? That's my favorite hero. Jenna and Evelyn were stunned. Listen, is this human language? I don't know what the 2 innocent girls would think when they heard such remarks. Wait, let's not talk about who Akali is, who was targeted by the evil master before she was born. Master, isn't your favorite hero the Joker? Otherwise, you wouldn't be looking for Sako all over the world. Lester's old face suddenly became a little embarrassed. Kitty, I think you are looking for a fight. Meow. Jenna flew back to Lester's head, looked down at the 2 people playing, and closed her eyes in peace. In fact, she didn't want much, just a plain concern. Because she was born in the expectations and wishes of Zon Sailor's 4 nature, she would be easily polluted by human desires. Humans wanted her to be a god who could come and go at will, but they also used all kinds of filthy ideas to make her gain the lust of mortals. This was an important reason for her suicide dedication again and again. Only by squandering all her strength and letting her consciousness return to nothingness could she get rid of this suffocating sense of contradiction. She used to be unable to find her position and didn't understand whether she was the incarnation of the wind elf or the patron saint created by humans. Now she has found her own destination. She is a natural elf with human emotions and love, hate, and hatred. She used to die for the Zorn people, but now she will only live for a special human. Master, where are we going next? Pick up Loy and go to Scacious village. 10 years old is a critical development period, and it is also the time when magical talent is most active. I must take Syndra away as soon as possible, train the little girl in person, and let her control her own power. Scacious village. Is the master finally going to take action against little sister Syndra? Lester glanced at Cat Fuelin and said lightly, "You will have no food to eat tonight, all for Jana. Jana, you are not allowed to share any with Evelyn, do you hear me?" "Ah. Master, please don't. Evelyn was wrong." Meow. "You only know you are wrong now? It's too late." Seeing that Lester was not willing to listen, Evelyn had to ask Jana for help. Sister Jana. Please, can you give me some when the time comes? Jana looked at Lester in embarrassment. Lester snorted coldly, and Jana nodded to the pitiful Catfulin. Okay, you have to be obedient. Meow. Sister Jana is the best. After being nudged by Evelyn for a few times, the bluebird opened its eyes helplessly, not knowing whether it should be happy or not. In the village of Skashus, night fell, and the last ray of sunset disappeared at the end of the sky. This was the quietest moment in the noisy world. A lonely figure sat alone on the edge of the cliff, with his back against St. Elihu Pasvo, playing a melodious and sad tune with a strange harmonica. This girl was none other than the growing Syndra. In the beating of the notes, Syndra could clearly feel the circles of deep purple ripples surrounding her. These ripples linked thoughts and emotions, jumping up and down constantly, like an audience from another world, silently listening to her thoughts from the heart. 5 years ago, she might have been afraid of these unknown things. Since the night she played the harmonica, she has forgotten fear and loneliness. With the company of the harmonica and the music score, she knows that there is a friend who has been accompanying her in her own way, giving her confidence, giving her the courage to face the unknown, and encouraging her to move forward firmly in the low tide. However, she doesn't know if she will see each other again. After the song ended, Syndra, who put down the harmonica, sniffed her nose, closed her eyes, and recalled the past. Every minute and every second that passed made the face in her mind clearer, as if it had been deeply ingrained in her soul. Her current living situation is already quite good compared to the past, but she misses the past more, and even falls into the vortex without knowing it. In the past, she was always disturbed by the terrible shadows around her, which made her unable to do anything well. She was always half-hearted, and did bad things with good intentions. Now that she has faced the harmless shadows around her body, she is no longer afraid, and has finally exerted her willpower far beyond that of ordinary people. She no longer does bad things with good intentions. She is no longer as incompetent as her brother Ruald and Mother Maggie said. She does better than everyone else. No matter what the task is, she can do it in an orderly manner and complete it almost perfectly. Syndra went from being an incompetent girl who had accomplished nothing to a well-known genius, who could play instruments that no one had ever seen before, and produce beautiful sounds. In an instant, all the sneers and contemptuous faces in her ears disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed, and turned into compliments and flattering faces. Those sneering peers finally found no excuse to bully her. Many boys even liked to come over to talk to her, claiming to be friends with her. However, Syndra knew that these people had been treating her falsely from the beginning to the end. Now they were approaching her, just to take advantage of her, because her face was considered very beautiful in the eyes of most people. She hated lies and deception. She hated lies and deception the most in her life. She hated falsehood more than anything else, and she hated contacts with ulterior motives, including her parents and brother. Syndra knew that there was only one person in the world who was a true good friend. From the first meeting to the last parting, he was thinking about her, treating her gently, and supporting her. For this, he did not hesitate to hurt himself and shouldered everything. And that person, now no one knows where he is. Lester, do you know that I miss you so much? Can you come back soon? I will play The Castle in the Sky for you. I also composed other songs myself. Speaking her heart to the wind, the St. Elihu Paswo made a rustling sound. Syndra held the night orchid tightly and continued to play the lonely song. Asterisk. Chapter 627 Meeting again after 5 years. It was another early morning. Syndra slowly opened her eyes, put on her clothes neatly, and ran to the kitchen to help her mother Maggie, who was cooking. Maggie looked at her daughter, who seemed to have been reborn with complicated eyes. She was grateful to the man who changed her daughter, but also a little worried. Although Syndra behaved no different from the past, she always felt that the distance between her and her daughter seemed to be getting farther and farther every day. With this in mind, Maggie began to test her daughter's obedience to her. Syndra, go buy some salt and beans for your mother at Uncle Ingersol's house. Come back soon. Okay. Without saying a word, Syndra took the 12 copper coins and turned to run out of the yard. In less than 2 minutes, Syndra ran back with a small bag. Taking the salt and beans from her daughter's hand, Maggie was relieved a little. At least her daughter was still obedient to her and listened to her. As long as that man no longer comes to the village, Sindra is the best and most well-behaved daughter. When she is 2 years older, she will marry Sindra to the son of a blacksmith in the same village. Then she won't have to worry about not seeing her daughter when she is old, nor will she worry about her daughter being bullied outside. She can also get a large dowry from the blacksmith's family, so that Uald can have money to marry. After they become husband and wife, Sindra will definitely take her heart back. Even if the man outside has other thoughts, there is nothing she can do. It is useless for a rural woman to fiddle with strange musical instruments all day long. It is the right thing to get married and have children as soon as possible. After the family finished breakfast, Maggie watched her husband with a gloomy face carrying a wood-cutting axe and driving away in a carriage, and decided to test her daughter's mouth first. When Sindra finished brushing her teeth with willow branches and salt water, Maggie pulled Sindra into the house and drove the curious Uald out of the house. "Sindra, what do you think of Coleridge? Your father and I couldn't find a better guy than him. Coleridge is tall and handsome, just 2 years older than you, and has skilled blacksmith skills." "Mom, if you are here to tell me this, then there is no need to say more. I have not forgotten that he laughed at me the loudest when I was 4 years old." Maggie was stunned for a moment, and her tone was lighter. "Well, it was just a fight between children. Why did you take it seriously? Doesn't he often come to play with you now? You should get to know him more. That kid is really good. Last time, he brought 2 fresh sea fish to our family." Sindra interrupted her mother directly, her face full of sadness. "Mom, have you really cared about my feelings?" Rushing out of the house, Sindra didn't even look at her brother Uald and ran directly to the cliff, leaving Maggie in the house and Uald at the door staring at each other. "Mom, my sister has changed a long time ago. I can see that her heart is not in this family. Little kid, don't talk nonsense." Maggie waved her hand and headed for the farmland. Closer, closer. In Sindra's sight, the shadowy ripple-shaped shadow seemed to want to tear apart the world that separated her from herself. It was getting closer and closer to her. She could even feel the joy emanating from the shadow. If it were normal, she might try to further observe and contact these things that have been with her since childhood, but at this moment she was not in the mood. Miraculously, when she waved her right hand impatiently, these shadows that came up retreated one after another, leaving enough space for her, which made her realize that these shadows that might bring threats to her seemed to be restrained and controlled by her. The view ahead finally became open again. St. Eliu Paswo was not far away, but Sindra narrowed her eyes vigilantly because she saw a back figure sitting under the tree and a white horse lying on the ground, staring at her curiously. The morning breeze mixed with dew and the fallen leaves blew across her face. In an instant, Sindra's eyes blurred. She walked slowly forward in disbelief and came to the back figure under the tree. I have waited for you for a long time. I thought you would never come back. Just for you, I will come back." Wiping Sindra's tears with a handkerchief, Lester knelt up, held the trembling girl in his arms, and said softly, "Do you remember? You once asked me why I came so far away." Sindra buried her head in Lester's arms, sobbing. How could she forget the unforgettable past? "You said you were here to see someone. I'm afraid you left here to see that person, right? I won't lie to you, Sindra. Actually, I came to the land of the firstborn for no other reason than to see you, just to get you. You are the one I want to see. If you are willing, I will take you away to see the outside world. 5 years ago, I left because I didn't want to embarrass you. Besides, you should have a childhood of your own. I want to get the second half of your life, but I don't want to take away the first half of your life." Thump, thump. Sindra felt her heart suddenly beat so fast that she was caught off guard. She couldn't understand why she felt dizzy and weak in her limbs. She didn't know what these meant. She only knew that Lester said that she was the purpose of Lester coming to Ionia. In an instant, all the grievances and sadness were transformed into joy and satisfaction by longing. She liked this feeling very much, but in this way, she faced a lot more mysteries. Why did Lester stare at her, even though he had never seen her before? Why did Lester not change at all compared to 5 years ago? Why did Lester want her? What was so special about him? Lester, I don't understand. I don't know, but I'm so happy that my only good friend didn't lie to me. I believe you. Lester let go of Syndra and placed the girl next to him. For a moment, it seemed as if he had returned to 5 years ago. He had not changed at all. Only Syndra had grown up, from a little kid to a little girl. Of course, what he was most concerned about was Syndra's magical talent. In the original Runeland world, Syndra's talent was deliberately restricted and seriously wasted by Connigan, the mage of Philo Island. Even so, Syndra's talent and potential were enough to move mountains and fill the sea, and use her own power to destroy the natural temple of Philo Island. Now that he exists in this world, he will naturally not waste any of Syndra's talent. Not feeling that his idea was too dangerous, Lester smiled and rubbed Syndra's little head. This can be regarded as a change in Syndra's tragic fate. Syndra, I'm honored to be trusted by you. I know you have a lot of questions now. Don't worry, I will tell you slowly. Well, Lester, can I hug you again? Of course. Putting her face on the man's chest again, Syndra felt her cheeks were hot and unbearable. Her heartbeat accelerated again, and her breathing became heavy. Lester, I'm so hot, so sad. Lester was stunned on the spot. He was very sure that he was just hugged by Syndra, but Syndra had such a serious reaction. Is there something wrong? Gently pinching Syndra's earlobe with his fingers, Syndra moaned and shivered, and a crimson blush appeared on her earlobe. The man was dumbfounded. Could this Syndra be super sensitive? This is really a treasure. Syndra's breathing became heavier and heavier, and her eyes began to become blurred. With his right hand clenched into a hollow fist, Lester did not hesitate to gently hit the top of the girl's head, successfully interrupting Syndra's self-casting. Lester, why did you hit me? Syndra covered her head with a look of dissatisfaction until the man poked her face. Syndra shivered again, and her legs became a little weak. Syndra, have you noticed that your condition is very wrong? Have you ever had this situation when you were in contact with others before? Hearing what Lester said, Syndra was also stunned. She calmed down and carefully felt her current condition. Syndra shook her head with certainty. I have never had such a situation. When I was a child, I was often bullied and teased by Walt, and I didn't have such a feeling. My father and mother's hugs didn't have such a feeling. It's just that, when I'm next to you, I don't know why, my body feels so hot, as if it is not my own body. Lester, do you know what's going on? Lester nodded. Of course, he didn't know what was going on, but that didn't mean he couldn't make a reasonable guess. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the attraction between magic affinity. Magic affinity? Give me your hand. She obediently placed her little hand in Lester's big hand, letting the man hold it gently. As a warm current came from the palm of her hand, Syndra soon saw endless shadows flying around her body again. Do you see these irregularly moving shadows? Yes, I can see these things since I was 1 year old. What are these things? I used to think these things were ghosts until you left me the harmonica and music scores. I found that I seemed to be able to interfere with their actions. Lester stared at Syndra with emotion. The magic talent of the girl in front of him was even better than he had imagined. It can be said that she was an out-and-out magic freak. He envied her. The hard-working players who practiced since the womb are no more than this. These shadows are free dark magic element. They were originally scattered everywhere. Because you have a body that is friendly to dark magic element, they gathered around you on their own and want to be used by you. Syndra was stunned. As a native Ionian, she had naturally heard of magic. The Vastayan knew magic, the Ionian spirit Karma knew magic, and the elders of Presidium knew magic, but she had never seen magic since she was a child. Lester, do you mean that these strange groups are magic element? Is it because I have a talent for magic that they appear around me? Nodding affirmatively, Lester let go of Syndra's hand. Without Lester's perception bonus, Syndra soon found that those omniscient black groups ran further away, and most of them disappeared directly, leaving only a few big cats and small cats. Such changes made Syndra instantly believe Lester's explanation. I have an affinity for ice. Before my magic talent was sealed, the world I saw was the same as yours, except that you saw a shadow, while I saw a sky full of ice blue snowflakes. Syndra, you have an extraordinary magic talent, and you can easily obtain power that others cannot obtain in their entire lives. However, this power needs to be guided. Without proper guidance, it is easy for you to hurt the things around you, including your family. Of course, in addition to this, I also hope to get your help. Your power can help me do many things. After digesting some of Lester's words, Syndra nodded in disappointment. I understand. You came to me for my magic talent. Lester pressed Syndra's shoulders with a serious expression. You are wrong. I'm doing this for you. Your magic talent is also a part of you. Compared to your magic talent, I prefer you to be happy, and I want to see you smile. It doesn't matter if you don't want to help me. I will still help you complete the study and control of magic, so that you will not be hurt by your own power. After that, I will leave your side forever, and will not continue to disturb your life. With strong power, you can start a new life. Lester was interrupted by Syndra halfway through his words. The girl held Lester's hand tightly, and refused to let go. No, don't leave me again. I will listen to you, and do whatever you ask me to do. Lester, don't leave again, okay? You are my only friend. I'm tired of this family. I want to follow you. Wherever you go, I will go. Looking at Syndra like this, Lester suddenly felt guilty. It seems that he didn't CPU Syndra much. Of course, he didn't hate this effect. After all, his original purpose was to get Syndra's power and absolute loyalty. Since you said so, Syndra, I promise you. Looking into Syndra's eyes, Lester said word by word. As long as you are willing to follow me and believe in me, I will never abandon you. Never. Really? I'm willing to follow you and believe in you. Will you really not abandon me? Really? My oath will take effect from now on. Syndra's hopeful eyes were responded to. The girl cheered happily and then wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. But how are you going to take me away? My parents will definitely not agree. Lester smiled and patted Saint Eliu Paswo, who had not dared to speak. As long as your family realizes how terrible it is when your magic gets out of control, they will let you go. Before that, you need to sneak out here every night, and I will teach you magic from scratch. Chapter 628 Magic Enlightenment. This is the first time I sneak out at night. How does it feel? Are you scared? No, it's just exciting. But what if I don't sleep all night and sleep all day? After I go back, will I be discovered? I'm not afraid. It would be bad if you get into trouble. Under the holy willow, Lester and Syndra sat opposite each other. The moonlight was bright and the summer insects were chirping. No light source was needed to see the night view in the distance. In Lester's arcane vision, the dark elements surrounding Syndra's body were much stronger than during the day, which was suitable for magic teaching. That won't happen. Before teaching you magic, I will teach you how to meditate first. In the environment here, just meditating for a few hours is enough to make up for the energy you lose overnight, and it won't affect your actions during the day. Lester's words dispelled Syndra's worries, and the girl was immediately full of energy. Lester, you teach me magic. Should I call you teacher? You can call me Lester or teacher. We are both teacher and student and friends. Then I will call you teacher. Lester smiled. He didn't know why Syndra was so excited, but he didn't hate such a little girl. Okay, sit up straight, Syndra. We are going to start. Okay. Syndra followed Lester's posture, raised her chest, and raised her head. Her eyebrows curved, and smiled sweetly and cutely. In Lester's opinion, Syndra's age should smile more. Let me explain meditation first. Meditation is actually a way of practicing to empty your mind and focus on your spirit. Whether it is an elemental mage or a spell warrior, or a monk elder or a craftsman master, they will all have the most suitable meditation method for themselves. These methods are practiced for a long time. The details are different, but the general direction is surprisingly consistent. Elemental mages purify or absorb elemental mana through meditation. Spell warriors restore lost mana through meditation. Monks and craftsmen can empty themselves through meditation, build new ideas or restore lost energy. Even an ordinary person can use meditation to replace sleep, as long as he learns to restore the same amount of energy. The effect of meditation is more than 3 times that of ordinary sleep. This is also the main reason why many mages do not sleep at all, and only rest through meditation. After learning to meditate, you can use meditation to replace sleep and make your strength advance by leaps and bounds. Lester sighed. With Syndra's talent, I'm afraid that she can easily gain strength without meditation. There is no doubt that he is creating a magic monster. Teacher, I want to learn how to meditate. You have a great talent. You will learn it quickly. Next, follow my voice and start to act. Imagine that you are standing by a calm lake. The ripples of the lake are your distracting thoughts. The moonlight sprinkles on the lake and gently rhythmically moves. Follow the moonlight and gradually slow down your breathing. Let the shaking lake stop and everything will return to calm. I don't know when it started, but Lester's voice seemed to have an extra layer of diaphragm. It was not only louder and softer, but also erratic, as if it came from the horizon. Following the instructions of the voice, Syndra soon found that her mind was frozen in darkness. Any troubles and thoughts were stagnant. She couldn't think of anything, couldn't do anything, just quietly in the darkness. Except for being able to sense that she was still awake, she couldn't feel anything. This feeling was wonderful. Syndra instinctively immersed herself in it and emptied herself. After an unknown amount of time, a clear lake appeared in the dark world, and a bright moon rose in the sky. To Syndra's surprise, she turned into a light blue Q-version figure and came directly to the center of the lake. In the center of the lake, there was another stunned ice blue figure. This person was none other than Lester, who was guiding Syndra in meditation. Syndra was delighted, and she swam twice and threw herself into the man's arms, hugging him tightly like an octopus. It was soft and cool, like a piece of ice jade, so comfortable. Teacher, why are you here? At this moment, Lester's face was no longer as calm as before, as if he had seen a ghost. He could never have imagined that he could achieve perfect resonance with Syndra's spirit in meditation. If you have to make an analogy, it is probably an alternative double cultivation in the meditation world. The efficiency of double meditation is at least 3 times that of single meditation, which is equivalent to letting the souls and spirits of the two people leave the body and blend with each other, reaching a state of spiritual cultivation that is completely free from the body. But he had not had any physical contact with Syndra, nor had he expressed his affection and feelings to Syndra to achieve mutual understanding. How could they be entangled with each other just 2 meters apart? It was not an unreasonable quantum that could be used to fool people. Could it be that Syndra and himself were born to be the same kind of people? Well, I came here to see how you are doing. That, Syndra, you come down first. Okay. After Syndra left his spiritual body, Lester let his uncontrollable joy dissipate. Although this was only a spiritual world, it was still a bit unbearable to have such close contact with Syndra. You know, Syndra was only 10 years old. Ahem. Tell me, what can you think of now? Syndra rubbed her hands, thought seriously, and pointed at the man and responded. I can think of you, teacher. Why do you look so cute? But, cute. Scratching his head, the cute version of Lester was also a little embarrassed. Well, besides me? Emptying her mind again, Syndra suddenly saw a large area of shadows under the moonlight. She was sure that there were no such dense things just now. I saw patches of black clouds in the sky, like fish scales. Lester smiled and nodded. That's right. These black clouds are actually a substitute in the spiritual world. In the material world, black clouds represent dark element. The larger the black clouds you can observe, the more dark element there are, and the better the meditation effect. Observation is the first step. Now try to float up. Float up. Yes, float up like me, not by swimming on the lake. Under Syndra's gaze, Lester slowly rose from the lake like a ghost and floated into the air. After floating up, try to guide a little bit of black clouds to your body through the moonlight. Understand that black clouds are dark element, and imagine that your body can accommodate and control dark element. Nodding, Syndra closed her eyes eagerly. Is it a bit of a hassle to ask Syndra to change her meditation state directly? After all, this is an advanced meditation technique. It is impossible to master it easily at the beginning. Before Lester, who was struggling to explain the state of meditation in detail, Syndra had already floated in the air and stopped steadily, letting the moonlight with a wisp of black cloud descend from the sky and merge into the spiritual body. Lester was stunned, and his defense was a little broken. Even he could not achieve Syndra's level. What kind of magic talent is this? Does she need someone to teach her? It took a long time for Lester to sort out his complicated feelings. Anyway, Syndra is also his person. The better the better. There is nothing to be jealous of. After that, Lester did not speak, but just kept track of the time and the outside world, and observed his body alone beside Syndra. The power in his body was too mixed, involving multiple incompatible powers in a variety of ways, especially the extraordinary power of the world rune. Even the star spirit's astral seal could not completely suppress the breath of the rune. This also gave him something to do, so he didn't wait foolishly. When the time in the outside world was almost up, Lester floated in front of Syndra, who was still immersed in meditation. "Syndra, it's almost time, you should wake up." As soon as the voice fell, Syndra's spirit body opened its eyes and pointed to the sky with vigor. "Teacher, I just absorbed a lot of dark element, and I can feel that they all want to enter my body. There are also many dark element fighting." Lester smiled bitterly. Other mages begged the element to help them, but Syndra was offered dark element, even when she was standing there. It's true that people are damned when compared with people, and goods are thrown away when compared with goods. You did a great job, Syndra. You make me very proud. I have never taught such an excellent student like you. Okay, next I will tell you how to get out. Just as you calmed the lake when you entered, you need to make it ripple when you want to get out. This is the first way to interrupt meditation. The second way is to let yourself leave this world through suggestion. When you can do two things at the same time and observe the situation outside your body when you meditate, you can do the second way. Now try the first way. Syndra tried to make the lake shake. In an instant, the lake erupted with tsunami waves. When she opened her eyes again, Syndra found that she had returned to reality. Standing up from the ground, Syndra moved her somewhat stiff legs and feet. She found that she had no mental loss at all. Instead, her body was so light that she seemed to be flying. At the same time, Lester opened his eyes with a complicated look. He seemed to have just entered a drum washing machine. It was incredible that he could feel a little dizzy with the tenacity of his soul of a 1,000-year-old snakeskin. He was considering whether to take the mature form of Syndra to beat up the Protoss and Mordekaiser. What's the point of looking for runes? Just fight with those who don't accept it. Now you should be able to understand the dark element around you. Don't try to accept them further or respond to their prayers. Otherwise, with your power, it will easily cause a magical disaster. Go home and come back tonight. I will teach you how to control the dark element and release your first magic. Syndra didn't say anything, but shyly came forward and kissed Lester on the cheek. Then she ran away with a smile without looking back, causing Lester to crash. I know I'm very charming, but this shouldn't make Syndra do this. How much does this little guy like me? At night, Syndra disguised her bedding with clothes she had prepared long ago, pretended to be asleep, and sneaked out of the room. Maybe it was the effect of meditation, but Syndra found that she could easily observe the physical condition of her family members. Even through the door and the brick wall, she could tell that her brother was in a daze, and her father and mother were folded together, covering their mouths and sweating. In this family, no one really cares about her, and she doesn't need to be cared about. The reason why she hasn't left yet is just because her teacher is not ready. Syndra left the courtyard without looking back, ignoring the dark element that approached her, and ran towards the mountain. Only with Lester could she feel at ease and happy. Can I do the same thing with my teacher as my parents? Suddenly, the girl who had just reached the halfway point of the mountain was startled by her own thoughts. Rubbing her cheeks, Syndra stopped and squatted on the ground, her face flushed. If that's the case, will the teacher be very happy? But I'm so small, and the teacher is so big. Why would I be happy? Lester scratched his head after walking out of the grove. Monsters, retreat. Syndra jumped up and waved her hands in fear, looking at the familiar face coming from the forest path. Her eyes widened. Teacher? Why are you here? Lester said with a smile. Dark element are too active at night. I was afraid that you would be in danger, so I thought of coming down to pick you up. Syndra, what have you done to make me happy? Have you learned to control the dark element, to release magic by yourself? No, I just... Teacher, Syndra forgot. I forgot everything. Haha. Are you hiding something from me? Syndra waved her hands, looking confident. No, absolutely not. Knowing that Syndra was indeed hiding something from him, Lester sighed secretly, but he was not going to pursue it. As long as he didn't make a principled mistake, it would be fine. Every girl has some secrets. It's okay to use your own wisdom to explore, but it's boring to dig deep. The two came all the way to the mountain, sat down separately, and Lester said slowly, "The dark element absorbed in meditation are already in your body, and you can mobilize them at any time. As long as you have magical talent, your body can be used as a container for element, but the size of the container varies. Some people store more mana, while others store less. This is the lower limit of each person's talent. The upper limit of talent depends on the effect of meditation. In addition to accelerating the body's absorption of element, meditation can also make the body more compatible with magical element and increase the amount of magic stored to a certain extent. In other words, as long as you meditate, everyone can increase their magic reserves, but the improvement everyone gets through meditation is limited. After reaching the upper limit of your personal talent, your body will no longer continue to enhance your magical adaptability. At this time, you need to enhance your magical talent in other ways, or find a staff or magic gem to enhance yourself. Syndra, your magical talent is excellent. Now follow my instructions, and try to guide the dark element in your palm. Chapter 629 The Talent Training Program. The first step is to concentrate your mind, and imagine that your body is in a lake. Try to hold a ball of water vapor from the lake. The source of this water vapor is the dark element around your body. Don't be greedy. Just a little bit is enough. This is the part that you can fully control and the cornerstone of your power. Remember, the power you can control is what truly belongs to you. Uncontrolled power is harmful to you. Under Lester's instructions, the obedient Syndra did not obey the temptation brought by the dark element. She just grasped the air and grabbed a very weak free element, which was only the size of a thumb. "Teacher, I did it." Looking at Syndra's clenched fist, Lester whispered, "Well done. Give me your hand next. I will help you complete the shaping and construction of the element." When Syndra put her little fist in his palm, Lester wrapped Syndra's right hand with his two big hands and completely stabilized the restless dark element through the arcane vision and rune power, allowing the dark element to expose all its secrets. Okay, what you need to do next is to slowly open your right hand. Remember, don't be afraid of the magic element in your palm. It has been tamed by you and is completely used by you. It will not cause any harm to you. Do you understand? Understand. Teacher, I will not be afraid. Taking a deep breath nervously, Syndra opened her palm intently and saw with her own eyes that a dark purple element group the size of a finger appeared in her palm. It was like a small spark and like a dark purple pearl. The element group showed an extremely beautiful form in Syndra's palm. Syndra fell in love with the little thing in her palm at a glance. The girl couldn't help but look at Lester, who was protecting her with both hands, and her heart was sweet. There is no doubt that it was the teacher who brought all this to her, allowing her to gradually understand the world of mages and never get hurt. As long as the teacher is by her side, she doesn't need to worry about anything. On the other side, Lester was also secretly observing Syndra. In addition to the girl laughing happily, the fact was just as he expected. Syndra not only had an extraordinary magic talent, but also had a highly obsessed characteristic of magic. It can be said that good things come in pairs. There are many talented mages in this world who are mediocre due to various reasons. Obviously, Syndra is not such a useless guy. Her personality will make her magic talent more efficient. At this moment, Lester made up his mind to do his best to cultivate Syndra in the next 10 years and make Syndra his trump card and killer. Syndra, this is the most basic form of magic element. The magic element obtained from the outside world and the magic element guided in the body need to be transformed into this form before they can be further used. Now you can try to use your thoughts to guide this dark element, change its form, and make it become your favorite form. Nodding, Syndra shifted her attention from Lester and put it back in her palm. What is my favorite form? In an instant, Syndra recalled that 5 years ago, when she first met Lester, the man handed her a grape-flavored round fruit-flavored hard candy that looked like a purple pearl. After putting the fructose candy in her mouth, the sour and sweet feeling was exactly what she liked most, and it was also an experience she had never had before. Can I turn this dark element into the form of grape fructose? Thinking like this, Syndra was surprised to find that at some point, the amorphous dark element in her hand had turned into a stable dark purple sphere, which looked like grape fructose. Teacher, did I do it? Syndra cast her hopeful eyes on Lester, who smiled and nodded. Sure enough, the ball girl just couldn't leave the ball. Syndra did a good job, but Syndra, can you tell me why you want to turn the dark element into this? Because the fruit candy Lester gave me looks like this, and I like it the most. Lester was stunned. He didn't expect that the candy he used to deceive the little guy was the culprit. Is this a correction to the world? I see. Let's do this. If Syndra can keep performing so well, I will reward Syndra with a few fructose. Great. The little girl waved her hands excitedly, completely forgetting that she still had the element ball in her hand. Syndra's right hand left Lester's control invisibly. When the element ball fell to her feet, Syndra realized something. The little girl turned pale, but the next moment she was hugged tightly by Lester and fell to the ground. The dark element energy ball that had already formed hit the ground and exploded like a cannonball. The dark element destroyed the gravity rules, tore the tight soil, and domineeringly blew a hole the size of a human head on the ground. The mud flew everywhere and splashed all over Lester. The power of the dark element was even more terrible than imagined. After the magic fluctuations subsided, Lester released the dazed Syndra under his body. After carefully observing her from top to bottom, he breathed a sigh of relief. Syndra was his precious child now, and he would be heartbroken if she was hurt. Just as he was about to comfort Syndra, Syndra's mouth shrank, and tears flowed down. The exploding element ball was less than 2 meters behind Lester. If it was a little more off, it would definitely cause serious damage to Lester, which was something she absolutely did not want to see. In this world, the only thing she did not want to hurt Lester was. I was too careless. Almost, woo woo. Teacher, I'm sorry. Perhaps knowing how much he meant to Syndra, Lester gently touched Syndra's head and wiped away the little girl's tears. I'm fine, as long as Syndra can realize her mistake and not make the same mistake again next time. As a spellcaster, you must be cautious and cautious. The first purpose of manipulating magic is not to hurt yourself and your companions, and the second purpose is to destroy the enemy. Once the magic is formed, if it is not released, you have to reverse deconstruct it to make the formed element return to a harmless free state. Okay, don't be sad. Let's take a break tonight and not practice magic. I'll take you to pick wild fruits. Syndra sniffed her little nose aggrievedly, nodded, and took Lester's hand, with a little expectation in her heart. Teacher, where are we going to pick wild fruits? With a mysterious smile, Lester pointed to the second mountain in the distance. There is a peach tree by the mountain stream there. The fruits have just ripened in the past 2 days. Do you want to go? I want to go. The two walked away hand in hand, leaving only the shivering Saint Eliu Paswo and the pit not far away in the wind. In the next 3 years, Lester used the night time to teach Syndra about magic, and during the day he rode on Aluoyi's illusion of Zaya to leave the village of Scasius and deconstruct the species and local conditions of Ionia. Lester obtained a lot of valuable information during the exploration, including but not limited to military map mapping, the types, names, and effects of local herbs, the distribution of residential houses and the location of magic vortexes. Each task requires a lot of time and energy. This information not only gave Naxos soldiers a greater chance of survival and convenience in attack, but also allowed him to find several ancient ruins and battlefields in Ionia. He worked as a tomb raider for a long time. The Ionians who respected nature and maintained harmony chose to stay away, but he didn't care about these things. After all, even the Ionian spirit Karma was on the same level as him. He was not so bored that he ignored the living Ionian spirit and went to revere the illusory natural harmony. Strictly speaking, ancient ruins and ancient battlefields are not unique to the First Land. Many can be found in the vast Valoran and Shurima continents. However, in comparison, there are more ancient tombs in Shurima, more relics of old civilizations in Valoran, and the most ancient battlefields in Ionia. It has to be said that it is somewhat ironic that Ionia, which takes harmony as its beauty, can have so many war sites. Others don't know why there are so many ancient battlefields in a place where humans and nature coexist harmoniously, but Lester knows that in fact, Ionia is a specific magic testing ground for the Protoss. In a sense, those ancient battlefields are the Total War Runeterra simulator, arranged by the Protoss, where warriors of different races are placed in corresponding areas as populations for fierce competition, and better products are obtained through the survival of the fittest. The power system, magic system, bloodline potential racial characteristics, all data and intelligence will be squeezed out by the Protoss in the arena, allowing the Protoss to further improve their magic craftsmanship in order to transform and create more powerful magical life. Most of the powerful star dependents mentioned by Miss Hat are the winners in the arena. Most of these winners will be taken to the Star Realm to become slaves of the Protoss. Only a very small number of people will survive by chance and evolve into strange races in the corners. These guys who look different from humans do not belong to Vastaya, nor ordinary humans. Their blood can only be traced back to the day when they were artificially changed by the Protoss. Unlike him, a fake survivor of the ancient ruins, these people are the real survivors of the ancient times, the abandoned children of the times. They're already messy bloodies mixed with humans in Vastaya. Even Lester doesn't know how to describe these weird guys. In short, Lester, who can find things to do, is not bored. He excavated and explored the ruins of 2 ancient battlefields and found a lot of useful things. When his investigation information is transmitted back to the Emerald Territory, Cinna will soon send several carefully selected special operations teams to further explore and excavate the relics and technology of the ancient battlefield, and reversely deduce the magic technology of the Protoss from them to obtain things useful to the Emerald Territory. Of course, this is all later. Lester is currently most concerned about Syndra's growth. In addition to her outrageous dark element magic talent, the girl's normal 4 basic element of water, wind, earth, and fire have also reached the standard of excellent qualifications, and she is an out-and-out hexagonal mage. In this case, how to maximize Syndra's magic talent has become the most critical issue. Any wrong decision will make Syndra waste part of her own talent, especially when she is about 10 years old. The magic talent is as active as the rising sun. The mainstream mages cultivated by Black Rose and Black Lightning are also selected and cultivated from childhood. For Lester, who has obsessive compulsive disorder, any waste is the most shameful waste. He wants to do his best and has the ability to do his best, so he naturally has to do his best. In fact, when Lester knew how valuable Syndra's talent was, the man already hated Carnigan, who had fooled Syndra for more than 10 years in the original world. He wanted to go directly to the cliff of Philo Island and strangle Carnigan to death with his own hands. A piece of peerless jade was thrown into the toilet by that bastard and used as a rotten stone to pad his butt for more than 10 years. If Carnigan didn't die, who would die? Carnigan, the priest of Philo Island, clearly promised to help Syndra master and learn magic, but he made Syndra guard a cliff facing the wall for more than 10 years. Not only did she miss her youth, but she also wasted her magical talent. Carnigan not only did not teach her any magical knowledge, but he also took advantage of Syndra's ignorance of magic and suppressed Syndra's magical talent through deception, preventing Syndra from any effective growth. The most ridiculous thing is that the reason for deceiving the apprentice was for the apprentice's safety. In Lester's opinion, if Syndra's magical talent was not so outrageous, even if she did nothing, or even actively suppressed her talent, her body could continue to absorb magical element to grow. I'm afraid Syndra would have really turned from a peerless wizard into an ordinary Ionian. Lester understands very well how angry and hateful Syndra is for killing Carnigan with her own hands. If it were him, he would probably torture Carnigan civilly. It would be too merciful to kill this bastard directly. In general, according to Syndra's talent, it is most appropriate to take the path of arcane magic. After all, the path of arcane magic is suitable for those with excellent talents. Just like Riz, he can bring a large wave of element by doing Take-Eye with his eyes closed. Overturning everything is the romance of arcane magic. Runes, arrays, and elemental axioms are all unnecessary. However, having said that, Lester will never educate Syndra to become an arcane mage who only knows how to use R. The ideal educational goal of Lester is to be a great elementalist with arcane magic as the main body, free construction of rune magic, and multiple ways of coexistence of elemental magic axioms. Now 3 years have passed, and Syndra, who started from scratch, has reached the realm of a formal mage in the field of arcane magic. As for mana reserves and mana power, Syndra has reached a realm that ordinary mages can hardly reach. If you are more careful, you can walk sideways on the continent of Ionia. Chapter 630 Syndra's Choice. As of today, Syndra has completely mastered arcane magic. If she wants to continue to grow, she can only rely on her own continuous exploration. She originally stayed in Ionia because the dark element of Ionia are abundant and active, which is the most suitable for practicing arcane magic. Now that arcane magic has been mastered, it is time to leave. In the second stage, Lester is going to teach Syndra rune magic. Rune magic does not have a learning bonus in Ionia like arcane magic. Even if you go to Piltover, the city of progress, you can learn it. Syndra, who has already learned Narkson and Shuriman in the past 3 years, will not have any obstacles in life in Piltover. In particular, Lester just received key information about the Smiling Circus from Night's Edge. This trip to Piltover is just the right time to investigate it in person, and Syndra can also experience a cultural environment that is completely different from Ionia. Teacher Maggie is trying to match me with Coleridge again, and you won't let me kill him, so when can we leave here? I've had enough of them. Syndra, wearing a simple violet flower dress, sneaked into the quiet hut by the mountain stream, as if she was meeting her ideal husband, and found the man sitting cross-legged. The 13-year-old Syndra has become a graceful girl. She is 1.5 meters tall, and is still growing. Her fully grown oval face has a noble and cold temperament. At this moment, she is like a simple and shy girl, acting coquettishly and joking around a man. If the villagers of Scasius village saw that Syndra, who kept people at a distance, would become like this, it would break the hearts of countless men. Lester opened his eyes and looked at the girl with a doting look. This is his best disciple, no one else. Syndra, are you ready? With a chuckle, Syndra's cherry lips gently touched the man's cheek, and she playfully performed a lady's salute, exhaling like orchid. Of course, my teacher, I have been preparing for this day for 8 years. You should have taken me away long ago. The man rolled his eyes. Syndra, do you still know that I'm your teacher? In your opinion, can a student kiss his teacher casually? Or did I teach you to do this? Staring at Lester without hesitation, Syndra did not speak, but just pulled the corner of her mouth to make a face. With a sigh, Lester knew that he had spoiled Syndra. Of course, he would never hate this, because he was also a proud and upright person. In the village of Scasius, in the yard of the woodcutter Camille, the peasant woman Maggie walked to her husband Camille with a worried look on her face, and glanced at Syndra's closed door. It was rare for Camille to rest at home, and Maggie was ready to have a good talk with her husband. Camille, your daughter is so old now. She stays at home every day and never goes out. If she doesn't get married, she will become an old maid. If no one wants her, will you support her for the rest of her life? Then why don't you go and tell Syndra? She is not an unreasonable child. Camille sighed. Compared with 8 years ago, he is much older now. Every time he thinks back to 8 years ago, he regrets his rash behavior. He hurt Syndra and made Syndra hate him. He also hurt an innocent person with good intentions. The essence of the matter is that an old father who is worried that his daughter will be hurt and deceived is protecting his daughter in his own way. It is really ridiculous to think about it now. His daughter's rebellion comes from the harm he caused. At this point, he no longer wants to interfere in anything about his daughter. It is better to say that he does not want to make unnecessary struggles and make the relationship between himself and his daughter worse than to let nature take its course. Maggie, who didn't know that Camille had chosen to let it go, complained directly after hearing this. If what I said was useful, I wouldn't have come to you. Go talk to Syndra. She should listen to you. Camille frowned. Listen, she will never listen to me, and there is no way to interfere with any decision of Syndra. Maggie, don't you understand? Since I drove Lester away, Syndra's heart is no longer with us. I don't know if this is a trap set by Lester, but I have to admit that he did it. He took our daughter away, and we couldn't do anything. I just hope that Lester is not a bad person. As long as he doesn't hurt Syndra, I can't control other things. Do you understand? It's meaningless for me to go to Syndra now. Maggie finally fell silent. She knew her husband's true thoughts. Camille continued. Besides, with my daughter's looks, she doesn't have to worry about not being able to get married. But that brat Ewald is running around outside all day, and he doesn't know how to settle his relationship with Vigeri. Anyway, I still can't leave Syndra alone. I'll talk to her and ask her what she thinks. Seeing his wife push the door and enter Syndra's room without knocking, Camille sighed. Perhaps the real reason for the stalemate is that they lack respect for their daughter in such details. Camille, who was reflecting on himself, picked up the pipe and prepared to take a few puffs, but heard his wife screaming from Syndra's room, and then Maggie ran out of the room with a look of fear. The man's face changed, and he threw down the pipe in his hand without hesitation, and rushed to the door, passing his wife Maggie. Several dark purple magic waves bounced out of the window of the house. Boom. The next moment, the house collapsed into ruins. Camille, covered in dust, stared blankly at the ruins in front of him. He angrily opened the rotten door, but he couldn't see the person he wanted to see. The man turned around and saw his wife kneeling on the ground and trembling. This selfish woman. What happened? Why didn't Syndra come out? I don't know. I just told Syndra to be obedient, and terrible magic appeared around her body. Everything was shattered by the magic, and I escaped. Damn it. Why didn't you bring our daughter with you when you came out? The man yelled at his wife. His wife was stunned and pointed at him in disbelief. I almost died in there, and you, a bastard, yelled at me? Bastard. Without saying anything more to his wife, Camille knew that he could not do it alone, so he prepared to pull the nearby villagers who were watching the excitement to dig the ruins together. He would find his daughter no matter what. But before he took action, terrible noises came from the ruins again. The collapsed wooden beams and stones were pushed away by the shockwave, and the dusty Syndra got up from the ground in a mess. Camille's eyes were red, and he took 2 steps forward and knelt on the ground to hug his daughter. Syndra, I'm so glad you're okay. Dad thought, woo woo. Syndra hesitated for a moment with her hands hanging on both sides, and finally put them on her father's back, patting him to comfort him. Dad, I'm fine, don't cry for me. Maggie's face also showed a little more relief, and then she saw the fear and alienation in the eyes of the villagers, and her heart sank. Next, it might not be easy to stay in the village of Skashus. It took only one afternoon for the news of Camille's family to spread throughout the village of Skashus. Some villagers who were even more capable spread the news that the beautiful girl of Camille's family is actually a magic madman who cannot control the element. Whoever meets her will be unlucky to other places. As the saying goes, good news does not travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. Syndra, who had gained a bad reputation, made Camille's family feel what it means to be ignored and excluded in just 3 days. On the contrary, Syndra, who had already prepared herself mentally, did not feel anything. She did not care about others, so she would not be hurt by others. Just when Camille and his wife were worried, and Evad was gloating over other people's misfortunes, the elders of Skashus who could not sit still found Camille's family. Camille, the people in the village, have been in a panic these days. I came here just to ask, how are you going to solve the problem of Syndra's out of control magic? Camille glanced at Syndra, who was keeping her head down and silent, and then looked at his wife who was a little restrained in front of the elders, and sighed deeply. He was just an ordinary woodcutter, and the farthest he had been was to Presidium to attend the Spirit Blossom Festival. What solution could he have to solve the problem? We've caused trouble to everyone during this period. Actually, we don't have any good solution. If it really doesn't work, our family will move out of Skasius village, and by the way, we will help Syndra find a master who knows magic, and let the master teach Syndra magic. Hearing what Camille said, the elder's expression eased a lot. There's no need to move out of Skasius village. After all, you two are also part of Skasius village. You have lived together for so long, and it would be very inconvenient for you to move away. Speaking of which, I know a priest who knows magic. If we go to him, maybe he can help Syndra and let Syndra learn how to control magic. Then Syndra can come back to live. Maggie's face lit up, and she asked quickly, "Village chief, which master are you talking about?" "There is a natural temple on Philo Island in the southwest. In the temple lives a priest named Conigan. 3 years ago, I went to Philo Island to do something, and happened to meet Master Conigan. He meditates all day, and has unique insights into magic. I think you can try to find him, and let Syndra become his apprentice, and learn magic control." Syndra, who had been lowering her head, raised the corners of her lips slightly. "In this case, we have no choice but to give it a try. I just don't know if Master Conigan will accept Syndra." At this point, Camille could only agree first, and then make a decision. The elder who brought the message stood up, and prepared to leave. "It takes at least 2 months to get to Philo Island from our village. You two should plan your trip in the next 2 days. Don't worry about other people's gossip. I will help this family with anything. When you are ready, come to me, and I will write you a letter of explanation. I believe Master Conigan will not refuse." The family discussed all night, and finally got a result before dawn. From beginning to end, Syndra remained silent, and did not react much, nor did she refuse her father and mother's decision to send her away. She was so well behaved and sensible, that Camille felt a little distressed. He gritted his teeth, and bought a cow, to slaughter on the spot and let Syndra eat a few meals. During this period, Camille and Maggie knew that Syndra always went to talk to Saint Elihu Paswo. Although they were a little worried, they did not stop her. They just thought that their daughter was saying goodbye to her friend. 3 days later, Maggie and Ewald were looking after the house, while Camille and his daughter Syndra took the village chief's letter of explanation and set off on a journey south with dry food and travel expenses. Camille didn't know that his actions were seen by a demon hidden in the shadows, and were eventually conveyed to the instigator by the demon. "Master, are we going to leave too?" In the mountain stream cabin, Lester brought Syndra's favorite harmonica, Yellen. He knew that this was Syndra's absolute trust in him, and he would never disappoint Syndra's expectations like Conigan. "Let's go, we have lived here long enough." Evelyn, who turned into a charming woman, chuckled and leaned against the door. "If the village chief is not talking about Conigan, what are you going to do, Master? Whether it's Conigan or Hannigan, I just need to know the name of the person Camille is looking for. As for who he is, it doesn't matter." Evelyn was relentless. "Later, Camille and the others will have to go to Philo Island to find the real Conig to visit Syndra. If they can't find him by then, won't the scam be exposed?" The man smiled slightly, bid farewell to the mountain hut, where he had lived for 8 years, rode on the white horse that Lon had transformed into, and stretched out his hand to let Evelyn, who had turned into a demon cat, jump into his arms. "Then Camille and the others will understand why Syndra didn't obey my orders to absorb the life energy of Saint Elihu Pasvo, but turned her home into ruins. I can only say that you reap what you sow. If Syndra still has a little memory of them, she will not do that." "Hey Master, isn't Pasvo the last memory of Syndra?" "Sure enough, you are the purest demon. It took 2 months to reach the southwest coast of Navali." Camille asked for a few days, and saw the Conig priest meditating on the coast as he wished. This Conigan was naturally disguised by Roy. In order to avoid being exposed by others, Roy also deliberately changed into a flying bird, and imitated Conigan's Shuoma at night. Of course, these were all done when Conigan entered the meditation period, and Conigan himself did not know. "Master Conigan, I'm Camille from the village of Scasius. I beg you to accept my daughter Syndra as your apprentice, and teach her how to control wild magic. This is a letter from our village chief." Nodding solemnly, Roy took the letter handed by Camille, tore it open, and took a casual look, and nodded calmly. "In this case, let Syndra follow me. I will teach him how to control magic." Finally, looking at his calm daughter, Camille waved his hand, and was about to leave in a daze, but heard his daughter's voice. "Dad, on the way back, be careful." Chapter 631 A Day in the Life of Master Conigan. In the west of Ionia, the first land, a Y-shaped strait separates the island of Philo, the province of Navali and the mountains in the south. As a maritime transportation hub, Philo is located on the east coast of Philo Island. It has a prosperous trade port and is one of the few areas in the First Land that is directly open to the outside world. On the mountains south of Philo, an ancient natural temple is built on a cliff near the sea. The dark and hard mountain stone bricks have stood in the sea breeze for thousands of years without decay. It is said that this garden temple was established by Karma, the first Ionian spirit. Except for some scars on the top and walls caused by battle, the natural temple has always remained solemn and dignified. Just like the priest who guards the temple alone, it is full of ancient and mature wisdom. At least that's what the priest thinks. On this day, Connigan, the priest of the natural temple, strolled outside the natural temple as usual, enjoying the salty and humid sea breeze on the sea cliff. This was one of his few leisure hours. In order to pursue the wisdom left by Karma in the temple, he had to spend most of his time on the walls, meditating on the ancient Ionian characters on the temple walls and stone tablets in boredom. He firmly believed that he could get the ancient wisdom from these characters, which would bring him closer to Karma, although he had not gained much until today. It's almost time to meditate. With a leisurely sigh, Connigan stroked his beard, patted his grey robe, and prepared to return to the temple. "Excuse me, is Master Connigan here?" At some point, a young and handsome traveler and a beautiful looking girl came to him. The man was smiling, and the girl looked solemn, looking at him with hostility. Connigan didn't even need to think. The two young men must have lost their way, and were eager for his guidance, just as Karma guided the lost Ionians, hoping to get wisdom from him. As for hostility, it must be doubting his ability as a guide. He would use his wisdom to prove everything. With his chest straightened, Connigan looked at the lost with a wise look, and straightened his robe. "The Master Connigan you are looking for is me. Young people, tell me why you are here. In this ancient temple, I have guided countless lost lambs, and perhaps your doubts can be answered here." "Oh, you are Connigan. Have you seen the underworld?" Under Connigan's proud gaze, the man took a few steps forward, and gave the priest a big slap in the face that he loved the most. "Pa." With a crisp and loud blow, the girl behind the man covered her mouth, and her face turned cherry red. The man's slap only used 10% of his strength, but Connigan spun in place like a top, and his left cheek quickly swelled and turned red. Finally, he couldn't stand still, and fell to the ground. Connigan covered his face and angrily scolded the constantly rotating illusion and the two sons in front of him. "Cunning villain. Why did you hit me?" "Because you are a teacher who does not deserve the name. You have harmed many people, so I have to hit you gently." Connigan almost vomited blood in anger. "This is fucking gentle? My brain is almost beaten out. Okay. What right do you have to say that I'm not worthy of my reputation? What right do you have to say that I'm harming people? Bastard." Connigan, who had been facing the wall for years to think about the secrets of the temple, got up from the ground in anger, but his legs softened and fell to the ground again. "I heard that you taught many apprentices to control wild magic. Is that true?" The man took the initiative to pull Connigan up, but was pushed away by Connigan angrily. "It seems that your eyes are not completely blind. You actually disrespected a master because of those rumors. Young man, you'd better understand who you have offended. This is a temple of the Ionian spirit. You can't blaspheme. In my opinion, those who can guide others to control magic must be powerful wizards. Let's do this. If you can prove that you are a powerful wizard, I will apologize to you." The damn world finally stopped spinning. In Connigan's eyes, the handsome face was suddenly full of evil, but at this point, he couldn't retreat. "Foolish man, use your shallow mouth to say it. How do you want me to prove it?" The man smiled slightly, patted the girl's shoulder behind him, and pushed the girl forward. "You are a teacher. I'm also a teacher. The teacher must be stronger than the student. You and my student, to see whose magic is better. If you can beat her, I will apologize to you and admit that you are a true master." Re-examining the girl named Syndra, Connigan guessed that the girl was probably only 15 years old, and there were no 4 basic elements around her body. She was probably a fool who became arrogant after learning some magic formulas. How could such a person beat him? The only question is, what right does the other party have to exclude a student from comparing with himself? Isn't this an insult to himself? Thinking of this, Connigan pointed at the man. He was ready to give the man a taste of bitterness. "I disdain to bully the younger generation. Aren't you her student? Come on. Lester almost laughed out loud. He just didn't have enough fun. He didn't expect Carnigan to make such an irresistible request. On the other side, Carnigan's words made Syndra, who was about to take action, more worried. She naturally knew that her teacher was a powerful person, but the teacher was bound by a powerful seal and could not release any magic at all. How could he win in the magic duel? Syndra took the initiative to block Lester and begged, "Teacher, how about I do it?" Syndra, don't underestimate your teacher. Patting Syndra's head lightly, Lester put his mouth close to Syndra's ear and whispered, "I'm afraid you can't control yourself and kill him. That would be bad. Leave it to me. I'll help you vent your anger." Nodding her head lightly, Syndra took 2 steps back to make enough space for her teacher. Lester and Carnigan stood still, and Carnigan took the initiative to speak. "How about we compete in element creation?" Lester would naturally not agree. He could mold element into life like large figurines more than 900 years ago, but what if he couldn't release magic? Since it's a magic contest, it's natural to fight to decide the winner and the loser. Comparing the creation of element. Forgive me for being blunt, are you playing house? Okay. Let's compete. But magic has no eyes. What if you die under my magic? That's my problem. If I die under your attack, it has nothing to do with you. My students will collect my body and make you famous, but I won't kill you, because I can control my magic and won't let it go beyond a single step. Carnigan thought the man in front of him would give in, but he didn't expect the man to say so much, leaving no room for negotiation. "You asked for it." Without hesitation, Carnigan opened his hands one after the other, condensed the fire element in his right hand, and a ball of fire rose from his palm. "Clap your hands." The voice in his ear had not disappeared yet. In the blink of an eye, the man who was 5 meters away from him just now had come to Carnigan and slapped the fireball magic that had not yet formed. Just like pinching out a reed that had just been lit, the fire went out with a puff. At this moment, Carnigan found that he had lost his sense of the element, and decades of meditation had gone to waste. Carnigan was stunned by the panic and loss he had never experienced before. He stared at the man who was holding his palm. In the mysterious smile of the man, he took 2 steps back with a tingling scalp, but his body still did not recover. This is not interrupting the spell. This is silence, isolating the elemental sense. How did you do it? You talk too much. We are fighting now. Do you want your enemy to explain what he is capable of? Lester took a few steps forward, grabbed Carnigan's wrist, and threw Carnigan to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Carnigan, who was on his back, was knocked to the ground, and was dizzy, and completely lost his fighting ability. Lester patted Carnigan's cheek, and after confirming that Carnigan could not get up again, he said lightly, "You are too weak. I don't even need to use magic to deal with you. Remember your failure, Carnigan. You are not worthy of being a teacher at all, and you will never be able to teach excellent students. This just shows that my visit today is not in vain, and you are not beaten in vain. Syndra, let's go." "Okay, teacher." After struggling for a while, Carnigan, who chose to give up, lay on his back, wanting to cry but without tears. Until now, he didn't know the name of the man who beat him, but he only remembered that his apprentice was called Syndra. Refreshed, Lester took Syndra directly to the Naxos trade merchant ship from Felita Fender on the Valoran continent. He could take Syndra directly through the Bandrel portal to the witch's house to find Nora through the back door, but that would reduce Syndra's first trip. A lot of fun. Life should not always be in a hurry, and you should also leave some time to see the scenery around you. He wanted to give Syndra a better travel memory, and taking a boat was the first unforgettable journey. It is worth mentioning that Roy did not travel with Lester, but turned into a seabird and returned to Mistale Island. Roy, who ate the fruit of the sacred tree, gained the ability to enhance the magic of vast air of his own race. Obviously, he played a greater role in Mistale Island, and could also guide the new Mistale to join the Emerald Territory and become an invisible assassin. There were no other waves along the way. The Imperial merchant ship went south and arrived at Fender in 1.5 months. After trading goods, it arrived at Ironwater City in the southeast of the continent along the coast of Valoran. At Ironwater City, it turned west. The Imperial merchant ship traded with coastal cities all the way and arrived at the Pert Canal, the most prosperous city of progress and the capital of civilization, in 4 months. The days at sea, before arriving at the city of progress, were always monotonous. Syndra changed from being excited about the blue sea and blue sky to being excited about her teacher. In less than a month, she found that her teacher Lester was much more interesting than the boring sea and clouds. Lester is not only about learning magic, but also has the most complete training program. Syndra knows how much the teacher cares about her. She chooses to trust the man without any bottom line, and the man also returns her trust and never lets her down. On starry nights, she could always hear ancient and interesting stories, from the Frost Witch of the Frostgird Fortress in the north to the Endless Void in Icathia in the south of the world. The secrets of Runeland were exposed around her teacher, and the touching stories made her cry. With Lester's company, she saw Riz, the World Rune Guardian, who was carrying the pain of killing his master and walking alone with a scroll on his shoulder. She saw the Void Souls wandering in Icathia, the Weapon Master Jax who guarded the Eternal Flame with his life, and the 2 sisters who had to betray her, the Frost Witch Lysandra who was alone watching the far north under the ice and fighting against the Watchers. Each story was a heroic deed that could be sung for thousands of years, but now it appeared before her eyes in the teacher's gentle words. Syndra finally knew that the teacher who told her the legend was himself a living legend. She maintained a strong curiosity and thirst for knowledge about everything outside the village of Skashus. The sound of waves and the sea always accompanied her sleep with the man's magnetic voice. She could eat sweet cookies and kick her legs, while sitting by the teacher's bed, lazily put her arms on the table and prop up her chin, or lean on the teacher's shoulder and act like a spoiled child, and go to countless thrilling adventures. She became the first person to experience every adventure story and felt what miracles in the life of a great man were. Lester was like an omniscient treasure boy who always made her laugh happily and made her cry with touching stories. Whether crying or laughing, the girl was sure that this was the first time she felt sincerely satisfied with her life. Syndra even secretly fantasized about floating on the sea with her teacher forever and becoming the teacher's only bride. It was not until she knew how many women the teacher had that she opened her mouth and gave up the unrealistic idea of only. She understood the Naxos Empire and the meaning of the Emerald Territory to her teacher, understood that the stars in the sky were actually her teacher's enemies, understood that her teacher was carrying the shackles of fate on his shoulders, and understood her own meaning, which was to learn and grow at all costs, to become the most powerful mage in the shortest time, and to help her teacher, the legendary Lord Lester 1,000 years ago, to defeat all enemies. After that, she could naturally fulfill her dream, let her teacher hold a grand wedding for her. The groom was her teacher, and the bride was naturally herself. She believed that, when that day came, her teacher would never reject her. With such a golden dream, Syndra, who was wearing a wedding dress in her sleep, smiled sweetly. The girl opened her eyes and heard the shouts of the sailors outside the window. The girl stood up on tiptoe, walked to the other single bed, lowered her head to the sleeping man, and took the first brave step. The brave girl did not see that the right hand of the sleeping man hidden in the quilt suddenly raised a thumb. Chapter 630 To the Invulnerable Phyllis. In the VIP room of the Blue Smoked Manor, the most vast and secluded area in the wealthy area of Piltover, the powerful Mars Firoz kneeled on one knee respectfully, with his right fist clenched horizontally in front of his chest, offering the highest etiquette of the Naxos Empire to the man in front of him. The reason why he did not kneel down was not because Mars was unwilling, but because only slaves in Naxos could kneel down on both knees. Any Naxan would regard kneeling down on both knees as a cowardly act of abandoning dignity and giving up life. Even to the great commander of the empire, he would only kneel on one knee. There is an unwritten custom in Naxos. If someone asks you to kneel down on both knees, you can cut off the head of the person who made the request and be innocent, because asking an imperial citizen to kneel down on both knees is equivalent to asking Naxos to violate the iron-blooded tradition. This is why Mars did not kneel down on both knees. He knew that the man in front of him did not need a slave, but a loyal dog who could watch over Piltover. Since childhood, Mars has listened to his grandfather's stories about the rise of the Ferris family. The Ferris family, which was built on the ruins of the Adrian Scheibel 100 years ago, has many warning mottos as family mottos. The first of these mottos is the first rule, that every descendant of the Ferris family needs to learn and recite. Only the Emerald Territory can never be betrayed. This is a warning engraved in the soul. This warning warns every descendant of the Ferris family who may be lost in the vortex of power. The reason why Ferris can stand up from the ruins of the Adrian family and become one of the most powerful forces in Piltover is because the Ferris family relies on a powerful master. Without the support of the Emerald Territory, the Ferris family will be wiped out in an instant, just like the arrogant Adrian family hundreds of years ago. And now, the real master of the Ferris family has come to the Blue Smoked Manor. Malz recognizes that the man in front of him is the Lord of the Emerald Territory, the legendary Lord of the Demon Face, the immortal and indestructible Empire Elder, Lester, who was recorded in the sketch of Connor's ancestor. Thinking that he could actually meet such a legendary figure in his lifetime, Malz's body began to tremble. Lord Special Envoy Lester, the Phyllis family is willing to obey any of your orders and serve you until death. The other servants knelt on their knees behind Malz, with their heads on the ground, not daring to do anything beyond their rights. The humble attitude shown by the master who had assassinated countless enemies in Piltover and accumulated wealth that rivaled a country said it all. This man, who was as young as the family's second wife, was a nobleman they could not afford to offend. Master Malz, get up. I have seen your loyalty to the Emerald Territory and the Empire. Lester helped Malz up with a smile and patted the shoulder of Master Phyllis. I have seen how diligently the Phyllis family has worked over the years. They have done a good job. Lord Lester. Malz, who had a heart as hard as iron, was moved to tears for a moment after hearing this. It turned out that all the efforts and self-motivation of the Phyllis family were seen by the man in front of him. It was undoubtedly an honor for the Phyllis family to be able to serve such a person. Sit down. Let me introduce you. This is my disciple Syndra. Syndra, this is Malz, the head of the Phyllis family. Syndra stood up from behind Lester and used the old Narcs and noble lady etiquette taught by her teacher to lift her skirt to signal Malz. Malz quickly bent down 90 degrees to return the greeting, which was considered to be the ultimate etiquette. Since she is Lester's disciple, she is naturally a guest of honor of the Phyllis family. To be more utilitarian, it is unlikely to please Lester, but it is not impossible to please Lester's young and beautiful disciple. The Phyllis family controls many excellent fashion designers. Beautiful women will naturally not refuse beautiful clothes, just as a brave warrior will not refuse a sword. He is confident that he can build a good relationship with young girls. They sat down formally, with Lester in the main seat, Malz in the first seat on the right, and Syndra in the first seat on the left. With the consent of Lester and Syndra, the specially hired barista of the Phyllis family served 2 cups of freshly ground coffee to the two. Smelling the aroma of coffee beans, Lester couldn't help but recall that, when he was a killer, he also liked to grind a cup of coffee for himself in the dead of night. Lord Lester, do you have any instructions this time? Malz was so polite, Lester naturally would not put on airs, and said in a friendly manner, I do have some things to do in Piltover this time. I guess I will stay for a long time. I'm afraid I will bother the head of the Malz family during this period. Malz smiled without hiding his joy. It is a blessing for the Phyllis family to have the opportunity to entertain Lord Lester. Don't worry, I will vacate the Blue Smoke Manor for you. You can live here with your apprentice. This is one of the best places in Piltover. If you don't like it, I will think of a way. Malz's enthusiasm scared Lester. He didn't expect that the handsome middle-aged man in front of him would actually ask to give him the Blue Smoke Manor to live in. This man is too good at seizing opportunities, right? If Patrick of the Adrian family had such courage, I'm afraid that the Adrian family would have become a great noble in the empire by now. Master Malz is too polite. There is no need to make such a fuss. Just find a secluded place in the Blue Smoke Manor. Seeing Lester's attitude, that would not tolerate refusal, Malz nodded and agreed. Well, the Blue Smoke Manor does have an independent large villa, located in the west of the manor, with a pleasant environment. The south is the Perth Canal and the north is close to the mountain forest garden. The villa is installed with magic crystals from the Emerald Territory. It has an outdoor swimming pool, underground hot springs and a gym. What do you think, Lord Lester? Looking at Syndra, whose eyes were as bright as stars, Lester smiled and nodded. "Let's go there." With a reply, Mal's looked at his most loyal old butler. "Okay. Smedley, go and clean up the villa for Lord Lester now. Replace all the furniture with the latest Nanmu style, and arrange 12 maids and 4 cooks for Lord Lester to serve. From today on, you will be responsible for all the daily needs of the villa. No matter what Lord Lester asks, you must complete it absolutely. If you can't complete the task, report it back. Do you understand?" "Understood, Lord Lester. I will be responsible for taking care of your daily life in the next few days." The old man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses bowed to Lester and turned away after obtaining his consent. After deciding on the residence, Lester turned the topic to the mining of the original crystal and the research and development progress of Hex Crystal, which he was most interested in. It was no surprise that Lester would be interested in the most important industry of the Phyllis family. Mal's dismissed the servants and cleared the room. Taking a deep breath, Mal's face showed some more worry. "Lord Lester, the current crystal output of Crystal Scar Canyon, or Ordine Canyon, is not very stable. Originally, we could get about 2 original crystals every year, and if we were lucky, we could get 3. But 30 years ago, my grandmother encountered an unprecedented attack. The crystal life that was sleeping in Ordine Canyon suddenly woke up, causing a devastating blow to the family's mining team. My grandmother, who was the chief spy of the family at that time, also broke an arm before escaping from Ordine Canyon. The war lasted for a whole week. When my great-grandfather led the family mercenaries to suppress the crystal life a week later, Ordine Canyon had returned to peace. However, since then, crystal life in Ordine Canyon has become more difficult to find, which has caused serious obstacles to our mining work. As of today, we have only obtained 15 original crystals, and the last time we got an original crystal was 5 months ago. I report these things to the Emerald Territory every year. Lord Hinner also sent people to survey Ordine Canyon, but unfortunately nothing else was found." Hearing this, Lester frowned. The problem of the Firos family would directly affect the military application of the life crystal in the Emerald Territory, which was a big deal. Unlike Piltover, which used the artificial byproduct of the life crystal, Hex Crystal, to supply industrial energy, the Emerald Territory knew the importance of the life crystal, and the life crystal could perfectly match the ancient war weapon developed by the Flower Rat and Rambo. After more than 900 years of unremitting research and development and reverse technology, the Emerald Territory finally designed a war machine that could attack the soul and spiritual realm. Each primordial crystal can create a power engine. Primordial crystals are most suitable for use as the energy core of ancient war weapons. They are absolutely strategic materials. In fact, if the profit-sharing contract had not been signed at the beginning, and the Firos family had been working hard, and did not dare to deceive, so that the Emerald Territory could not find any reason to act, the Emerald Territory would have plundered all the primordial crystals long ago. Once the decision is made to act, any resistance will be destroyed, unless the Firos family is willing to completely give up the right to use and mine the primordial crystals, which is impossible. This also means that, if the Emerald Territory finds an excuse to choose to act, the Firos family will inevitably perish. To be honest, Lester doesn't care at all. He doesn't care about the continuation of the Firos family, let alone whether the blue steel shadow Camille will appear. After all, that is just a mortal hero who has not yet been born. He has seen a lot, and has long lost interest in heroes, let alone a mortal hero. Only the existence of Syndra can make him cheer up and take it seriously. If he wants, he can support another Carlos family, the Paris family, to replace the Ferris family. Camille can only control and protect the property of the Ferris family, which is of little significance to the Emerald Territory. To put it clearly, what Camille with Sizzle Eggs and the Ferris family are not worth mentioning compared to the original crystal. The power of a war machine is equivalent to that of 100 Camilles with modified bodies. The war machine is a strategic weapon that can compete with Mordekaiser's Nether Legion and the Undead Dragon. No matter how powerful Camille is, she will not be the opponent of Mordekaiser's Nether Legion. The reason is so simple. If you want to give up the original crystal for Camille, it is no less stupid than exchanging a large piece of uranium cake that is enough to threaten the country for a human girl with prosthetic limbs that can fight a few special forces. The prosthetic girl can be used to warm the bed, but the uranium cake can be exchanged for 10,000 girls who warm the bed. Other countries have to beg you to accept it. However, at present, there is nothing wrong with what the Ferris family did. In addition, the Ferris family added a new rule to the old contract for the Ferris family. The new rule is never sell or leak any original crystal without the permission of the Emerald Territory. If you want to sell it, you can only sell it to the Emerald Territory, and the original crystal can only be used to manufacture hex crystal in the Piltover factory under the supervision of the Emerald Territory's external inspector. This new rule eliminates the possibility of the outflow of the original crystal, and also makes the Emerald Territory more tolerant of the situation where half of the strategic materials are divided. Moreover, Malz is so enthusiastic and respectful, and now Lester has a better impression of the Ferris family. In this way, there is no need to turn against the Ferris family for the other half of the original crystal. As expected of the ancestors of Grunmarking these unforgettable ancestral precepts must be the root of Grunmarking dirty talk. With a sigh, Lester decided to share some key information with the Ferris family. The crystal life forms that attacked you are the Shell People. The Shell People live in the Crystal Scar, which is the underground world of the Odeon Canyon as you call it. The Shell People are a unique ancient life form. They jointly guard the same ancient consciousness. The thoughts and will of the consciousness are divided into countless fragments. The external manifestation of these fragments is the original crystals chiseled out of the Shell People's bodies by the excavation team. Each original crystal is a unique carrier of consciousness and the key to the immortality and reincarnation of every Shell People. The attack you mentioned must have been because a sleeping Shell People happened to wake up. They naturally would not let go of the humans who hurt their companions. If I'm not mistaken, in the future those Shell People will take the initiative to run out of the Odeon Canyon to attack here and take back those original crystals. Knowing that Lester had the title of Prophet, Malz had no doubts about Lester's description of the Shell People. So Lord Lester means we should stop mining? Of course we should mine. The original crystals we get come from those Shell tribe members who are sleeping until death. We don't need to have any psychological burden. As for those living Shell tribe members, if they attack us, we will destroy them. The great will they guard is meaningless to this world. It is better to play some other role. The man's expression was indifferent, like a ruthless king who was high above and deprived people of life at will. In Syndra's eyes, the teacher at this moment was truly in line with the temperament of a legendary figure. This also represented how much the teacher who treated her with a gentle attitude valued her. She was the special one. Thinking of this, Syndra was a little happy. Chapter 633 Dream New Home. Sir, in this case, I will immediately begin to strengthen the armed forces of the factory guards and the mining team to prevent the counterattack of the Shell People. If we increase our research on the primordial crystal, perhaps we can find the induction fluctuations that can isolate the will of the primordial crystal and make those Shell People who have traveled through mountains and rivers return empty-handed. Lester nodded in appreciation. Malz showed the bearing and decisiveness of a qualified family leader in front of him, which is why he shared the information. It's a wise move. While we are living in Blue Smoked Manor, you don't need to worry too much about the threats posed by the Shell People. You just need to keep the secret of the primordial crystal as always, and the Phyllis family will prosper. Mars understands. In addition, I need you to do one more thing. Send someone to monitor the Smiling Circus and find out their movements. Don't do anything to alert the enemy. Smiling Circus? I see. Very good. In about a month, the meteor will arrive at the Sun Gate carrying a batch of key primordial crystal development technical tools. During the days I live here, I will use this set of technical tools to conduct energy crystallization research on primordial crystal and its derivatives. You will be responsible for transportation and safety along the way. Just help me move to my residence. Remember, the value of this set of tools is unpredictable and cannot be replicated. The entire journey from Sun Gate to Blue Smoked Manor must be carried out in secret, and no accidents should occur. Mars, let me see your control over Piltover. Don't let me down. Standing up, Mars knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Please rest assured, sir. If there is any mistake, Malz is willing to commit suicide to apologize." After having lunch with Malz's family at noon, and getting to know Mal's first wife Yolanda and second wife Vicky. Lester and Sindra followed the new housekeeper Smedley to the single-family garden villa west of the Blue Smoked Manor. When the three arrived at their destination, many craftsmen were reinforcing the high border wall built according to the standards of military buildings. Smedley began to explain the orders and security arrangements of the head of the Mal's family. Many private armed soldiers belonging to the Firoz family patrolled the border with large caliber rifles. Dozens of light howitzers that could flatten mountains and forests were placed in the bunkers. In the distance, there were also lurking and disguised senior spies of the Firoz family serving as mobile sentries, ready to hunt or capture illegal intruders at any time. It can be said that security protection has been taken to the extreme. The north facing the mountain forest has become an iron wall, and the east is the Blue Smoked Manor. Mal's will not let his wife and family be exposed to danger, and there is no need to consider it. As for the southwest direction of the coastal port, unless a high-level wizard or frogman unit launches an attack, there is no way to cross the more than 10 meters of the harbor river and crawl along the solid explosion-proof concrete wall into Lester's home. Given that the most powerful thermal weapon in Piltover is a rapid-fire pistol similar to the Nagant revolver, Lester does not need to worry too much about the problem in the southwest direction. He only needs to place a few magic surveillance guards that can automatically detect life energy. Not counting the private basement used to house the crystal development device, the single-family villa has 3 floors in total, with its own quiet garden, swimming pool, underground hot spring, gym, covering an area of 660 square meters. The architectural style is inclined to the modern aristocratic style of Piltover after the alienation of the old aristocracy of Naxos, with bright blue as the main color, white as the secondary color, and other bright, but not dazzling color blocks as components, creating a natural and quiet beauty rooted in the bustling city and the lush green plant beds of the courtyard garden. Sindra fell in love with the new home that she had never imagined before. She dragged Lester around all afternoon, like an elf who likes adventure, exclaiming at every amazing modern thing, which made the old butler very tired. In order to prevent the old butler Smedley from being exhausted, Lester had to tell the old butler to wait in the living room. After a quick walk around the villa, it was already dark. The magic crystal lamp illuminated the restaurant lobby and the expensive pattern tiles. Butler Smedley ordered the maid to serve 12 plates of Piltover's unique delicacies made by the chef. The dazzling and fragrant food made Sindra stunned. Any plate of food here could make the whole family happy for several weeks in her own home. So much food, teacher, we can't finish it, right? If we can't finish it, do we have to eat it the next day? At Lester's signal, Smedley, who was standing by, smiled appropriately and took the initiative to explain. Miss Sindra, you only need to taste the food you are interested in. The discarded food will be thrown away directly and will never appear on the next table. But, Grandpa Smedley, isn't that a waste? Miss, for a noble person like you, food not only fills the stomach, but also has the function of pleasing the eyes and ears. As long as it can make you feel happy, these foods will not be wasted. So that's how it is. Teacher, can we save the unfinished food for the next day? It's a pity to throw these things away. Lester knew that the top dignitaries in Piltover live such a life every day. If we traced back to the old aristocratic era of the Naxos Empire, such extravagance and waste would be even more exaggerated. He himself didn't care about waste or not, but if Sindra didn't like it, there would be no need to be so extravagant. It's better to say that little Sindra can still maintain the frugal and simple quality after experiencing the extravagant life of the upper class, which made Lester happier. Sindra is still the good girl who can be happy for a day by eating wild fruits. It's okay. Just give the food you can't finish to the teacher. Eat what you like, and don't eat too much. Looking at the food, that was enough for everyone present to eat 2 meals. Smedley was stunned and showed a rude expression behind the 2 people. The last time she showed the same expression was when she saw her competitor being suppressed by another male servant. It was because of that scandal that he was able to stand to the end and become the butler of Langston Manor. The beautiful maids standing on both sides tightened their faces to avoid laughing out loud and being expelled by the strict butler. No woman would choose to refuse to serve such an interesting male master. Will that make you full? Lester shook his head and smiled. Don't underestimate my appetite. Hearing this, Syndra was relieved immediately. Sure enough, there is no problem in this world that Lester can't solve. Then, let's eat. Lester clapped his hands, and 12 maids took the initiative to come forward, each responsible for a dish, standing by the table. As long as the master had any needs, the maids had to cut the food and put it on the master's plate without any error, and when necessary, they had to feed it directly to the mouth. Of course, for Lester and Syndra, they were not so lazy that they would open their mouths when food came. After Lester demonstrated, Syndra finally understood the steps of eating, and her expression became solemn. Recalling the table manners taught by Lester, Syndra sat up straight, ordered a few dishes, and asked the maids to help put the food on the silver plate and cut it intimately. Half an hour later, Syndra patted her belly and felt a little embarrassed while Lester slowly and efficiently used a knife and fork to eliminate the remaining food on the table, like a ruthless eating machine. When Lester ate all the food into his stomach, some of the frightened servants realized that their monster master was not joking at all, especially the housekeeper Smedley, who was even more dedicated. As the housekeeper arranged by mouths, Smedley came to Lester and said respectfully, "Sir, if you still need food, I will arrange for the chef to continue to prepare dishes for you. No need, I eat so much just for my students, not because I'm hungry." Then should we continue to serve so many dishes tomorrow? Change the dishes according to this standard every day until there are no new dishes. At that time, reduce the dishes to 5 dishes, 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetables and 1 soup. Understood. Although Lester did not deliberately explain, Smedley also understood that these feasts were completely prepared for the girl named Syndra, so the dishes would be arranged according to Syndra's preferences. After the meal, Syndra looked at the fruit plate and was in trouble again. She had eaten too much just now and now she had no stomach to eat fruit. Seeing Syndra's embarrassment, Lester smiled and shook his head. "It's okay. You can eat later after digesting it. Go play. Remember to take a hot spring bath before going to bed. Smedley, these fruit plates are here. You don't need to throw them away." Understood. Syndra didn't leave, but held Lester's hand and shook it coquettishly. "Teacher, let's take a hot spring bath together." "It's not suitable to take a hot spring bath right after dinner. You can go to the garden and wait for an hour before taking a bath. It's just right for falling asleep." "No, I mean let's take a walk first, and then we can take a bath together later." I will rub your back." Lester smiled and shook his head, pinched Syndra's delicate face and pulled it. It is worthy of being Ionia, the orphan land with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. Such a beautiful girl can be raised in a rural area. "Little girl, you want to seduce the teacher now? Wait until you grow up a little bit, develop well, and try to make the teacher's heart beat as soon as possible." Well, acting coquettishly couldn't make Lester change his words. Syndra could only give up. She always knew what it meant to stop when she was satisfied. When Syndra went to the garden for a walk, Smedley came forward. "My lord, I wonder if you can ask the seamstress to measure the size of a dress for Miss Syndra in person?" "No, you can ask the seamstress to come to my place." "Okay, my lord. Which maid do you need to sleep with you?" "No need to sleep with you. Just ask those girls to behave themselves. Don't talk nonsense, and don't hurt their lives unless necessary." A cold look flashed across her eyes, and Smedley retreated respectfully. "Understood. I will educate the maid well." After living in Langston Manor for a month, Syndra lived a princess-like dream life. A room was filled with beautiful dresses and expensive women's clothing, all kinds of unheard of cosmetics, a feast of delicious food that had never been repeated, servants who served her with clothes and food, and shopping without having to consider money all made Syndra intoxicated. If she didn't have to continue to study magic courses with Lester every morning, Syndra would have thought she was really a princess of the kingdom. However, the overly comfortable life made Syndra realize that her progress in magic was not as good as before. In the past, she thought most about learning more magic courses and how to master more powerful powers. Now she often thinks about what beautiful clothes to wear and what delicious food to eat. She thought that such a life would be very happy. One morning, after waking up, Syndra looked at her pink ice silk gauze dress, but her heart was empty. This loss and emptiness came too inexplicably. As smart as Syndra was, she didn't know why she became unhappy in such a dreamlike life. The light in her sight seemed to be much darker than usual. The dizzy girl instinctively left the room and walked along the long corridor to find the most familiar and reassuring figure, wanting to get the same comfort as before. She knocked on the door but no one answered. Syndra's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't imagine the scene where the teacher ignored her. Teacher? Teacher? Are you there? No one answered in the room. Syndra couldn't help but panic. Opening the door, Syndra took a look at the room where Lester lived. There was no one in the room. Even the bed and bedding were brand new. There was no sign of life here. The man she trusted most was not here, or he moved away overnight. Looking at the empty room, Syndra could not suppress the sadness in her heart. The panic made the girl rush out of the room like crazy and look for other places. She didn't even know that the velvet slipper on her right foot had fallen off. Where is my teacher? Syndra soon found a living person. It was her favorite little maid. She had a round and cute face and was only 16 years old. Miss, I don't know where Lord Lester went. Disappointedly pushing away her favorite little maid, Syndra with disheveled hair soon found the old butler Smedley. Grandpa Smedley, why is my teacher not here? The old butler's face was no longer humble and submissive, but indifferent. This strong contrast made Syndra feel cold. Grandpa? Who is your grandpa? Syndra, do you really think we are so nice to you because you are Syndra? You are wrong. We are so nice to you because Lord Lester likes you and hopes that you can become his best student because you are valuable enough to Lord Lester. Now Lord Lester has given up on you. He has better students to train, and he no longer needs you. Go away, take all your things and leave here. This is not your home at all, and we are not your servants. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot that you had nothing when you came here. Leave here now, get out. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634 Crystal Research Device. The distraught Syndra was driven out of the villa in disbelief. It just happened to rain heavily. The collapsed girl fell on the flower bed outside the villa, and the regret in her heart was tearing her heart apart like the waves. Syndra opened her eyes, sat up and cried loudly. Less than 10 seconds later, Lester from next door ran into the room, came to Syndra, and hugged the girl. Are you having a nightmare? Okay, don't be afraid, the teacher is here. Sniffling with grievance, Syndra hugged the man who was hugging her tightly, and her body trembled constantly. Teacher, I was wrong. I don't want this kind of life. I just want the teacher. I will work hard. Don't abandon me, okay? After a pause, Lester slowed down his voice and patted the girl's back. I just wanted you to experience a world you've never experienced before, but I didn't expect to bring you such a great psychological burden. It's my fault. You're still too young and don't know how to keep a normal mind. I apologize to you. Woo woo woo. Syndra cried out all her grievances in half an hour. After being comforted, she fell asleep again in exhaustion. This time, Lester did not leave Syndra, but just sat silently by the bed holding the girl's hand. His expression calmed down. Evelyn jumped out of Lester's shadow, and the demon's unique golden vertical pupils looked very evil. Master, you are so great to plot against your most beloved student. This is the first time I have used the power of nightmare perfectly. With the help of the master, I have a new understanding of dream construction. Lester shook his head. It's not a calculation. I just use the simplest and most effective way to let Syndra understand what she should do. I'll let her live a top-level life, not to train her into an incompetent and spoiled princess, but to let her have a different life experience. She will eventually become the most powerful mage and a useful warrior. Just like love and marriage, the most perfect love and marriage must be obtained through the active interference and control of the weak by the strong party. Both the strong alliance and the weak alliance are unstable factors. Only the strong-weak alliance is the most stable way of combination. If you want your partner to put his heart here, it is impossible to just love and give blindly. People are never animals who always know how to be grateful. Most people are always stupid enough to only see the false sweetness in front of them and are obsessed with the momentary warmth in their ears, but forget that the sun that rises every day is the warm companion who accompanies them the longest. That's why they need unforgettable pain to learn to be grateful. The longer the costless the long-term dedication, the cheaper it seems. A selfless enthusiasm will eventually become a cold debt that is taken for granted in the eyes of the other half. When the expectation is exchanged for desperate feedback, it will be too late to regret it. I don't want Syndra to become a useless person, and I don't want the extraordinary wizard I carefully trained to become my enemy. I can guarantee that I will be good to Syndra for the rest of my life, and I can let Syndra share the power I hold, but I can't guarantee that Syndra will be loyal to me for the rest of her life. So I need to do this. I need to let Syndra understand who is the one who is really good to her, and there can't be any possibility of betrayal. This is a prerequisite for me to train Syndra, otherwise, it would be better to destroy it. Then why don't you use your blood, Master, to directly control the child? If I can ensure that the power of my blood will not affect Syndra's development, I really don't mind doing this. TSK, what a cold and charming statement did you see, little Syndra. Your master is a big bad wolf. Starting from the Groff Naval Port, the meteorite, loaded with the Emerald Territory's latest magic crystallography experimental equipment, headed eastward under the escort of 3 battleships, slowly approached the Sun Gate and slowed down. After further strengthening and transformation, the meteor has exceeded the height limit of the Sun Gate seal lock. In order to allow the meteor to pass smoothly, Marsfirath, who had been prepared for it, sent Piltover law enforcement officers to impose martial law with the authority of Piltover councillors. As the seal lock was opened, the bridge connecting Zorn and Piltover was broken from the middle and raised to both ends, allowing the meteor to smoothly enter the Piltover South Bank Naval Port with a deeper draft. The blockade of the Sun Gate lasted for a full 6 hours. After the meteor sailed out of the naval port and left west again, the Sun Gate resumed normal transportation. Most Piltover and Zorn people knew that the Sun Gate was interrupted because the big guys came to the Emerald Territory, but they didn't know the real reason for the big guys. However, several hostile families learned through spies and secret agents at a high price that this major operation of the Sun Gate was to protect a batch of important materials from the Emerald Territory. As for what this batch of important materials is, and where they will be transported, they don't know. After seeing the magic main gun of the meteor, the minds that were originally ready to move suddenly calmed down. They could fight for the wealth of Piltover through commercial wars or despicable assassinations, but they did not want to let their families be destroyed because of foolish greed. The Emerald Territory is an untouchable bottom line. The more powerful the upper city is, the more they understand this. On the contrary, the outspoken lower city people always ignore the Emerald Territory. There were no accidents or waves. The cargo unloaded by the meteor was guarded by Mal's family soldiers all the way to the basement of the single-family villa west of the Blue Smoked Manor. Lester and Syndra escorted the whole way, and Janna, who turned into a breeze, secretly detected hostility to prevent any blind attackers from launching an unexpected attack. Judging from the results, such caution is a bit unnecessary, but it is a very necessary guarantee for Lester. Okay, everyone, thank you for your help. I will take care of the rest. Along with the 3 original crystals in the explosion-proof magic box, when all the devices and instruments were placed in the predetermined positions, Lester clapped his hands to drive them away. He would not hand over the remaining device connection and testing work to others. This set of equipment is more precious than gold of the same weight. Even a nail may damage the instrument. He needs to check again to confirm that the instrument has not been tampered with before connecting it. There must be no mistakes. Okay, you all retreat. Yes. After receiving Mal's order, the Blue Smoke Manor's death squads retreated from the basement one after another. Lester looked at Mal's and whispered, I don't want the information here to be leaked to anyone, even if there is such a possibility. Mal's, do you understand what I mean? Mal's glanced at Syndra, then at the indifferent Lester, and lowered his head. Don't worry, sir. These people are all terminally ill. They have already explained their affairs before accepting the mission. Their families will also be properly settled by the Phyllis family. No one except me will know the secrets here. His expression eased a lot, and Lester nodded. Be nice to their families. Mal's had already left. Understanding the fate of those people just now, Syndra, who had experienced the cruelty of the world for the first time, gritted her teeth and asked softly, "Teacher, are they really terminally ill? Can we help them?" Lester, who was checking the equipment, stopped and did not look back. They all came here voluntarily. Little Syndra, if the world is beautiful in your eyes, there must be someone who silently shelters you from the wind and rain. If the world is cruel in your eyes, then the person who loves you the most must have gone to another world. Any beauty has a price. When someone is happy, someone is destined to be sad. Most of the time, we can only make a choice and go on without leaving any room. Syndra lowered her head. She remembered when she was still young, her brother ruled and others would laugh at her every time. She was very sad, but they were very happy. Now that she has become stronger, she still cannot change the past, and she can't even bully them back cruelly, because they are her family after all, and she can only force herself to forget the pain of the past. Now it seems that the teacher must be helpless. The teacher who plays a role of a brother makes others cry, in order to make people around him laugh. In the end, the teacher who bears this pressure is also for himself. How can he hate the teacher because of those strangers? Wouldn't it be worse than pigs and dogs to do that? Teacher, I understand. I'm very relieved that you can figure this out. After experiencing the nightmare, Syndra took the initiative to let Lester dismiss all the maids, leaving only one cook to make some normal meals, and restored the past diligent and studious lifestyle. Now it is not a bad thing to let Syndra understand the dark side of the world. No matter who it is, there will always be a time to face all this. As long as you can grasp the degree, the sooner you experience this kind of thing, the better. Syndra came directly to Lester's side and stared at the man hopefully. Teacher, if we work together, can we make the world less sad? Touching Syndra's head, Lester nodded seriously. If the teacher can get Syndra's help, it will definitely work. Syndra grabbed Lester's hand and held it against her chest tightly. Teacher, let me help you. Feeling Syndra's determination, Lester smiled sincerely. Okay, from now on, you are my little assistant. The girl's bright smile made the dazzling magic lamp in the underground laboratory seem much dimmer. Teacher, what is this device? What is it used for? Without hesitation, Lester took back his right hand with residual warmth and stroked the connection part, pipeline, and gear device of the precision instrument. The man refocused his attention on the cold instruments and devices. It was not that this thing was easier to touch than the chubby little Syndra, but that this thing was too precious. These machines are a complete set of research devices designed by the technical engineers and scientists of the Emerald Territory with great difficulty. If you want to run them completely, you can't do without them. With the ability of the Emerald Territory, only 2 sets of such devices have been produced so far. One is located in the underground military fortress of the Shine Silver Mountains, and the other is moved here. Due to the limitation of materials, it is difficult to repair the damaged core components. Whether or not he could produce stable Hextech crystals with primordial crystals before Jace showed up depended on these instruments. He would not interfere with the development of Piltover and Jace's great invention, but he could not tolerate the fact that the Emerald Territory had not yet mastered Hextech technology, which was why he chose to do it himself. This device is called the Optical Refractor, and its function is to adjust the direction of the magical energy output of the primordial crystal. After the optical refractor is accurately connected with the magic element stabilization device, element generator, and energy converter, over there, the energy dispersion phenomenon of the primordial crystal can be changed by adjusting the optical refractor so that the directional primordial crystal energy can be gathered into a line and stably input into another suitable crystal storage medium in the form of an energy beam. The artificial Hextech crystals produced by the secret factory of the Ferris family use similar instruments to complete the transformation process from primordial crystals to Hextech artificial crystals, but this instrument is much more advanced than the instruments used in the secret factory of the Ferris family, and can be used for more subtle and precise energy crystal experiments. Syndra was stunned and stood there. She knew every word, but she couldn't understand them when they were connected together. Teacher, I don't quite understand. It's normal that you don't understand. The teacher will explain it to you slowly. The two stayed in the basement and forgot to eat lunch. When they finished checking the instruments and connecting the pipes, it was already dark. The old housekeeper Smedley, who was waiting alone in the hall, did not show any impatience. In the absence of maids and servants, she respectfully served the ordinary dinner prepared by the chef to the two. Sindra, who had been hungry for a long time, suddenly found that, when she was hungry, no matter what she ate, she would feel it was extremely delicious. I'm not a princess, but just an ordinary farm girl. Sure enough, this kind of life is the most suitable for me. If I continue to work hard, the teacher will definitely like me more and more, right? Secretly observing Lester, who was eating elegantly, Cinderella lowered her head, and her heart became more motivated and confident. Odeon Canyon, also known as Crystal Trace Canyon, is located in a natural canyon fish north of the Great Say Desert. The crystal mining team of the Phyllis family and the Emerald Territory garrison are located at the edge of the canyon. With the relationship between the Emerald Territory and the Narxan Empire, even if the Shurima warlords covet the value of the worthless colored stones in the canyon, they will not foolishly send troops to extort. The reason is simple. The Emerald Territory has already reached an occupation agreement with the largest warlord in the Great Say Desert. Instead of sending troops to interfere, the big warlord will take the initiative to help the Emerald Territory and the Phyllis family's mining team fight against the invaders. Just give up the barren canyon area to get thousands of Imperial gold coins every year. No warlord will refuse such a profitable deal. In this case, the small warlords will take the initiative to let their bandits and robbers bypass the sphere of influence of the Odeon Canyon to avoid friction and misunderstanding and bring about a catastrophe. Neither the big warlords nor the Narxan Empire are existences that they can provoke. In this respect, the Shurima warlords can be regarded as reaping the dividends of the times and getting the opportunity to get gold coins for free. However, this is not a good thing for the Shell people, who are treated as inorganic mining sticks by humans, because in the face of the times, they are dividends. It has been 1,000 years since the Shell people fell into a collective sleep. The sole inheritance of the Shell people has not been restored, but has been severely damaged by uninvited guests. The humans who once took the initiative to worship the canyon brought mechanical digging tools that would make a dong 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 noise to mine and destroy the rock mass of the canyon. Once the pink and purple crystal ore clusters are excavated, they will not hesitate to use machines to chisel the hardest shell of the ore cluster and take out the core of the ore cluster. The Shell people who have lost their soul crystals are more and more difficult to wake up in a weaker situation. In this situation, a scorpion-shaped shell human crystal life opened its eyes and made a crying sound in the great wool core of the soul crystal. Chapter 635 The Wrath of the Crystal Vanguard. Calling again and again, the anxious shellman did not receive any response, and the few weak fluctuations of consciousness soon returned to calm. Everything seemed to be dead. The once flawless ancient wool was now broken into countless fragments like a broken mirror. Most of the fragments were still buried deep underground, and a few fragments were located in the farther east, emitting intermittent soul cries. My companions, my people, wake up, danger is coming. The feedback from the depths of the soul connection was eternal silence. The shellman was silent for a few seconds, and sang the crystal song in the soul connection. This time, the shellman finally got a weak response. Skarna, save us. Along with the response, Skarna saw how the first awakened people were killed by human steel and gunpowder, and then heard the extremely weak voice of the Great Will. Skarna, you should be the pioneer. Call more shellmen. Save the people. Finally, there was a goal in mind. When the crystal song came to an end, the shellman named Skarna wielded his sharp crystal pliers and a quartz scorpion tail as hard as diamond to dig the soil upwards. In his all-out advancement, Skarna finally left the dark underground and came to the surface world, colliding with the Phyllis crystal mining team that was placing explosives. The mining team members who witnessed all this widened their eyes. They had never seen such a tall and ferocious crystal life. It's a living crystal life. The mining team retreated in an orderly manner, the blasters prepared explosives, and the guards fired freely. Free fire. The captain of the guard team wearing a dust mask gave the attack order without hesitation. More than 20 guard members holding muskets and revolvers pulled the trigger, firing crackling bullets, shattering Skarna's outermost lavender crystal shell. "You are the ones who killed my people." The angry crystal scorpion used crystal energy to form a dark blue crystal shield and rushed to the guards with a shield to carry the attack of the musket. The crystal scorpion tail pierced down like a tight bowstring, piercing through the light leather armor of the guards like piercing through paper. The guards whose bodies were pierced died instantly, and the muskets with residual heat from the barrel fell to the ground. However, Skarna kept swinging his scorpion tail and throwing the bodies at other guards, knocking down several soldiers. With hatred for humans, Skarna quickly rushed towards the panicked guards. The purple crystal pincers easily crushed heads and cut limbs, and those who touched them died, and those who touched them were injured. Under Skarna's crazy attack, the guards suffered heavy casualties, and the casualties quickly exceeded half, and they were unable to resist the Shell People's attack at all costs. "Connie, what the hell are you still standing there for?" Seeing that the big scorpion was about to run over and blow off his head, the captain of the guard team cursed the blaster behind him without turning his head. "I didn't see you being so sissy when I invited you to dinner," the soldier named Connie shouted after setting up the circular explosive area. "Boss, I'm ready. Everyone, retreat quickly." With a happy face, the captain of the guard team picked up his musket and ran back without hesitation. Seeing this, the other members also deliberately retreated to Connie's side. "If I can't handle those explosives, I'm going to die here. Connie, I leave it to you. I'm going to detonate." Under the captain's abuse, Connie didn't bother to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead and detonated the large yield explosives at the moment when the crystal scorpion just broke into the blasting area. Boom. The whole canyon shook for several seconds, and countless rubble and dust filled the air. Several stone walls above the canyon collapsed in the shaking, almost sending away the miners hiding under the stone walls. The remaining dozen or so guards looked in the direction of the crystal life with lingering fear, expecting that the monster just now had turned into a pile of broken crystals like its former companions. However, the reality was extremely cruel. In the smoke that had not dissipated, there were hisses and roars of unknown meaning. "You are all going to die." With heavy footsteps, the crystal scorpion, which had turned into dark blue crystal, rushed out of the smoke. Most of its shell was shattered, but it did not seem to have suffered fatal injuries, but became even more angry. It's opening its mouth. Look. It's about to release magic. Run. Run. Retreat. Retreat. The warnings could not change the reality of complete defeat. The crystal scorpion, which had been accumulating energy for a long time, opened its mouth and spit out arrow-shaped energy pulses. The energy pulses instantly killed several people along a straight line. The humans hit were directly turned into pieces of meat on the ground and finally hit the stone wall of the canyon, creating a big pit. No one could survive such an attack. Seeing that things were out of control, the captain of the escort team ran away without hesitation. As for which unlucky people would die at the hands of the crystal scorpion, it all depended on their luck. He came here to make money, not to die. The mining accident report of Odeon Canyon appeared on Mal's desk a week later, which made the head of the Phyllis family very angry. Not to mention the casualties of 78 people. Since the crystal scorpion came out of the ground, the mining team of the Phyllis family has not returned to Odeon Canyon and has been in a state of suspension. After the reinforcement of the escort team were equipped with heavy infantry artillery, they launched several counterattacks, but were all repelled by the crystal scorpion. Instead, the private army of the Phyllis family suffered heavy casualties, morale plummeted, and they developed a fear of crystal monsters. In this case, the mining team of the Phyllis family was the best reason to get paid leave. The most important thing is that the Shell people this time are completely different from the previously revived stupid Shell people. This crystal scorpion is ferocious and intelligent. Under the attack of heavy artillery, it chooses to hide underground and wait until night to attack from underground, beating the escort team without any temper. Many people in the family power want Mal's to seek support from the Emerald Territory, but if Mal's really wants to do so, he will not drag things out for so long. In the most important original crystal mining agreement, the Phyllis family did not play a big role. Whether it is crystal technology development or the protection of the crystal factory, it is the Emerald Territory that is responsible. The Phyllis family is only responsible for the trade channels and mineral mining of the Twin Cities. If the Emerald Territory cannot even maintain the mine and has to do it personally, what is the meaning of the Phyllis family's existence? A bunch of useless trash. How can I explain this to Lord Lester? Trash. Yolanda came to her husband with a worried look on her face and whispered, "How about we let Lloyd hire Ants mercenaries? I heard that Ants mercenaries have a team equipped with magic equipment. Maybe they can defeat the Crystal Scorpion." Mal's turned his head, and his red eyes gradually calmed down after seeing the face of his wife. The man pinched his eyebrows and seriously considered his wife's suggestion. Lloyd Firoz is his younger brother. As the chief spy of the Firoz family, Lloyd had the honor of systematically learning the combat skills of the Nightblade at the Nightblade training base in the Emerald Territory. He is a first-class master in both lurking and disguise. Lloyd is the top assassin and killer among the Firoz family spies. He has assassinated countless hostile forces who want to attack members of the Firoz family. He is also the patron saint of the Blue Smoked Manor and the Firoz family in the shadows. Lloyd was secretly in charge of the security of Lester's villa. If Lloyd hadn't been Lester's biggest fan, Maltz would have been worried that his brother would be rude to Lester and would have brought Lloyd to meet Lester. Ant's gang of bandits hiding in the Great Desert has done a lot of things to betray their employers. Even among the notorious Shurima bandits, he is the worst and most stubborn one. He often takes the money but doesn't work, and instead kills all the messengers sent by the employer. Not to mention whether they really have a group of warriors equipped with magic equipment. With Lloyd's ability, it shouldn't be difficult to persuade and suppress that group of bandits, right? If Ants is just lying, we can think of other ways. Maltz sighed. He just didn't think highly of Ants, but he still had confidence in his brother. Letting those grave-robbing bastards try to deal with the Shell people is also a solution. I can only feel at ease if Lloyd does this. However, Lloyd is also responsible for the crystal trade business of the Blue Smoke Manor and the Phyllis family. I'm still not at ease if other spies take over. Mars, it is a good thing to plan ahead, but it is difficult to accomplish anything if you worry too much. With the influence of our Phyllis family in the upper city, we don't have to be afraid of anyone at all. We just need to reduce the number of times we go out during the time when Lloyd is away. What's more, Lord Lester and his favorite student live in the west of the manor. If you really encounter trouble, I think Lord Lester should not mind helping you, based on your previous performance. Yolanda, you are right. We can't be so timid. After finally making a decision, Malz hugged his wife tenderly. His wife Yolanda can be said to be the other half he has always dreamed of. She is gentle, intellectual, full of wisdom and empathy. She is the most perfect wife. The only problem is that Yolanda was injured in a despicable business assassination and cannot have children. Otherwise, he would not have found a second wife. After all, the Firoz family must be controlled by their own bloodline and cannot be handed over to others. Yolanda, if I pray to Lord Lester, can Lord Lester find a way to help you heal your body? Yolanda shook her head and said softly to her husband, who looked distressed, "Even if Lord Lester has a way to heal my body, it is a huge favor that the Firoz family cannot repay. What's more, if my body is healed and I get pregnant with your bloodline, how will Sister Vicky, who is already pregnant for a month, deal with it?" These words made Malz calm down again. This is indeed a very serious problem. If you are not careful, it will cause chaos in the family. It must be taken seriously. But if it is like this, it will be hard for Yolanda herself. This woman always bears the suffering alone and refuses to speak out, no matter how difficult or painful it is. Seeing her husband's hesitation and pity, Yolanda comforted him in return. The Phyllis family is a great family. Every great family must know how to sacrifice for their family. This is the most important motto of the Phyllis family. For my family, I will sacrifice voluntarily. That's right. If the Phyllis family can continue stably, all this will be worth it. Seeing Yolanda's relieved look, Malz felt very uncomfortable. Recalling their meeting and acquaintance, the head of the Phyllis family still made an important decision. I understand. Thank you, Yolanda. Knowing that her husband was relieved, Yolanda smiled. Okay, I won't bother you for the rest of the time. When you are done, remember to take a closer look at Sister Vicky. She is also your wife and is pregnant. She needs your company. Watching Yolanda leave, Mal sighed and ordered the spy to find his younger brother Lodyard. After a while, the tall and cool man jumped into the room from the window and appeared in the shadows, perfectly inheriting the preferences of the Nightblade. Master Mals, what do you want me to do? Put aside what you are doing. I need you to go to the Great Desert to do something. The taciturn Lloyd just listened quietly, kept his brother's instructions in mind, and then left. Sitting on the luxurious leather bench, Mal stroked the emerald ring, feeling a little distressed. Will Lord Lester mind if I use some tricks? Yolanda and Miss Syndra have a good relationship. Maybe I can use Miss Syndra to get Lord Lester to take action. But in that case, Lord Lester will definitely see what is going on. Will he be disgusted by such euphemisms? After thinking about it, Mal still couldn't figure out anything useful. The two were not on the same level. It was a bit presumptuous to try to figure out the ideas of a legendary figure. Tortured by frustration, Mals could only choose to give up his fantasy. I have to cure Yolanda's illness no matter what. I owe it to her. She has already given so much to this family. I can't let Yolanda be so sad. She is also qualified to be a mother. Hey, why think so much? I might as well ask Miss Syndra directly and honestly. Don't be so clever and ask Miss Syndra to help me to plead for her. Whether it succeeds or not, at least I will appear to be above board. With a plan in mind, Mals began to make the next plan. There are still more than 3 months before the Evolution Day. It's a good opportunity to host a banquet for Lord Lester and Miss Syndra on the Evolution Day. There will always be a chance by then. Chapter 636 God of Magic. When I was in school, I always felt that the days passed quickly. Whether it was the magic class in the morning or the magic crystal craft practice class in the afternoon, it took a lot of time and energy, but Syndra was happy to do it, because it was precious time for her to be alone with her teacher. The only problem was that these knowledge did not become easier because of hard study. Instead, the more she learned, the more questions she had. The vast sea of magic and magic crafts made Syndra feel like an idiot who knew nothing. If it weren't for a great teacher who knew everything, she would never understand how far she could go. Rune magic originated from the Halia civilization of Floating Light Island. It is a great method of using magic created by the mages and wise men of Halia civilization through studying and simplifying the world runes. The foundation of rune magic is these simplest elemental symbols. Each symbol can play a small and unique role, such as energy storage array nodes, energy gathering array nodes, guiding array nodes, and releasing array nodes. If it is magnified countless times, it is just composed of these plain symbols. A single symbol may not play a significant role, but once multiple elemental symbols are connected with an elemental network, a fully functional elemental array with fixed characteristics can be constructed. The elemental array can transform the 4 basic element into the power attributes and power forms you want. When you learn advanced rune magic knowledge, you can also independently construct a dark elemental rune array, which is definitely not weaker than the arcane magic power you have now. Although it has not been completely eliminated, the emergence of rune magic has indeed greatly leveled the gap brought by personal talent. As long as you have a very small magic talent, you can obtain power that is no less than that of an arcane mage through acquired efforts, allowing mortals to have the power to kill gods. It is worth noting that rune magic is completely different from the arcane magic that I taught you at the beginning. First, arcane magic relies more on personal magic talent. Take yourself as an example. You have a strong talent for dark element magic. You don't need any magic knowledge reserves. You only need to communicate and guide the dark element through meditation. Those elements will spontaneously be used by you and become the source of your power. Rune magic requires sufficient theoretical knowledge to guide and use magic element. The entry threshold is much higher than that of arcane magic, but the growth potential is not small. Second, arcane magic's use of element is slightly rougher than rune magic, and the results cannot be perfectly replicated. In actual combat, the early arcane magic mage will be stronger than the rune magic mage, but in the later stage, the rune magic mage is definitely better than the arcane magic mage, unless the arcane mage has an extraordinary talent and can crush all enemies through talent. Unfortunately, such talents are very rare. I have only seen 2 such people in more than 900 years of walking in Runeland. If you use arcane magic to launch the same spell attack, You may get many different results in multiple attempts. The results are uncertain. But if you use rune magic to construct a magic circle, even if you do it 100 times or 1,000 times, the rune magic circle will only get the same result. For a mage, such a certain result is enough to gain a key advantage in actual combat. Any out of control or uncertain situation is what every mage must try to avoid. Remember this. Third, compared with rune magic, arcane magic has a single function and a single element that can be used. Most of the time, arcane magic can only use a pile of magic element to attack and defend. Under the suppression of strong elemental talents, it is impossible to develop other elemental talents. But rune magic can be used in all aspects of life, such as using fire element to make fire and boil water, using water element to cleanse the body or relieve blood stasis, or combining multiple element to achieve combat or non-combat goals. It is very practical. Next, I will explain the general magic symbols. Sitting next to Syndra, Lester was writing and drawing with a pen in his notebook, while Syndra was staring at the knowledge points in the notebook, asking questions from time to time, waiting for Lester's patient answers, and they looked very good together. The two did not avoid the old housekeeper Smedley in their daily teaching, because Lester dismissed all the maids, and the old housekeeper with white hair and beard and dignified appearance had to go into battle in person, waiting at any time for orders. Except for not seeing the various top secret instruments in the basement, the old housekeeper almost completely understood the daily life details of the two guests that were deliberately made public, naturally including the magic teaching work. From the initial shock, Smedley has transitioned to a calm state. No matter how knowledgeable the man named Lester is, Smedley will not express it on her face, but show her inner respect in all aspects. She finally understood why the head of the family, who regarded self-respect as life, would kneel down in front of the man in front of him and put down his dignity. If we have to describe Lester in one sentence, it is that he is a magic god walking in the mortal world. It is not only because of the oppression brought by the giant Emerald territory, but this man himself is enough to give people endless shock and fear. Like other people in Piltover, Smedley, who grew up in the upper city, trusts science and hates any gods and magic that are high above. Now she is willing to admit the uniqueness of Lester, and even becomes an excellent theoretical mage in passive listening. When Smedley discovered her change, Smedley suddenly realized that it was not that she hated magic and liked science, but that she hated things that could not be witnessed, obtained, and used. No matter how much people like science, they will not really give up the ability to rub fireballs with their hands. The reason why people in Piltover despise magic is precisely because of the unique arrogance of Piltover people. They can't get it, so they hate it. After figuring this out, Smedley found that the world in front of her seemed to be larger than she imagined. Unconsciously, the temperament of the old butler became more introverted and gentle, like water on the edge of an abyss. While Smedley was counting the time, Lester in the garden pavilion looked at the position of the sun and handed the notebook with scribblings to his beloved apprentice. Okay, this period of magic learning ends here. The important contents are all in the notebook. Remember to review them more often. The next month is the vacation I give you. Take a good rest and go out to play with others. If you only study and don't play, smart children will become stupid. I don't want my best student to become a stupid girl. Holding the thick notebook carefully with both hands, Syndra, who was wearing a lavender floral dress, asked carefully, "Teacher, can you go shopping with me this afternoon?" Shaking his head, Lester stood up and winked at Smedley. When the old housekeeper went to arrange lunch, he looked at Syndra softly. During this period, the teacher still has important things to do. Let's wait for the evolution day. Then the teacher will take you to visit Piltover and Zorn. Aren't you interested in the crystal industry of the Ferris family and the alchemy factory in Zorn? Let's go on a field trip. The evolution day is just 1 month away. Syndra knows that this promise is not far away. With a little more smile on her face, Syndra nodded expectantly, but heard Lester continue. I almost forgot that the head of the Mal's family will hold a family dinner on the evolution day. We are invited guests and cannot lose etiquette. There is still time to find Aunt Dorothea to customize a new evening dress during this holiday. Dorothea is the private senior tailor of the Ferris family. She has a professional textile team under her, specializing in making clothes for members of the Ferris family. According to the customs of the Ferris family, evening dresses can only be used once, which means that the evening dresses used before cannot be taken out and worn again. What about the teacher's evening dress? Lester smiled, scratching Syndra's delicate nose. Of course I will take care of my evening dress myself. You just need to dress yourself up beautifully so that you can please a teacher. Well, it's almost time. Let's go have lunch together. The teacher will leave in the afternoon. You can help the teacher take care of the belongings here and don't let the thieves take away our treasures. Syndra was determined to dress herself up and become more feminine during the holidays. She nodded vigorously. If she remembered correctly, Aunt Dorothea also knew how to do her makeup. Freljord, 100 miles east of the Frostgerd Fortress, there is a mountain barrier that stretches for thousands of miles, connected to the northern shore of the Sea of Ice and the Frostfall Mountains, which guards the fortress. The snow-capped peaks block the cold wind that freezes everything in the far north, like a piece of beautiful cold jade embellishing the earth. The Freljord people call it the Frost Jade Mountains. According to ancient rumors, the Freljord Ice Phoenix once lived on this ice peak, bringing rain, snow, wind, and frost to the land of Freljord. Just as the snow was flying all over the sky and the dark clouds and cold moon were gloomy, a man carrying an exaggerated sword jumped out of the suddenly emerging portal with the Yodel Witch and her magic cat, and went directly into the cave where the Frost Bear hibernated. The sudden appearance of the two people and the brilliance of magic made the male Frost Bear with beautiful silver white fur open his eyes wide and stood up on his feet at a loss. The man was none other than Lester, who took the help of the Bandle City Witch Transfer Station to go directly through the portal. It is not impossible to cross the Valoran continent to reach the Frostgerd Fortress in a month. As long as you ride Zyre and let Zyre cast wind magic, you can do it in a week, but it is still not as good as the Yodel Witch. Even in the warm bear cave, the temperature is still far below freezing. Yumi, who was climbing on Nora's shoulder, shivered and curled up, shrinking directly into her master's witch hat, and her previous lively image was gone. Little Lenny, do you really not need my help? Nora, holding the door grimoire, adjusted her witch hat and asked again. I have seen the Frost Witch Lysandra from afar. She is a very scary elemental mage. If I go with her and cannot defeat her, we can just use the grimoire to escape. Lester smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, I'm not here to fight with Lysandra this time. I just want to discuss with her to release someone. There will be no danger. Nora, don't you just need some potion materials grown in the Frost Jade Mountains? You can wait for me here after you collect the medicine. I will be back soon. Knowing that Lester did not want to get herself involved in danger, Nora nodded even though she was a little worried. Okay, then little Lenny, you have to be careful. Roar. The Frost Bear, who had been ignored for a long time, tentatively growled and wanted to escape, but just met the man's gentle gaze. His feet were like lead and could no longer move a step. I just need a mount to go down the mountain. Little bear, are you willing to give me a ride? Feeling insulted by the man, the adult Frost Bear roared again, but his body retreated involuntarily. At this moment, it felt a fatal threat. Little guy, you can understand what I say, right? The Frost Bear was stunned, then shook his head quickly. Nora, who witnessed this scene, covered her face and couldn't bear to look directly. The man's smile became more and more gentle. Be obedient. Just take me down this mountain. As long as you are obedient, I won't hurt you. Looking at the man getting closer and closer, the Frost Bear, who had no way to retreat, roared, raised his paw and slapped it with all his strength, but was caught by the man. The terrified Frost Bear wanted to break free from the man's restraints, but found that his right palm did not move at all. It seems that the little bear is not very obedient. Lester held the paw with his left hand, took a step forward, and lightly punched the upright bear in the abdomen. There was silence for a moment. Woo woo woo. The Frost Bear felt a nauseous feeling in his abdomen, and the corners of his eyes suddenly became wet. He covered his stomach with his other paw, and begged for mercy. Nora felt sorry for the crying little bear. Ask again, are you going to be obedient or not? Woo woo woo. When the pain eased a little, the Frost Bear lowered his head and crawled on the ground to show his submission. Little Lenny, do you need me to let you use healing magic to heal it? The kind-hearted Yodel witch took the initiative to ask. Lester glanced at the pitiful and tearful Frost Bear and nodded. That's troublesome. Yumi, come out and help heal it. Meow, it's so cold outside, I don't want to go out. Then I'll cancel the insulation magic in the hat. Meow, how can you do this? Meow. Bad master. Yumi finally got out of the witch's hat and shivered as she cast a recovery magic for the Frost Bear with abdominal pain. After the healed Frost Bear happily recognized its position and rolled over to the ground to expose its belly, Lester patted the bear's head and signaled the big bear to stand up. Then he sat directly astride the Frost Bear's neck. Get off the mountain. Roar. The enslaved Frost Bear looked back at the kitten who healed him and waved his paw humanely to say goodbye. I haven't touched the keyboard for 3 days. I went to the supermarket to buy some vegetables and got infected. I have a fever until now. The worst thing is that all the medicines in the pharmacy are sold out. I can't even buy the most common cold capsules. I can only cover myself with a quilt and sweat to resist. Now my body is in terrible pain. My brain is still competing for territory with Murphite's new brain, but the manuscripts in the computer have been sent out. I can only work hard from now on. If I unfortunately stop updating this month, it will be mostly G. Don't Q. Doge. In short, everyone should try to reduce the number of times they go out to delay the infection time. Chapter 637. A difficult decision. At the Frostgird Fortress, the clan warriors who were patrolling on the ice field stopped, looked at each other in doubt, and surrounded them with their weapons tightly clenched. Foreigners, put down your weapons. Explain your intentions. Roar. Before the surrounded man could say anything, the giant Frost Bear under the man's seat had already waved its paws impatiently, roaring at the 5 people without showing any weakness. Little guy, be patient. The man patted the bear's head, and the obedient Frost Bear instantly calmed down and lay on the ground motionless. This scene amazed several warriors of the Frostgird clan. They have seen many druids or bear shamans who can control ferocious beasts, but those people did it through obscure animal language or blessing magic. It is extremely rare for humans to tame ferocious beasts simply with language and behavior. The man jumped off the bear calmly, holding the heavy metal scabbard behind him, and smashed it on the ground with one hand. The hard blue ice rock cracked like tofu, supporting the strange-shaped big sword to stand firmly on the ground. The Frost Bear shuddered obviously, and the 5 clan warriors present also felt a little cold in their hearts. Now no one dared to doubt whether this exaggerated big sword was real. My name is Lester. I come from the Emerald Territory of the Southern Continent. I'm a special envoy of the Narxan Empire. I have important matters to discuss, so I come to visit the master of the Frostgird clan, the Frost Witch. If it is convenient, please introduce me to her. How can I believe that you are telling the truth? Why is the special envoy of the Narxan Empire riding a frost giant bear? The leading clan warrior showed a look of disbelief. I caught this bear on the road. I thought it was useful, so I rode it for 2 days. It seems to have nothing to do with my identity, right? Frail-jawed warrior, you just need to lead the way for me, and I will prove my identity in front of the Frost Witch. After carefully looking at the southerner, the clan warrior pointed to the giant sword that fell to the ground. I can take you to see the Ice Queen, but you have to hand over your weapons. Of course, provided you can lift them. Lester's face was a little more contemptuous. If he kept giving in, these frail-jawed barbarians would only think that they were easy to bully. If he wanted to gain the upper hand, he needed to suppress these clan warriors at all times. The despised clan warrior was full of anger, but did not speak. He handed the spear in his hand to his companion, rubbed his hands, walked forward, and held the hilt tightly. Ah. The sturdy man with a body of nearly 2 meters was exposed with bulging muscles and veins. In just a few seconds, the man's face was completely red. Under the gaze of the other 4 companions, the great sword only slightly rose a few centimeters from the crack, and then sank down when the man lost his strength and was embedded in the crack again. The clan warrior, who seemed to be exhausted, sat on the ground in a mess, panting, with an unbelievable look. Why is this weapon so heavy? Lester smiled and looked at the others. Don't look at me like that. You can try it too. You can come together. The clan warriors no longer cared and dropped their weapons to draw their swords. Lester shook his head secretly. Soldiers would never drop their weapons when the situation was unclear. After all, Lysandra was just the inheritor of the power of an ancient clan. She could fight, but she was not good at commanding the army and managing the territory. When the others gave up completely, Lester picked up the god-killing blade casually. He looked effortless. He understood the gap like a natural chasm. The clan warriors had to give up the idea of competing with each other, which saved Lester a lot of effort. For the rest of the journey, it was not so much that the Frostgird clan warriors were escorting them, but rather that they were trying to prevent other members of the clan from being stabbed to death. Lester had a smooth journey and soon arrived at the Frostgird fortress, which was as good as the Immortal Fortress and the Fiddlerite City in terms of military defense performance, before the sun completely set. Looking up at the frozen mausoleum that reached the sky, Lester squinted his eyes. He suddenly thought of a woman who left a deep impression on him. He wanted to recall the woman's appearance, but he could only vaguely remember that she smiled sweetly and cutely, but suddenly became very old and ugly, and finally turned into moonlight and human-like gold coins on the beach. In the passage of time, he finally lost some of his most precious things. The man suddenly stopped and looked at the somewhat uneasy Frostgird warrior. A long time ago, a little iceborn witch named Grace brought me here. She is a member of your Watchers gathering, and the Frost Witch has personally rewarded her. Don't be so afraid of me, I really don't mean any harm. I just want to ask, have you heard of her? Instinctively feeling that the unhappy man in front of him would chop him at any time, the clan warrior took a step back and chose to tell the truth. Only the Ice Queen knows the situation of the Watchers gathering. We don't have ice blood, so we are not qualified to know the life experience of the Iceborn warlock. Is that so? It's okay, let's keep going. For the rest of the journey, several people quickened their pace, wishing they could run. Quickly handing the man over to the Iceborn warlock who was guarding the Eternal Ice Palace. While the Iceborn warlock who delivered the message left, the clan warriors and other warriors turned around and left without saying a word, leaving the Iceborn who was about to read out the Frost Witch's reward after returning stunned. No need to look. They are afraid of my anger. Leaving is the best choice, because I don't know what I will do next. Lester smiled slightly and walked forward, as if he was in an empty space. He finally broke free from the sudden sense of oppression from the man. When he was about to attack the Ice Warlock, he heard the cold voice of the Frost Witch. Let him in. The door of the Eternal Ice Palace slowly opened. Lester stepped through the main door. The true ice gate behind him quickly closed again. There were only 2 people in the entire Ice Palace. The man looked up at the Frost Witch sitting on the throne. He walked over the steps without changing his expression and came to Lysandra. He stroked the woman's ice mask with his right hand, stopped his fingers at the chin and pinched it, and gently took off the mask, revealing a cold face with beautiful features. The woman looked at the man who flirted with her indifferently, and her voice was as cold as a piece of ice. After so many years, I didn't expect you to dare to come back. You clearly know how important Jax and his eternal flame are, but you still hold Jax hostage and refuse to let him go. Isn't it just to make me come back on my own initiative? My slutty queen? Lester sneered, and when Lysandra sneered, he pulled out the tool blade behind him and stuck it straight into the ground. Artrex, the tool man and the tool mandate, can help him fight at any time. In return, he naturally lets Artrex play with his body. Such a deal is not a loss for Lester. Anyway, the initiative of his body can be taken back at any time, and it's better to use it if there is free training. From the beginning, it was you who owed me, not me. Lysandra, you have to figure this out before making a choice, otherwise, let's see who has more say now. Facing the aggressive Lester, Lysandra dispersed the black ice magic on her legs and slowly raised her right leg, which was no less than the top leg model. Although he was unwilling, Lester had to admit that this pair of beautiful legs successfully made him lose consciousness for 5 milliseconds, but that was only 5 millimeters due to the body's instinct, which would not affect the battle at all. So, you came to me not for me, but for that foul-mouthed void monster? In your opinion, that guy's more attractive than me? First of all, Jax is not a void monster. His heart is clearer and more transparent than most people in this world. He is a lonely hero like Riz. Secondly, in my opinion, you are really not as attractive to me as Jax. I would rather look at Jax's 8 eyes than see your cold and stinky face in front of me. What a ruthless man. To Lester's surprise, Lysandra, who was insulted by him, smiled faintly. Just take what you said as the truth, but it's not that easy for me to let Jax go. Lester sighed, holding the hilt of the sword, ready to draw the sword. It seems that there is no room for negotiation. Lysandra suddenly stood up and drew an itchy circle on Lester's chest with her slender jade fingers. Just let me feel your warmth, just a little bit. It shouldn't be a difficult thing. As long as you satisfy me, I will let Jax go and return his lamppost. How about that? Artrix, who was laughing in the blade of the Godslayer and preparing to take over the body and play with it wantonly, froze in his voice and had a bad premonition. Sure enough, in less than a second, he could no longer feel the existence of the high-quality container. Knowing that he was put back into the sheath, the toolman couldn't help but curse. Lester, you lustful fool. You were actually disturbed by such a strategy of luring the enemy. Naturally, Artrix's voice could not be heard. Lester, who probably understood Lysandra's current state, pushed away Lysandra's cold little hand. Let Jax go and show me your sincerity. I will try to build a little trust in you. Trust that you can still be my ally instead of my enemy, and we can talk about the rest later. After taking a deep look at Lester, Lysandra took out a magic crystal ball from her magic storage bag, and in front of Lester, she gave the order to release Jax to the Iceborne warlock who was guarding the ice prison. Then the scene changed, and Lester saw Jax bound to the ice wall by true ice shackles. From the picture in the crystal ball, Jax didn't seem to be in a very good mood, and he cursed at the warlock as soon as he saw him. You orphans who were born by a father, but not raised by a father still know how to come to visit your wild father? Your wild father never gave birth to you bastards, and you are only worthy of hiding in this godforsaken place, to eat troll fesses and icicles. Lester looked at Lysandra. What has happened to my friend? No one has talked to him for a long time. Maybe he has gone crazy. Who told you to come so late? It seems that he is not that important to you as a friend. Humph. Lysandra smiled faintly, put the crystal ball close to her face, and leaned towards Lester. Lester, who had already sensed something was wrong, snatched the crystal ball and put it in his clothes. Jax only saw the blurry face that followed, and when he couldn't recognize the person, he started to curse again, pointing the finger at Lysandra and her lover. Why shouldn't old friends say hello when they meet? Lysandra, who sat back on the throne, shook her head with regret, looking at Lester with a smile, so that Lester couldn't figure out Lysandra's true thoughts. This old woman who has lived for thousands of years is quite difficult to deal with. It is impossible to control her through ordinary means. She is at a very high level. In this case, conventional methods cannot be used. If there is no way to deal with a piece of solid ice, melting the ice into water is the best solution. Knowing that the crystal ball was still communicating, Lester simply took off his coat, wrapped the crystal ball, and sat on Lysandra's legs. The unexpected close contact made the frost witch's body tremble. Feeling the breath of life on the man, Lysandra, who was covering her mouth, almost cried out with pleasure. Knowing that his idea was right, the silent man silently retaliated against the frost witch. The magic crystal ball was always on as if it had been forgotten. However, Lysandra would rather cover her mouth and groan than turn it off, which made Lester more interested. The absurd little drama continued until the ice warlock who escorted Jax came to the outside of the ice palace, waiting for Lysandra's summons. Both of them were good at restraining their desires. When Lysandra put her hand against Lester, Lester also stood up and let go of the ice bag at his mouth. They each silently rearranged their clothes. Lysandra even put on her mask again and wrapped her exposed legs with black ice again. After calming down, Lester was a little entangled in his situation. It was obvious that Lysandra was infected by Alina's life energy. After hundreds of years of fermentation, she could no longer resist his breath. This symptom was probably the same as Leblanc's. It was considered an incurable charm poison. As long as the operation was done properly, the possibility of Lysandra's escape was very small. It was a coincidence that the shell of the ice girl turned into water during the passive imprisonment. Allying with Lysandra would definitely have more advantages than disadvantages. The queen of the Frostgird clan who controlled half of Freljord was no joke. At that time, she could also get rare true ice to enhance the power of the Emerald Territory. It could be said that she was 3,000 years older than Lysandra. Jax was equally important. If Jax knew that he was going to join forces with Lysandra instead of beating this old woman to death, according to Jax's straightforward personality, breaking off relations would be inevitable. The worst outcome would even make them enemies, which was definitely not the result he wanted to see. However, the harm that Lysandra brought to Jax was real. If you put yourself in his shoes, if there was a guy full of lies and conspiracies who locked you up in a dungeon when you were conscious for nearly 1,000 years, I'm afraid he would have to hunt you down to the ends of the earth and perish together. How dare you say that? Thanks to you, of course I can't meet Jax. Lysandra stood up from the wet ice throne and pointed at herself. Hide here. What do you mean? Listen to me, or meet up with your old friend and reminisce about the past. Lester was stunned. He seemed to be controlled again after just regaining some of the initiative that belonged to a man. Hard times. Chapter 638. Let Leoji vent his anger. We are all family. Forget it. Jax glared at the northerner who pushed him into the palace. His 8 eyes swung around like separate dome cameras, wishing he could pop out a few eyeballs and shoot the warlocks to death. However, the ice prison warlocks who had seen the ugly appearance of monsters were not afraid of Jax. They just closed the door of the ice palace indifferently. The order they received was to take Jax to the palace to see the witch, nothing more. After spitting on the ground, Jax turned his head to look at the throne. There was no one there, but there was a tall black icicle standing under the throne. It was unclear what was in the icicle. It was probably a new carving. After all, no one liked these damn ice corners more than Lysandra. Wait, it seems that his best friend Lester also likes them? If he remembered correctly, there were no such long and thick black icicles in the palace when he first met the old liar. He wanted to scold the despicable old woman, but found that the old woman was not here at all. Thinking of this, Jax's face darkened. I was brought here, but where is she? Did this old liar call me here to humiliate me? She really thinks she has no temper, right? Old ice lady, what do you mean? Imprisoning me for so many years is not enough. You still want to play me like a monkey, right? Come out if you have the guts. Fight me for 300 rounds. If I don't knock your ice head and roast it over the fire, I won't believe Jax. Jax's angry voice reached the black ice, but he didn't know that his best friend Lester, whose body was shaking again and again, was hugging his mortal enemy Lysandra proudly, as comfortable as returning home. In Lester's view, the woman in his arms was a human-shaped soft ice jade, which felt very good, and the black ice wrapped around him was even more active and intimate. He was an ice elemental affinity. The key point was that Lysandra really didn't have the temperature of a living person at all. She was colder than a dead person, and ordinary people would probably freeze into purple if they touched her. Obviously, Lysandra's ice bloodline power had been developed to the extreme, and she was truly like ice. Of course, what surprised him the most was that he finally understood why Lysandra was different this time, and in the previous meeting, she was in the form of the game where she was protected by black ice, and her feet were not touching the ground. Because under the black ice, Lysandra had nothing. Yes, as the name implies, Lysandra had nothing except him, and of course he had nothing, thanks to the black ice. The domineering black ice would destroy all matter except the flesh. So this old woman had been running barefoot. Then is opening the big game equivalent to doing a human ice show in broad daylight. It's really exciting. I just don't know if I can wrap myself in black ice and move together, or if I sit on the throne and Lysandra sits on the throne, only showing her face to scold the Frostgird clan, and I play the role of the Ice Queen Blackhand. Wait, now doesn't seem to be the time to think about this. Damn, how can I pull this flag? After adjusting his body calmly to avoid bumping into Lysandra, Lester secretly sighed that Lysandra was indeed a first-class beauty who made him lose control of himself. After holding his breath for a while, Lester squatted down and lowered his head, letting the inclusive coolness of true ice purify his messy mind, and also made Lysandra, who felt the warmth of life and the vitality of black ice, clamp her legs together involuntarily, almost breaking the spell directly and teaching the young Jax a lesson on what it means to steal a home. not knowing that he almost became Jax's second mortal enemy. Lester, who knew nothing about the danger, whispered. He doesn't trust Jax. He trusts Essie. Essie Jax's Essie. I know. Lysandra, who finally calmed down, was also surprised by Lester's affinity with the domineering Black Ice, and became more convinced that she had found the right person. In the past thousands of years, only the man in front of him could endure the cold and silence of true ice, and he happened to be the one who held the key, which could be said to be the chosen one. It seems that the policy must be changed. How do you want me to tell him? Lester noticed Lysandra's strange attitude, and he didn't bother to think too much. He found a solution that was not a solution. Jax, someone is pleading for you and wants me to let you go. The voice that suddenly came out of the black icicle scared Jax. Jax turned his eyes back to the talking icicle. He instantly recognized the owner of the voice and couldn't help but sneered. Ice Shell Girl, I didn't expect that you don't even dare to show your face now, and you only dare to hide in such a broken ice to talk. But a cold laugh came from the black ice. Jax, there is no point in saying these words. Since you don't want to leave, then continue to stay. This made Jax a little anxious. Although he didn't know who helped him to plead in front of Lysandra, he knew that he couldn't live up to other people's kindness. He knew that, if he wanted this cold and vicious woman to open her mouth obediently, he had to pay a huge price. Wait a minute, who said I don't want to leave? But will you return the lamppost and let me go? I could just now, but not now. HMPH. Bitch, you're just kidding me. Bitch's words are unbelievable. If you beat my ice warrior, I'll let you go. If you lose, you'll stay forever. As the words fell, the huge black icicles turned into black ice crystal whirlwinds swelling in the air. Jax stepped back a few steps and covered his eyes with his arms, but he couldn't see anything. When the ice crystal whirlwinds dissipated, Lysandra had already sat back on the throne, and under the throne was a faceless warrior wearing black ice armor and holding an ice spear. Except for the joints, all the exposed areas were covered with a thick layer of black ice, which looked very majestic and domineering. For some reason, Jax's first reaction was that this ice warrior was very familiar, and the aura he exuded was very annoying. In short, it was weird, no matter how you looked at it. Another guy who dares not show his true face. Who are you? Have I seen you somewhere before? Facing Jax's question, Lester naturally did not dare to answer. He just stood in front of him with his spear, playing the role of a ruthless ice warrior. First, let Jax beat him up, to let him vent his anger, and then think of more ways to compensate Leojaya. This is his best choice at the moment. Tell me your choice, Jax. My patience is limited. The aggressive Lysandra was as annoying as ever. Jax stopped exploring the strange ice warrior and shook off the true ice shackles that bound his arms and feet. It was these things that kept his body stiff for a long time and made it impossible for him to use his strength. Which, I accept your proposal, but I want to know whether the protagonist of this battle is a fully armed warrior against a powerless prisoner. Without saying much, Lysandra just waved her hand, and the locked true ice shackles were all opened, allowing Jax's hollow body to quickly recover and perform various difficult martial arts moves on the spot. Strength, back, and deeper. Jax, who had been inactive for a long time, suddenly had the urge to break open the door and force his way out, but he had to give up the idea because he hadn't snatched the eternal flame yet. Seeing that the time was right, Lysandra used black ice to shape a heavy stick and threw it on the ground according to Lester's request. Jax didn't mind the cold hands and directly picked it up and danced with it twice. Except that it felt a little light. He was completely satisfied. 4 of his 8 eyes looked at Lysandra, and the other 4 looked at the ice warrior. Since it's a battle, it doesn't matter whether you live or die, right? This time Lysandra didn't speak, and Lester, who was disguised as an ice warrior, couldn't speak either. He just walked down the steps and stood 10 meters away from Jax. He made a gunflower and gave the answer with the ice spear in his hand. This style won a lot of favor from Jax. Haha, that's great. I didn't expect that the Freljordians are not all evil and wicked warlocks who only know how to plot against others. The brave ones should use their weapons to fight with real swords and guns instead of playing tricks. The two men confronted each other, looking for the enemy's flaws, but found that they were all flaws. However, the weaknesses that seemed to be flaws had the potential to counterattack after being struck back. If they were careless, they would inevitably suffer a big loss. After a stalemate of several minutes, neither Lester nor Jax could find a sure breakthrough. Lester was not surprised to know Jax's background, but Jax was surprised that someone in Freljord could hone his martial arts to such a level. No wonder he could be Lyssandra's personal guard. He must be really good at using that big gun. You know, when he came to Freljord, he also beat up many stupid and rough people who called themselves clan warriors and tribal heroes. These people can do nothing except rushing towards him with weapons and waving them around. They know nothing about martial arts, and they only have a little strength. He doesn't even need to use weapons to deal with those savages. He can just stretch his toes to knock them to death without wasting any physical strength. I thought that no one in this icy and snowy place would study martial arts, but now I was wrong. Sure enough, there are masters everywhere. Jax exhaled lightly. Since his martial arts skills are similar to those of the Ice Warrior, it is difficult to kill with one blow. He can only look for opportunities in the fight to see who has more capital and patience. Be careful, he shouted to remind the other party, and Jax raised his stick and swung it forward to make a big air chop. The distance of 10 meters was gone in the blink of an eye. The heavy black ice stick cut through the air like a black dragon, hitting a mountain and smashed straight towards Lester. Lester's face changed. How come Jax has been imprisoned in the ice prison for so long, and his strength seems to have increased a lot? Could it be that he is playing a dungeon breakthrough with the main character template? Without thinking about the cause and effect, Lester changed his posture and dodged the strong wind brought by the heavy stick with a dangerous sideways move. The ice spear in his hand shot out with one hand at a tricky angle and went straight to the heart along the side of Jax's arm, as if to pierce Jax directly. Not surprisingly, his stick missed. Jax laughed and stepped forward directly to the middle of the heavy stick. He used the heavy stick to deflect the sharp tip of the ice spear and then slapped the heavy stick. The heavy stick that fell on the ground stood up directly, and he jumped onto the top of the stick and stood on one foot. After failing to hit the target with one shot, Lester did not prepare to put away his gun. Instead, he turned around and swept sideways, violently whipping the black ice long spear at the end of the black ice heavy stick that touched the ground. When the heavy stick lost its balance and fell to the ground with Jax, he fired another shot. The tip of the spear, like a sharp knife, pointed at Jax in midair, who had no leverage, like a cold star chasing the moon. Interesting. Jax, who seemed to be forced into a desperate situation, calmly tapped the rotating heavy stick with his feet and used the rotational force brought by Lester's twitching of the heavy stick and his own stepping force to forcibly avoid the inevitable shot. When the heavy stick was about to completely lose control and fall to the ground, he held it tightly with his hands to regain control of the direction of the force of the heavy stick and gathered all his strength to control one end of the heavy stick to poke down diagonally towards Lester's lower abdomen. In the blink of an eye, Jax reversed the offensive and defensive situation and used the power of both the enemy and me for his own use. After hesitating for a while, Lester put away his gun and forced a horizontal block. The heavy stick, like an impact bomb, broke the long spear made of black ice and hit the ice armor directly, leaving a blood hole in the ice armor and abdomen. Even the hard ice bricks had a very obvious concentric crack. This move was too powerful, which was because Lester's body was special. If it were replaced by the body of an ordinary warrior, it would probably turn into a bloody mud and shatter his bones and flesh. Lester let go of the half of the ice spear in his hand and fell to the ground after his abdomen was shattered by the mighty force carried by the heavy stick. The blood soon dyed the beautiful blue ice floor tiles of the palace red, drawing a sad and beautiful picture. Retracting the heavy stick, Jax looked at the defeated ice warrior with regret. To be honest, he was not willing to kill such a warrior with his own hands. He just wanted to win over the opponent, so he could only do this. Just as his enemies respected him, he also respected his enemies. The greatest respect is to do your best to kill the enemy. This move is called using the opponent's force to counterattack. It was thanks to your broken cage that I learned how to control power. Although I don't know your name, you are a respectable opponent. At least before you die. Jax, who always felt that the Ice Warrior was so familiar and felt itchy in his heart, shook his hands, and the heavy stick turned into a light feather and pointed at the Ice Warrior's mask. Seeing that the mask was about to be shattered by Jax, the black ice that suddenly appeared covered the Ice Warrior again. The moment the black ice heavy stick touched the black ice, it merged into it. Jax, whose hands were already numb, had no choice but to give up. Taking 2 steps back, Jax looked at the high and mighty Ice Queen with contempt. I hate you guys wearing masks the most. You hide your head and show your tail and dare not see anyone. You use magic to interfere when you disagree with me. Popsicle girl, come to think of it, you won't deny my victory, right? Hearing this, the seriously injured Lester grinned silently, spit out a big mouthful of blood, and almost died from laughing. A small question of the day, so here comes the question. How many names does Jax use for Lysandra in this chapter? How does Jax's psychological changes express through the change of names? Chapter 639 A Powerful Alliance. Jax was wearing a mask, but he was forced to take it off here and become his true self. Jax had always wanted to learn magic, but he just didn't have the talent. Now the person he couldn't get has become the one he hates the most. He seems to be an old sundeer. Jax has not been seen for hundreds of years. Not only has his strength improved, but his face has become as thick as a wall of Lysandra's bottomless black ice. I'm afraid that even the meteor's magic main gun can't penetrate it. I admire you. Lysandra was as calm as ever about Jax's doubts. You won, so I won't deny it. Someone will escort you out of Frostgirded Fortress. What about my stuff? Your stuff will be returned to you outside Frostgirded Fortress. During this time, if you dare to hurt any warrior of my Frostgirded tribe, I will capture you again. Humph. As if you can beat me fair and square. Hearing Lysandra's words, Jax was generally satisfied with the mumbling, but there was one thing he still wanted to clarify. Since Lysandra said that someone was interceding for him, then the question is, who saved him? Which, although I hate you so much that I want to cut you into pieces, I know you are still useful to this world, and your existence is also important to Freljord, so I won't bother you for the time being. In exchange, tell me, who is interceding for me? Lysandra was silent for a moment, and then said calmly, I think you should know the man who left the ice prison before you. He is the one who is pleading for you. Otherwise, I will keep you locked up for another 1,000 years, just because of your bad mouth. Jax didn't care about Lysandra's words at all, and his body was shaking. It turned out to be Lestat. How is he? Why don't you go out and investigate for yourself? Rayleigh, take him out. Yes, sir. Old woman who changes her face as soon as she says it. Seeing Lysandra open the closed ice door, Jax, who was bored, didn't want to say anything more to Lysandra, and followed the Frostguard warlock who led the way and left. Lestat, lying in the black ice, smiled helplessly with his face up at the sky. Now it seems that Lysandra and Jax are not without the possibility of reconciliation. The remaining compensation will be placed in the Emerald Territory. With the help of the Emerald Territory, whether Jax wants to spread martial arts or recruit companions, he can get twice the result with half the effort. Do you believe my sincerity now? Isn't it time for you to show your sincerity? After everyone left, Lysandra removed the black ice and took off the mask and helped Lestat up from the ground. The fatal penetrating wound just now has been healed for the most part, and the organ granulation visible to the naked eye is rapidly reconstructing the defective part in the operation of the life-weaving machine. Even she finds it difficult to understand what level of physical fitness Lester is at. The recovery ability of trolls is abnormal enough, and Lester's body is more like rebirth than recovery. Before showing my sincerity, I want to ask you one thing first. You ask, I may not answer. Lester stared at Lysandra closely. How much do you know about Grace? Lysandra's face obviously sank. As the ruler of the Frostguard clan and an ancient witch from the time of the Three Sisters of Freljord, she has ruled the Watcher Gathering for thousands of years, but she has never seen anyone as bold as Grace. Even when Lester asked, Lysandra recalled the old face that brought her great losses. She will never forget what happened 640 years ago. It was also that turmoil that made her dye the land of Freljord bloody. I didn't expect that you two had such a deep old relationship. So that's why the loyal Grace suddenly chose to betray me. Lester's face suddenly turned cold. At least it's deeper than the relationship between you and me. If you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Lysandra said coldly, not caring about Lester's attitude. I still remember clearly what happened that day. It happened that not long after you were rescued by the alien god, Grace suddenly gathered a group of Frostguard warlocks and clan warriors who were dissatisfied with me and raised the banner of resistance, spreading the secrets under the Butcher's Bridge everywhere, making me lose face. She even attacked the Butcher's Bridge without knowing what was going on and used the ice magic I gave her to cause serious damage to the Butcher's Bridge, so that the Butcher's Bridge has to pay a huge price for repair and maintenance for hundreds of years, and it almost affected the foundation of the fortress. Now it seems that Grace's betrayal was indeed influenced by you. You didn't tell her the truth. Lester, feeling lost, lay on the cold ground, as if he saw that persistent and lonely back again. He couldn't tell what he felt. What happened to her in the end? Of course she died. Did you kill her? She jumped off the Butcher's Bridge, and I later sent people to the Hall of the Nine to look for her. Didn't find her? I found her, but she had turned into a frozen corpse frozen in true ice. Because of Grace's matter, and because Nora and Yuumi were still waiting for him in the Frostjade Mountains, Lester, who successfully rescued Jax, was not in a good mood. He did not stay in Frostguard Fortress for too long and left directly, following Nora back to Bandle City. There was still a week before Piltover's Evolution Day. Lester was not in a hurry to return to Piltover, but stayed in Bandle City, met with his Yordle friends, and brought a lot of delicious Bandle City specialties for Syndra. Before leaving Freljord, Lester had a frank talk with Lysandra. There were many things involved, including the serious problems Lysandra was facing. Lysandra, who did not choose to hide, explained everything. As an ancient witch who made a deal with the Watcher thousands of years ago, Lysandra has been developing her ice bloodline without restraint. The benefits brought by her extraordinary magical talent have allowed Lysandra to have almost eternal life. The combination of ice bloodline and ice elemental talent has produced extraordinary effects. This effect not only allows Lysandra to suppress her emotional fluctuations with magic, but also allows Lysandra's body to always maintain the lowest consumption, like a moving frozen person, and all cells will enter a dormant state. Lysandra doesn't need any other means to keep her beauty forever. 99% of her power and energy come from ice magic, rather than her own life potential. With a deeper understanding of arcane magic and element, Lysandra has successfully made the consumption of life energy and the dissipation rate of the soul infinitely close to zero, becoming an immortal ice witch. As long as there is a sufficient concentration of ice element, she can maintain the stability of her state. This is also the fundamental reason why she will not leave Frostguard Fortress. Only Frostguard Fortress can condense a high enough concentration of ice element to keep her body balanced, rather than entering a state of deterioration and speeding up the countdown of life. Of course, such immortality is not without price. Lysandra is completely bound in a huge ice coffin. The whole fortress is a prison built by Lysandra herself. In addition to accompanying the Cold Throne and suppressing the Watcher, she can't find any fun in her life. As for letting men solve problems and pass the time like other lonely ice warlocks, it is even more impossible for Lysandra. Contact with men will seriously destroy the balance of element in the body, not to mention in-depth communication. Naturally, she will not give up the life and health that she has injured for countless years of loneliness for pleasure. Even so, Lysandra is willing to stay in the ice coffin. At least she can continue to live, observe the world situation in a static state, and wait for the opportunity to change the deadlock. This situation lasted until Grace and the other two took Lester back to the Frostguard Fortress. Lester learned about Jax's news, and Lysandra also knew who was influencing the Void Watcher to keep restless. After getting Lester, Lysandra did not realize at first that the man had a life rune that could change her. She just used the man as a weapon to appease the Void Watcher in the 9 Pillars of True Ice, using the man's dreams to deceive the Watcher and keep him asleep. Lester's dreams alone were enough to match the dreams of 9 people. The efficiency of using Lester as a different world biochemical reaction battery was much higher than that of others. Even though Lysandra was observing Lester through the 9 Pillars of True Ice, She was slowly changed by the life energy that Lester slightly dissipated. Her numb and cold body had a desire and warmth that she would never have had. It was not that Lysandra became depraved, but that her life instinct was a desire to continue. In fact, Lysandra gradually became addicted to the novel experience she had never had before. She stared at the sleeping handsome man in loneliness and sat lazily on the true ice chair to relax herself a little. Not only did it not affect the stability of the body, but it also made the mind and body healthier. It was not until Zoe and Soraka teamed up to rescue Lestat from the 9 pillars of true ice that Lysandra, who had lost Lestat, realized that Lestat had a greater purpose than to appease the Watchers. Compared with making up for her own lost life energy, using Lestat in the 9 pillars of true ice was the most stupid waste. Unconvinced, Lysandra also deliberately captured dozens of other handsome men and locked them in the 9 pillars of true ice for experiments. After casting spells on herself, she only felt tired, without any replenishment for her mental and physical losses. Lysandra finally understood what kind of treasure she had lost. Unfortunately, it was too late. The pursuers sent out along the way were either killed or gained nothing. In addition, the power of the Emerald Territory was not weaker than that of the Frostgird clan. Lysandra had to give up the idea of plundering and kidnapping to continue the hostility and detain Jax to wait for Lestat to come and ask for him. Who knew that this wait would last nearly 900 years? It was not until she met Lester again that Lysandra was completely sure that Lester was the man she needed and desired the most. Only then did she put down her airs as the Ice Queen and even lowered herself to please Lester. If she had not been the queen for too long, she might have been even weaker. When she knew these things, Lester could only smile bitterly. Thanks to the astral spirit, a passive trip to Freljord was full of ups and downs and coincidences. He met Grace, reunited with Jax, changed Lysandra, but slept in the 9 pillars of true ice for 100 years. Now it sounds easy, but after experiencing it, she knows that nothing is easy at all. Lester also has his own considerations for Lysandra's openness. Considering the secrets of the Frostgird fortress and the power and strength that Lysandra has, Lester can't find any excuse to refuse to join forces with Lysandra. Putting aside the fact that Lysandra herself is a great beauty, all he needs to do is share some of Ilena's dissipated life energy with Lysandra, and he will get a powerful ally who controls half of the Freljord. This ally can bring him the true ice, the lost ancient magic scrolls, and news about the demigods of Freljord. It can be said to be a profitable business with no investment. As for the grudge between Lysandra and Grace, it can only be said that fate plays tricks on people. As a person in power, deceiving subordinates is actually a very normal thing. Lester has the same experience and status, so he can naturally understand it. What's more, Lysandra has also suffered, and Lester can't delve into Grace's affairs. Finally, the two reached an alliance agreement, and the matter was settled. Considering the special nature of his own blood, Lester decided to use the blood to supply Lysandra for her own use, and Lysandra would form a caravan delegation composed of direct ice warlocks to go to Fidlit, bringing Lester's token to have in-depth discussions with Cinna. Of course, the so-called discussions were nothing more than minor modifications to the already determined content of the agreement. In the overall situation, Lester and Lysandra had already taken the lead in finalizing it, including the true ice trade, gem trade, and magic material trade. Lysandra even opened up the cutest little Poro in Freljord to the Emerald Territory, allowing and only allowing the Emerald Territory to freely sell Porus without being retaliated by the Frostgird clan. It can be seen that when it comes to matters related to her own interests, Lysandra, who has always played the role of protector of Poro, is not very authentic. At the critical moment, she sells the Poro without blinking an eye. As for Lester's choice of blood as the content of the exchange, it is mainly because the attached characteristics of blood may be able to completely control Lysandra. For Lester, a Lysandra who may betray him, and a Lysandra who is absolutely loyal to him are two completely different concepts. For the former, he can safely hand over Freljord to Lysandra to rule, while for the latter, he needs to pay extra vigilance to deal with it, so as not to stab him in the back at a critical moment. In short, Lester spent more than half a month to reserve a year's blood for Lysandra. This blood was frozen and available for Lysandra to use at any time, which can be regarded as the completion of the first transaction. The next transaction will still be Lester's personal visit, which is not a problem for Lester and Lysandra. When Lysandra's trade delegation arrived in Fiddlet with the first batch of goods, the alliance between the two forces was officially launched. The trade led by the Frostgood clan will be completely different from other trade caravans, and its value will be immeasurable. A small question every day: who of the 3 people who captured Lester, Catherine, Grace, and Church, had a good end? Chapter 640 The conflict between the Twin Cities. The Twin City states of Piltover. The already prosperous port is full of large ships, bringing Piltover a lot of berthing fees. As the much anticipated day arrives, the annual city festival, Evolution Day, is held as scheduled. During this period, the Sun Gate, a 100-meter steel arch bridge connecting the upper city and the lower city, will relax most of the access bans, allowing residents at both ends to pass freely. Even the Zorn people living in the stinking ditch have the right to enter Piltover for sightseeing, as long as they can get a decent set of clothes and take a good bath to deodorize. Although most of the time, the Zorn people who hate the upper city's high people prefer to use this right to make a fortune and find something for the Piltover law enforcement officers to do. The city is full of colorful flags, banners, and balloons, and even the bright brown-red tiles reflect the excitement of the Zorn people in this situation. Every shop has prepared enough goods in advance to avoid being sold out, and the overpass inns are full. Even a few brass gears on the ground can be sold in this situation. Young craftsmen and apprentice technicians who are eager to be appreciated by the big merchant families are full of energy and wear their craftsman clothes that best reflect their abilities. They carry toolkits and go to different merchant families to recommend themselves and look for their own life opportunities. Some outstanding talents who focus on technological innovation choose to enter the Academy of Science and Progress to exchange technology and brainstorm with other scientific researchers, hoping to become famous in the Academy of Sciences, become new students, or be hired as honorary lecturers by Dean Medina. For most people, Evolution Day is a festival that must be treated with caution. As long as you work hard, you will always have opportunities and wealth. However, for Lester, Evolution Day is just a little more festive noise than the ordinary. That's all. In the Blue Smoked Manor, in a single-family villa in the west, Lester is enjoying breakfast with his most beloved apprentice Sindra, and the old housekeeper Smedley stands beside him like a sleeping sculpture. I'll take you around later, and we'll go to the Academy of Science and Progress. There will be many interesting souvenirs on sale in the shops during Evolution Day. If you're interested, buy a few more. Well, teacher, should I change into an evening gown? Sindra asked after swallowing the food with her mouth covered to ensure that there would be no food residue in her mouth. It was completely different from a month ago. During the time when Lester was away, Sindra learned a lot from Dorothea, the tailor expert of the Phyllis family, including Makup techniques, Piltover ladies etiquette, and the daily lifestyle of noble ladies. At least in Sindra's own opinion, she would never embarrass the teacher in terms of etiquette if she asked the teacher to take her out. Naturally, seeing the changes in Sindra, who looked more flawless with light Makup, Lester smiled and shook his head, saying softly, "You don't have to wear an evening gown. Just wear a plain dress. You'll wear the evening gown at the Phyllis family dinner in the evening." Nodding, Sindra put the tableau back in place and wiped her lips with a napkin. I don't know if she didn't notice it or didn't care after noticing it, but her teacher didn't praise her today, which made Sindra a little disappointed, but she didn't show it. "Okay, I understand. You look very beautiful today, Sindra. It seems that you have studied hard with Dorothea." The praise that followed made Sindra smile, and she instantly gained more confidence in herself. After breakfast, the two left the Blue Smoked Manor without wasting much time. Lester declined the old housekeeper Smedley's suggestion to drive the carriage as a servant. He thought it would be more down to earth for Sindra to walk more. Sindra strolled on the clean and tidy cobblestone road and looked at everything in front of her curiously. Lester was also silently observing the familiar yet unfamiliar city in front of him. For example, there were several more drainage culverts on the road, or a Fiddlet-style clock tower was built in the east. These changes were not only reflected in the architectural design, but also in the clothing style of the people of Piltover, the weapons and equipment of the law enforcement officers, and the steam carriages on the streets. It can be said that it was an all-round improvement. From this point of view, Piltover can be called a city of progress. In general, the benefits of opening up the strait far outweigh the losses. Although the coastal ports in the southwest of the Emerald Territory diverted part of the profits of the fleet trade, after more than 100 years of development, Piltover is now more prosperous than the average level of Runeterra, and has probably caught up with Fiddlerite 400 years ago. It is not easy to achieve this in just 100 years. Medina, the soul of Piltover, has paid a lot. It is only because Ziggs and Corky were forced to recruit by Tristana to become a member of the Bandle expedition that the two Yodels did not join the Academy of Science and progress with Medina to become the scientific cornerstone of the City of Progress. Otherwise, Piltover would have developed even better. The only problem is that Piltover's progress is built on Zon's corruption. The famous crystal processing plant, metallization plant, or the notorious alchemical potion purification plant. Everything is built in Zorn, a southern underground city-state. These environmental killers have brought unimaginable wealth to the alchemy barons. According to the information Lester has, many alchemy barons in Zorn are secretly conducting human body transformation and biochemical gas research. These alchemy barons rose from the market, with backgrounds involving gangs and blood debts on their hands. In short, the alchemy baron may be a gangster who has been engaged in vicious competition through various cruel means, and finally became the winner and gangster boss of the region, obtained the authority of the factory industry agent, and got the power to suck blood from the alchemy factory and workers. With the local security guards spontaneously selected by the locals of Zorn, the real owners of the factory, the upper level businessmen, are also happy to be idle. They only need to cooperate with the alchemy baron, to give up some of their interests, to play a unique role. Why not? First, there is no need to consider the natural saboteurs in Zorn causing damage to the factory. The alchemist baron values the goose that lays golden eggs more than the factory owner. The alchemist baron is much more ruthless when dealing with saboteurs who are also Zorn people. Second, there is no need to consider recruiting workers from Zorn, because the alchemist baron himself is a black intermediary who controls the human resources channel. It is normal to know how to recruit hard-working Zorn people to work in the factory at a low price. Third, if something big happens in the factory, such as casualties caused by a strike or a terrorist attack, the spearhead will be pointed at the alchemist baron, not the big merchants living in the upper city. You can make money without getting your hands dirty. This is the meaning of the alchemist baron's existence. The alchemist baron and the owner of the factory reached an invisible cooperation agreement, and both parties got what they needed. However, in this way, the alchemist barons who have the right to speak are inevitably greedy. The unlimited expansion of territory and the addition of factories have made the already suffocating and cramped space in Zorn even more scarce. They even have to combine factories and residences to establish a unique living environment in the underground network that extends in all directions. The environment of the city, which was originally located below sea level, was very bad. It could only maintain air circulation by setting up additional ventilation ducts. Now the environment is even worse. After several chemical explosions, either man-made or accidental, many low-level workers living in Zorn have been living in thick industrial waste gas. Lung disease has become the culprit for the high mortality rate of Zorn people. When the Sun Gate was just built, the Piltovers were willing to pay out of their own pockets to help the Zorn people improve the environment. Now the residents of the two twin city-states are full of gunpowder and hostility. The people of the upper city have had enough of the liars, robbers and thieves in the lower city, while the people of the lower city hate the people of the upper city who rely on sucking blood from the lower city to maintain their wealth. They wish to have a comprehensive $0 purchase. The two sides are disgusted with each other. Just thinking about the current situation of the twin city-states, Lester slapped the sudden clever hand and knocked the blade held in the palm of the clever hand to the ground. Syndra, whose pocket was almost cut by the blade, was stunned and seemed to have not yet reacted to what happened. Hey, you came here to steal things? Young man, you have to find a suitable target before you start. TSK, how many things have you Piltover guys stolen from us? The not-so-tall thief came and ran away quickly, disappearing in the crowd in the blink of an eye. Lester did not chase him, nor did he intend to look for the Piltover law enforcement officer. He just took Syndra to a beverage store and ordered 2 vanilla ice creams to calm his good apprentice. Syndra now has enough power to protect herself, but because she protects herself too well, she seems to be somewhat inexperienced in these emergencies. It's time to teach Syndra how to face the deep malice from her own kind, which is not comparable to the ridicule brought by Syndra's peers in the village. Teacher, why didn't you catch the thief just now? After sticking out her little tongue and licking the ice cream twice, Syndra calmed down and regretted that she didn't react in time. What's the point of catching him? He will be released in a few days. In order to keep him in prison for a few days, I have to find a law enforcement officer. It's really not a good deal. Nodding her head slightly, Syndra held the ice cream and whispered, Teacher, I don't quite understand. I heard from the people of Piltover that this is a civilized and progressive city. Why would someone choose to commit crimes? Wouldn't this have a negative impact on this beautiful city? It was no surprise that Syndra would ask such a naive question. Lester smiled and pointed to the palm-sized vanilla ice cream in front of the table. Do you think the thief just now can afford this ice cream? Syndra frowned and recalled the clothes of the Zorn dwarf just now and nodded hesitantly. Although the thief's clothes were patched with many patches, it was not so bad that he couldn't even afford an ice cream. Can you afford to eat it every day? This time Syndra shook her head without hesitation. That's right, the reason why he came to the upper city to steal things is because of this. Lester sighed, took a bite of the cream of the ice cream, and scratched Syndra's confused little nose. Don't you understand? To put it bluntly, it's the jealousy and revenge brought about by the uneven distribution of wealth. The people of Piltover and Zorn are like two conjoined brothers living in the sun and shadow. One is glamorous, known for civilization and progress, and the other is curled up in the darkness, stumbling forward with the pressure of life. Most of the pressure of Zorn's life comes from their brother Piltover. In this case, you can't expect the people of Zorn to be proud of this civilized city that symbolizes the benchmark of progress. Hostility is inevitable. No matter how good Piltover is, it is Piltover's business, and has nothing to do with Zorn. The people of Zorn cannot enjoy the so-called civilization and progress. Because of this, they naturally don't care whether they will lower Piltover's reputation. Instead, committing a crime in Piltover unscrupulously will make them proud. Then whose fault is it that caused this situation? Is it Piltover? Syndra looked serious, but Lester shook his head. It's human nature. Human nature? This extraordinary answer made Syndra stunned, but Lester did not continue to delve into how sinister human nature is. Most of the time, people are always unwilling to believe what others say. Only after they have experienced it themselves can they deeply understand that human nature is evil, because at this time they have been hurt and felt the pain. This is also human nature. The most fundamental contradiction between the people of Piltover and Zorn lies in the uneven distribution of wealth, and the direct cause is the inequality of power. The people of Piltover have a parliament that controls the law enforcers, while the people of Zorn only have the chemical barons who collude with the big businessmen and are good at infighting. Piltover, which occupies the advantage of the seaport, is like a gold-sucking behemoth that devours all the wealth that arrives at the Sun Gate. And what can the people of Zorn get? In this feast, they can only get factory workstations opened in Zorn by the people of Piltover using a tiny amount of trade tariffs. They cannot enjoy the products they have processed, and can only wait for their lives to be taken away by illness in a harsh working environment. If they want to turn over, they can only sell themselves to the people of Upper City. The people of Piltover can enjoy the wealth and material brought by foreign visitors decently, but the people of Zorn can only regard themselves as the factories in Upper City. They think they are machines in the factory, but they don't know that in the eyes of the people of Upper City, they are just consumables in the factory, and they can replace them if a batch is broken. There will never be a shortage of people in Zorn, which is why there are so many brothels in Zorn that prohibit abortion. Children who don't know who their fathers are will be raised in orphanages by the rich people of Piltover in the name of charity, and become the new generation of labor force to replace their fathers. And they will also find prostitutes to have a child in a daze, so that their children can live the miserable life they once lived. Syndra shuddered. She felt chilled just thinking about it. Compared with the Zorn people described by Lester, the poor life in the village of Skarzius is as beautiful as heaven. Teacher, you still haven't said what this has to do with human nature? Staring into Syndra's beautiful eyes, Lester lowered his voice. From the day when the Piltover people trampled on the Zorn people and the Zorn people did not resist, the Zorn people were destined to be trampled on by the Piltover people and become stepping stones. Endless greed is the root of human inferiority and original sin. As long as humans are responsible for distributing wealth, humans will never be able to escape from the cycle of reincarnation. A small question every day: who was the culprit who caused the collapse of Zorn during the Strait Blasting project before the construction of the Sun Gate? What was the culprit's reason for the collapse of Zorn? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641, Neerlander's Disease. Lester didn't say much about Piltover and Zorn, and besides, these things were not what Syndra needed to consider. After eating ice cream, Lester took Syndra to stroll around Piltover's North City. North City is the real core of Piltover, with strict guards and complete security. It is not only the seat of the Piltover Parliament, but also the most famous Academy of Science and Progress. From a bird's eye view, Piltover is actually much larger than Zorn. The north and south of the Sun Gate together form Piltover. Strictly speaking, Zorn is located southwest of Piltover South City. The upper city, that Zorn people usually refer to as Piltover South City, which is higher than sea level, not the North City north of the bridge. Syndra, what do you think of this city? Do you like it here? Under Lester's gaze, Syndra nodded first, then shook her head. Everyone in this city is full of vigor and confidence. They know their goals and directions and work hard for them. I like this very much. Unfortunately, this city does not respect magic very much. From the perspective of a mage, this place is not suitable for a mage to live in for a long time. Very happy that Syndra could think from the perspective of a mage, Lester picked up the music box on the counter of the shop and fiddled with it. After turning the spring 3 times, the music box slowly opened and played a clear and beautiful song in the circle dance of the little angel. Boss, how much is this? The shop owner stood up attentively. This customer has a good eye. This is the latest model of music box from the Peddler's Workshop. Because the whole city is celebrating the festival, it is only sold for 5 silver coins now. 5 silver coins are definitely expensive. Lester frowned and raised 3 fingers. This thing is not that expensive. It is worth 2 silver coins at most. I'm willing to give you 3 now. Will you sell it? The bargaining was a bit too fierce, and the shop owner rubbed his hands in embarrassment. It's not that I don't want to sell it, it's that I really can't sell it. How about you give me 4 pieces, and I'll take a loss. Syndra looked at her teacher. She thought Lester would buy it after bargaining, but she saw Lester shook his head. Forget it, Syndra, let's go. Although she was a little confused, Syndra didn't ask anything. Seeing that it was already noon, Lester turned into a lamb chop shop and ordered a glass of red wine and a glass of juice. Speaking of which, the teacher hasn't taken you to Feidlet yet. Slicing the lamb chops slowly, Lester showed his unique nobility through simple movements, which made several sharp-eyed business ladies look over here. It was not until their eyes stopped at Syndra's pretty face and expensive custom-made dress that they regretfully gave up their little thoughts. What kind of city is Feidlet? Syndra knew the relationship between Lester and the Emerald Territory, and also understood that the founder of the Emerald Territory and Feidlet was her teacher. However, Lester did not describe Feidlet too much on weekdays. Although she admired it, she did not ask much. It is a fusion city that combines nature, magic, humanities, military and science. It is really too big. After you have thoroughly understood what I taught you, I will take you back to Feidlet and find you a new teacher. After lunch, Lester took Syndra to the Academy of Science and Progress. Because of the huge accident in the Strait Blasting project in Zorn, the main person in charge of the project, the former dean of the Academy of Sciences, had to withdraw from the stage of history, and the school was renamed and became today's Academy of Science and Progress. It is worth mentioning that Medina successfully served as the new dean of the academy with his own talent and hard work, and then became a member of the parliament, becoming a pivotal figure in Piltover. Many scientists and craftsmen from merchant families have a teacher-student relationship with Medina. In a sense, Yodel has many students all over the world. With the relationship with Medina, it is no problem for Lester and Sindra to obtain the highest level of visiting privileges. The happy Medina took the initiative to take Lester and Sindra to visit the various research facilities in the academy without any intention of hiding anything. This made Lester very satisfied. Most of the time, he just wanted an attitude. Of course, in addition to the unique honesty of Yodel people, one of the main reasons why the academy can open its belly to people for exploration is that the Ferris family, supported by the Emerald Territory, is one of the major shareholders of the academy. After the visit, Lester and Medina talked about the past. What surprised Lester was that Medina actually took the initiative to ask about Rambo's situation. Well, although it's a bit presumptuous. Little Lenny, how is Rambo now? The main reason is that when I asked other people in the Emerald Territory, they all said they didn't know. Could he be dead? Being carefully pulled to the corner by Big Head, Lester waved to Sindra, who was worried about him, so that the girl could rest assured, and then rolled his eyes and looked at the sneaky Medina. Good guy. Rambo has been away from Bandle City for more than 100 years, and only a companion remembered to ask about his life or death. The garbage man is really pitiful. Rambo is doing well now, and he is obsessed with completing his great idea. It's just that for the sake of confidentiality, he can't come out and move around at will. Medina breathed a sigh of relief and completely relaxed. He knew that Lester didn't need to deceive himself. I see. It seems that he has found his home. How about you, Medina? How is the development of your new weapon going? Medina was shocked. When did I develop new weapons? Unknowingly, it was already dusk. Lester stopped the exploration trip of the Evolution Day and took Sindra back to the single family villa in the Blue Smoke Manor. The family dinner of Phyllis was officially held at 8 o'clock in the evening. The two of them took their time to soak in the hot springs before changing into their evening gowns and returning to the Blue Smoke Manor in the carriage prepared by Smedley. As a private family dinner of the Phyllis family, Mal's Phyllis would naturally not invite irrelevant people to the dinner. In addition to his two wives, Mal's also invited Lester and Sindra. As the Atmosphere group began to play melodious music, the 5 people sat down at the round table. Lester and Mal's sat opposite each other, with their families and disciples beside them. The atmosphere was very harmonious and relaxed. Standing up first, Mal's raised his glass to Lester. Lord Lester, please allow me to toast you. If you had made public your research results on the primordial crystal, you would have already become famous in Piltover and become one of the great scientists. Lester also stood up, glanced at Vicky, who was probably about to give birth, and responded to Mal's. Master Mal's, you are too kind. These are just empty names. It is the Master Mal's who can lead the Phyllis family to this point today, and it is inevitable that he has painstaking guidance and planning. I admire you. I admire you. Haha, I don't have half of Lord Lester's ability. The two of them flattered each other, and after 2 sips of wine, the atmosphere became more harmonious. There are not many rules at the family dinner. Most of the topics involve serious work, and it is inevitable to talk about family matters. Sindra was pulled by Yolanda to talk about the girls' private matters, while Lester was chatting with Mal's. He guessed that the purpose of this family dinner might not be simple, but it is still unclear what Mal's wants to ask him for. It must be said that Mal's is really patient. Speaking of which, I think Madam Vicky is about to give birth. Mars stroked his wife's bulging belly with a happy smile on his face. Lord Tarlest's blessing is only a matter of 1 or 2 months. Congratulations. Seeing that Lester just brought up the topic, Mars's face became more worried. Vicky is naturally fine, but Yolanda's severely injured body is still unable to give birth. At this point, he is not going to make a request through Sindra. If he can't stand up bravely for the woman he loves most, he might as well die in humiliation. Lord Lester, Vicky's body can't sit for a long time. Can Miss Sindra help send Vicky back to the room? Yolanda's face flashed with surprise. She didn't know what her husband was going to do, but Sindra received a clear order from Lester. Sindra, send Madam Vicky back, be careful on the road, and come back after confirming that it is safe. The smart Sindra figured out something in an instant, and took the initiative to hold the dazed pregnant woman with a big belly. Teacher, I understand. Madam Vicky, will you come with me? Vicky glanced at Maltz, and when he nodded, she said nothing more. Then I'll trouble Miss Syndra. After Syndra and Vicky left, Maltz dismissed the other servants, and even Smedley, who was serving on the side, left on her own initiative. In the banquet hall, Yolanda and Maltz seemed a little uneasy. Only Lester was still sipping his wine glass calmly. At this point, Yolanda already understood what Maltz was going to do, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth with tears in her eyes. She didn't expect her husband to be willing to do this for her. Lord Lester, please save Yolanda. Only you have the ability to make Yolanda heal. I really have no other way. I have tried all kinds of magic potions, but they are useless. Now I can only beg you. Maltz stood up, walked a few steps to Lester, and knelt down on his knees. If you are willing to help Yolanda, I'm willing to give everything I have. The entire Phyllis family will become part of your power. Please consider it. Save my wife. At the same time, Yolanda also knelt down in front of Lester behind Malz. I didn't expect that the head of the Malz family is also a passionate man who is willing to do this for his lover. Master Malz, I admire you, because you are a real man who knows how to love his wife. Lester stood up from his seat and helped Malz up. Ms. Yolanda, please stand up too, otherwise I'm afraid I will feel guilty. Since Mr. Malz is willing to say this, it seems that I can't help but help. Tell me, what's wrong with Ms. Yolanda's body? The couple looked at each other and burst into laughter. The three of them sat down again, and Lester roughly knew the ins and outs of the matter from Malz's oral account. 3 years ago, in order to retaliate against the fact that the Phyllis family had taken away an important business, the business rival of Phyllis sent a killer from Zorn to assassinate Yolanda. Under the protection of the chief spy Lloyd, the killer from Zorn was killed on the spot, and Yolanda was not hurt at all. The only problem was that the killer threw a gas canister at Yolanda's feet before he died. The broken gas canister released a purple all-chemical gas. Yolanda happened to breathe in some all-chemical gas released by the killer and fell into a coma. After being in a coma for a day, Yolanda woke up again, and the result of the physical examination was that there was no problem. Yolanda was fine. As the leader of the Phyllis family, Malz would not do nothing. Facing an enemy who did not follow the moral code of martial arts, all the Phyllis family had to do was to retaliate. It took Malz less than 3 days to investigate everything. Lloyd personally went to the nest of the business rival under Malz's order and obtained information about the Zorn killer through interrogation. The enemy who first broke the rules of competition was completely wiped out by the Phyllis family, and even the Parliament of Piltover would not say anything about this matter. After that, Lloyd followed the clues and found the assassin's base in Zorn. He rooted it out and found out that there was no antidote for the all-chemical poison that Yolanda inhaled. Just like most of the weird biochemical technologies that Zorn was proud of, the poisoner who prepared the all-chemical poison didn't know what he had made. Anyway, it was harmful to people. It is conceivable that the assassin organization and poisoner in Zorn did not end up much better. After that, whether it was recuperation or the preparation of potions by an external potion master, Yolanda's body never recovered. In addition to periodic weakness, the most important thing was that she lost her fertility and could not become a mother, which eventually became a concern for Yolanda and Malz. It was also because of Yolanda's poor health that Vicky became Malz's second wife a year ago and successfully conceived her child. After listening to Malz's story, Lester did not speak, but frowned and thought, which made Malz and Yolanda nervous again. Lord Lester, Yolanda, can her illness be cured? Stunned by Malz's cautiousness, Lester chuckled and relaxed his facial expression. Ms. Yolanda's illness is not a big problem. I was thinking about other things. Let's do this. After the dinner, I will help Ms. Yolanda check her body and confirm her condition first. I have seen a lot of difficult and complicated diseases. I'm still confident that I can cure the physical damage caused by all chemical poison gas. After getting Lester's affirmative answer, Yolanda and Malz hugged each other and cheered a little. Lester smiled slightly. Perhaps the happiness that people pursue is hidden in this simple happiness. Merry Christmas. Now that even firecrackers are not allowed to be set off, traditional festivals with a festive atmosphere are foreign festivals. A small question every day: who is Camille's mother? Chapter 642 Trip to Odeon Canyon. Except for the head of the Mal's family and Yolanda, no one knew how Lester cured Yolanda's stubborn illness. The servants only knew that Yolanda was pregnant with the head of the family, Mal's, not long after the eldest lady was born. The happy Mal's gave bonuses and vacations to every servant in the family, and also entertained many guests. Generally speaking, it was a happy ending. Not affected too much by the Phyllis family, Lester and Syndra still maintained a regular life. While Syndra's magic was improving, Lester's research on the original crystal was also deepening, especially in terms of the impact of crystal energy on life. Lester could even use the original crystal to change a person's magic talent. The sound of the crystal that he heard by chance made Lester have a strong curiosity about the Great Will in the original crystal. He was a little suspicious whether the Great Will that gave birth to the Shell People had any connection with the origin of the world rune. Involving the secrets of this world, Lester decided to go to the crystal trace to take a look. Syndra, Mal's just said that there is a tricky problem in Odeon Canyon. Come with me on a long journey tomorrow. In the compartment, Lester and Syndra took off their magic protective suits naturally, soaked them in the cleaning tank, and took them out and dried them for the next use. The full coverage magic protective suit is made of dragon skin as the main material. After wearing it, it can perfectly fit the human skin and become the outermost layer of protection, playing an all-round protective role. The magic protective suit is equipped with an independent breathing filter device, which can effectively isolate the indirect magic impact and magic radiation of the original crystal. It is also engraved with an intermediate protection array, which can resist fatal magic damage at critical moments. The reason why the two of them put on special magic protective suits is that Lester found that if the original crystal in the excited state is in close contact for a long time without magic protective suits, the essence and structure of the life form may undergo non-directional mutation, which is probably the same principle as the gene mutation, after being exposed to ionizing radiation. From this point of view, the original crystal is definitely one of the most dangerous things in the world, and his attention to the original crystal needs to be further improved. I understand, teacher. Do you need me to prepare anything? Responding to Lester's gaze, Syndra calmly put on her underwear, showing off her beautiful figure. In these days of getting along, she has become accustomed to being honest in front of Lester, and she also thinks that there is no need to be shy in front of the teacher. The two have long established absolute trust without any concealment. This kind of emotion is much more tenacious and reliable than the emotions between family members or couples. Physiological needs are dispensable. In fact, if Lester has a need, she will not hesitate to offer her body to let the teacher relax. She is willing to die to protect the teacher, just as the teacher is willing to die to protect her. With such awareness, the vigilance between men and women seems a little ridiculous. Just prepare 2 sets of clothes that are washable and resistant to dirt. Maybe we have to go into the ravine. Don't take a big step and tear your skirt. There will be no place to find new clothes for you. After opening the defense array to protect the underground laboratory, Lester returned to the villa and made a cup of tea for himself and Syndra. Come to think of it, you don't have a good staff yet. Lester looked at his good apprentice and smiled. As an excellent student of mine, Lester, you can't be without a good weapon. Wait, teacher, are you saying that you are going to give me a staff? Syndra covered her mouth, stood up in disbelief, rushed to Lester, and held the man's right hand tightly. Can I have my own staff? Touching Syndra's head with his other hand, Lester nodded affirmatively. What he was going to give Syndra was a big gift. Look forward to it. Syndra didn't wait too long. When they set out the next day, Lester put the gift he had prepared in Syndra's hand. The obsidian enchanted handle is about 1.2 meters long and weighs about 780 grams. The spiral purple crystal is inlaid with dark blue energy crystals, like an eye staring into the abyss. The whole staff exudes a heavy and noble atmosphere. Holding it in your hand is like an extension of your limbs, and it can easily sense and control magic element. After playing with the staff for a while, Syndra instantly fell in love with the treasure in her hand. Teacher, what is the name of this staff? In Syndra's expectant eyes, Lester smiled and shook his head. It doesn't have a name yet. Its meaning should be given by you. Syndra, you come and give it a name. Then, Lester's love. Lester's love. What a good name. The man's face rose. He never thought that Syndra would give such a silly name. How about, Syndra, change it. Teacher, don't you like this name? Well, it's not that I don't like it, but it just sounds a little, not very wise. Syndra covered her mouth and laughed secretly, and jumped on the carriage first. But I like it very much. Since Syndra likes it herself, Lester can't say anything. Lester's love is Lester's love, which is not much different from Luden's excitement. As long as Syndra is happy, it's fine. When Lester also got on the carriage drove out of the Blue Smoke Manor, and ran towards the Sungate Harbor. After the two left, Mal sent people to protect the single-family villa in the west. He didn't want any unnecessary mistakes to be caused by negligence. I didn't expect that I would have to trouble Lord Lester to take action this time. At the Sungate port, they boarded the Shurima merchant ship heading west. Lester and Syndra lived in a cramped cabin, but this was not a problem for Lester and Syndra. Syndra was even a little happy. This was a rare opportunity to get along. We will be able to reach Nashram in half a month. At that time, we will get off the ship in Nashram and enter the Odeon Canyon in the Great Say Desert from Zurita. Taking out the travel map from the luggage, Lester began to plan the itinerary. Lloyd and Anz's sand bandits are not opponents of the Shell people. According to the information from the Firas family exploration team, there are at least 3 awakened Shell people this time. Syndra, this is your first actual battle. Are you ready, Syndra? When Lester found that Syndra did not respond, he turned around and found that the girl was holding the staff in a daze. Syndra, what are you thinking about? Teacher. I'm not thinking about anything. Finally realizing that Lester was talking to her, Syndra jumped up, somewhat at a loss. Frowning, Lester estimated that Syndra might be under psychological pressure, so he closed the map, took Syndra's hand, and sat on the bed. This independent cabin cost Lester 2 gold coins. The hard bed was only covered with 2 layers of cotton pads that were not clean. Fortunately, the space was very private, and once the door was closed, some shameful things could be done. It must be said that having money is much more convenient. Teacher, tell me what you are worried about. Syndra lowered her voice and pointed to her lower abdomen. Teacher, I'm in the safe period. Lester was stunned. He was the one who taught Syndra the necessary knowledge about how women can protect themselves, including how to get through the menstrual period, which was much more reliable than the crude hygiene knowledge in the village of Skasius. But the question is, what does this mean now? Safe period. Is it because of stomach discomfort? Shaking her head, Syndra put Lester's hand on her chest, and her breathing became a little short. Teacher, since I got the staff, I seem to be sick. My heart is always beating very fast, and my body is very hot. I often can't sleep at night, and I can only use meditation to barely get through the day. Putting his other hand on Syndra's forehead and waiting for Syndra to moan, Lester was sure that Syndra, whose eyes were as clear as autumn water, was not having a fever, but was in heat. Generally speaking, animals in heat are difficult to deal with. Of course this does not include humans, because humans can be in heat at any time, and Lester himself happens to be an expert in dealing with related matters. Taking the staff from Syndra's arms, Lester frowned and checked the staff. He did not find any strange water stains, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now it seems that Syndra's overly sensitive physique is just right for her. But how to grasp the right measure became the first problem. Although it was not very important, keeping a pure body did help to practice magic. The rumor in the previous life that one would become a great magician at the age of 30 was not groundless. Teacher, am I sick? Lester shook his head at Syndra, who was a little worried, and lowered his voice. It's just because you are too tired, and the performance of the staff is too outstanding, which caused the element to boil. Just let your body calm down. It's not a big deal. Syndra, relax. I will give you a massage, and you will recover after a good sleep. Massage. I understand. I will be obedient. As if she realized something, after being laid flat on the bed by Lester, Syndra's face was so embarrassed that water could be pinched out. Then I'm going to start. Relax your body and leave it to me. Like a hypnotic lullaby, Lester's voice seemed to have magic in her ears. Syndra's will gradually blurred. She only felt the heat in her body fade away like a tide. The indescribable comfort surrounded her, making her forget all her troubles and sorrows. Syndra was enjoying the top massage while she was dazed, but Lester didn't stop for even half a second and used all his strength. Starting from the back of the neck, he stroked the muscles and acupuncture points of the whole body. When Syndra, who was covered in fine sweat, fell asleep completely, 2 hours had passed. Even Lester was sweating. Looking at the smooth back with white and pink light, Lester whispered, "Jenna, thank you for your help." The sudden breeze blew past and took away the temperature of the body surface, making Lester and Syndra much more comfortable. "Master, you are too fond of this human, aren't you? Neither my sister Jana nor I have been treated this way." Evelyn emerged from the shadows, hugged Lester from behind and said coquettishly, "I also want the master to help me with the massage." Lester rolled his eyes. "If you can knock down Justice, let alone a massage, I can even be your slave all day long. Can you do it?" Evelyn's face rose. She had seen Justice Star Spirit Justice, and no one knew better than her how terrible that star god was. Even Fiddlesticks, who she might not be able to deal with, was bullied by Twilight Star Spirit, not to mention Justice Star Spirit, who was even more powerful than Twilight Star Spirit. "Speak, why are you silent? Anyway, it's too unfair for a little demon like me to deal with Justice, isn't it? If you can't do it, don't ask so much. Come and help me massage my shoulders. I've raised you for so many years, and that's all you can do." Poor Evelyn could only be a massage girl. "I'm obviously very good." In half a month, no accidents happened, and there were no robberies that were popular. Most people were still in a state of law abiding. Compared with the outer sea route, the inner sea route is obviously safer. The notorious Bilgewater pirates are mostly active in the outer sea and rarely set foot in the inner sea, which makes the trade competition pressure in the inner sea much higher than that in the outer sea. When the Shurima merchant ship docked at the port of Nashramet, the slightly tired Lester took the refreshed Syndra off the ship. In order to avoid trouble, the two of them put on the large felt hat cloak unique to the desert area. The Luden staff, which was renamed Lester's Love by Syndra, was also wrapped by Syndra in a worn-out mummy shroud, which looked like a hidden shit-stirring stick. These were all necessary disguises. It was the first lesson that Lester taught Syndra, and the real course had just begun. In Runeland, nothing can hone a person more than walking a few steps in the Shurima Desert in person. Lester would naturally not miss such a good educational opportunity. After lunch, Lester found a hotel and booked a room. He solemnly placed a bag of gold coins in front of Syndra. This gesture of breaking up made Syndra look confused. "This is all our action funds. If we throw it away, we will have nothing to eat. So be sure to take it, and don't lose it. From now on, I will follow you as your follower. I will not give you any advice on the action. I will only take action when it is the most dangerous. Remember, once I take action, it means that you have lost this test. So don't rely on me as usual, and learn to think independently. How to reach the Odeon Canyon, what supplies you need to prepare on the way, what dangers you will encounter, and how to deal with dangers, all of which are up to you to decide." Syndra, reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. This journey is a good opportunity for you to hone yourself, so take it well. Seeing the expectation in Lester's eyes, Syndra nodded heavily and took the bag of money. "Teacher, I will work hard." Daily question: where does the name of the equipment Luden's agitation come from? Chapter 643 Zerata's secret base. In the Odeon Canyon, a sudden explosion overturned the entire cave, and more than 40 bandits and exploration team soldiers who didn't have time to escape were buried by the collapsed sand and rocks. "Damn it, Lloyd, are you crazy?" Ans pulled out the musket from his waist and pointed it at the thin man with a calm face. His finger pressed on the trigger and trembled constantly. Seeing his boss's action, dozens of other bandits also drew their weapons and swords and pointed them at another group of militants. In the blink of an eye, the two gangs of militants who were acting together confronted each other. "My people haven't escaped yet. You just left them in there? You damn bastard. Am I crazy? No, and I'm not crazy. I just don't see any use for their existence. This is different from what we said at the time. What's more, my people are also in there. If those crystal creatures escape, we will all die here." Being pointed at by many guns, Lloyd maintained a calm face, and his voice was as indifferent as a piece of ice. "Andis, you can only enjoy life. when you are alive, right? Damn it. You lunatic. Don't worry, you won't lose a penny. Take it. Taking the purse thrown by Lloyd, Anders opened it and took a look. His livid face looked much better. If it weren't for the generosity and honesty of the Phyllis family, he would never have anything to do with a group of cold-blooded Piltover guys. Unlike these bandits who kill and rob, the Phyllis family who believe in profit first are the real devils who eat people without leaving any bones. The number of workers who die in the crystal dust every year is countless, and the efficiency of killing is much more stable than the occasional robbery. So what should we do next? You have nothing to do here. It was my mistake to pin my hopes on you. Now is the time to make up for it. What do you mean? Take the money and leave here. You are no match for the crystal creatures. You are not only wasting your time here. Damn, you are such a bastard. Having said that, Ans could only grit his teeth and turn around to leave with his men. He would not go to war with the Phyllis family just because of the death of a few men. You know, the Phyllis family has quite a few soldiers. After Ans left, Lloyd's deputy asked, Lord Lloyd, are you just going to let them go? Lord Lester will soon come here with his apprentice. Keeping Ans and the others can at least serve as a distraction. Lloyd shook his head. It was Lord Lester's idea to expel Ans and his group of sand bandits. There is no point in them staying here. If they don't leave, we will have to go through the trouble of getting rid of them later. It is better to let them go early. Don't forget that the Emerald Territory will test the crystal weapons by then. This is a highly confidential matter and must not be leaked. I understand. I didn't consider it well. Now only 2 mines can still be used. Our task is to guard those 2 mines. After today's battle, the Shell people will not attack us for at least a week. If we hold on until Lord Lester comes, all problems will be solved. After a brief exchange, Lloyd led the soldiers out of the canyon. Only 2 natural mines leading to the underground world were still stationed with hundreds of soldiers, guarding the last 2 passages that could launch an attack on the underground. On the other side, as the 4 Skalash slowly walked into the desert city built on the ruins of the old city, Lester and Syndra, who almost wrapped themselves up like mummies, also arrived at the last city in the Great Desert, Zurita, with some difficulty. This journey cannot be said to be full of hardships, and it is inevitable to have ups and downs. Syndra did not make any low-level mistakes, nor did she lose her precious wallet. Whether it was planning the itinerary, purchasing supplies, or dealing with others, the cautious Syndra did not make any big mistakes. Except for not knowing how to collect and deal with the spoils. Syndra is very good as a beginner, but the difficulties and obstacles along the way are still inevitable. The most important reason is that the 2 people's appearance is too outstanding, which is easy to attract bees and butterflies, making the game difficulty soar. It was a normal conversation, but it inexplicably attracted a group of slave traders and sand bandits who were attracted by the beauty and launched a crazy attack. There were no less than 3 trade caravans killed by Syndra. If we count the messy bandits and slave trading groups, Syndra must have killed at least 100 to 180 people in this trip, which can be considered a taste of meat. After walking for such a long time, Syndra finally had a more accurate understanding of her and Lester's appearance, and understood how to deal with the malice from her own kind. Fortunately, Syndra successfully completed the task, and brought Lester to Zurita without Lester making a move. Boss, give me 3 servings of sandworm meat and 2 servings of Skarash milk. After tying 4 Skarash to the wooden stakes, Syndra raised her voice and skillfully instructed the dessert-style waitress of the hotel. Please wait, it will be ready soon. Dodging the dirty hands that blocked the way, the waitress quickly came to the 2 people with a plate. After taking a look at the 2 people, who had wrapped themselves like mummies, the waitress instantly understood something and smiled. 3 portions of sandworm meat, 2 portions of Skarash milk, the dishes are ready. Thank you. Just as the 2 were preparing to eat, a young man touched Skarash and began to untie the rope. There was no doubt that this was another robbery in broad daylight. Syndra sighed, picked up the staff, and was about to stand up, but saw Lester shaking his head. You have done well enough along the way, I will do the rest. Nodding, Syndra sat back down. Picking up the copper dinner knife, Lester quickened his pace and walked towards the wooden stake. While the thief was not reacting, he pressed down the right hand of the Shurima youth. Do you know how we treat robbers in Naxos? What? You are a bunch of blind bandits. You can never see the situation clearly. You can only see the immediate benefits, but you don't know who you have provoked. Time and time again, you are like a bunch of flies. Even if you swat them to death, it is disgusting enough. Lester drew out the knife indifferently and stabbed it into the palm of the Shurima youth again, perfectly avoiding the hand bones. Cold sweat broke out from his forehead. The Shurima youth glanced at his accomplices who surrounded him and threatened with gritted teeth. "Foreigner, you dare to attack me, you are dead. I will peel off your skin and make lanterns. I will cut off every piece of your meat and feed it to the sand wolves, and break every bone of yours." Too much nonsense. Not afraid of the 4 robbers who surrounded him, Lester turned around and looked at the indifferent hotel guards. "Do you care about what happens here?" Several guards took a look and did not respond, but took a step back to show their position. "Haha, don't expect the guards here to help you." Without further ado, Lester pulled out his knife and thrust it directly into the throat of the Shurima youth. The neck was cut by the not-so-sharp blade, half of the head drooped and swayed, and the body fell to the ground with a thump as black and red blood spurted out. Several young bandits were stunned, and then they roared. "This bastard killed Gold. Let's go together. Kill him." Judging from the length of the weapons and the number of people, most people were not optimistic about Lester, who took the initiative. The guests in the hotel put down their utensils and swallowed their food, silently watching this sudden dispute. In the cruel land of Shurima, there is rarely a reassuring order even in the city. Everyone can only trust the sword in their hands. Either kill others, or be killed by others, or sell out your companions and dignity in exchange for freedom. Most of the time, there are only 3 ways to go. Inns have their own rules, bandits have their own rules, warlords have their own rules, but the biggest rules are always in your own hands. If you can kill everyone, you are the biggest rule. This is Shurima, a chaotic place without a unified regime. Not caring that he has become the focus of everyone's attention, Lester sidestepped to avoid the poorly chopped attack, cleanly snatched the sharp scimitar, broke the weapon holder's arm, and slashed the original owner's neck with a backhand. The copper table knife that can hardly be called a weapon can be transformed into a deadly killing weapon in Lester's hands. The well-maintained iron Shurima scimitar directly turned into the sickle of the god of death in Lester's hands. Like a piece of meat on a butcher's chopping board, the scimitar in Lester's hand spun and flashed across the neck of the Shurima bandit and appeared next to another attacker in less than a second, cutting off 2 arms and stabbing a knife in the heart. Only when the second person cried out in pain did the owner of the scimitar stumble back and fall to the ground. The blood on his neck became deeper and deeper and finally separated from the bones and flesh. His head gurgled and spit out blood bubbles and rolled to his feet. The remaining 2 Shurima bandits watched their companions being killed on the spot like little chickens. They felt like they were falling into an ice cave. They finally realized who they had provoked. Retreat. Run in different directions. The 2 turned around and ran away without hesitation, but Lester had no intention of letting them go. Picking up the 2 desert scimitars again, the man threw them at the 2 people. The circling desert scimitars had the attributes of throwing weapons from the beginning of their design. At this moment, Lester made perfect use of them. The scimitars were like 2 crescent moons, catching up with the 2 people. The blades bit into their backs and penetrated their flesh and blood, taking their lives. In the blink of an eye, 2 more fresh corpses appeared on the ground. The strong smell of blood drifted into the inn along with the wind, mixed with sand and dust. Everyone kept their mouths shut, fearing that this scary man wrapped like a mummy would stare at them. Lester, who was not stained with blood, patted the dust off his body and collected the bodies of the 5 people without any hurry. He took away the valuable jewelry and silver coins on his body. "Will you take these weapons and cloth?" The innkeeper took the initiative to step forward with a respectful look. "Yes, these cloths are not to be discussed. These desert scimitars alone are very expensive. In this way, I still owe the guests 25 silver coins. I wonder if the guests want to pay or add some more food." The price given by the innkeeper was fair, and Lester was relieved. "Don't worry about the money. Bring me a pot of good wine, a large piece of yak meat, a plate of preserved fruits, and find a few people to help me feed Skarash. These weapons are yours." "Okay, I will personally prepare feed for the guests Skarash." Returning to the table where Syndra was, Lester threw the purse on the table and glanced coldly at the few people who were secretly observing him. They were shocked and finally dared not to look at him again. As expected of a teacher, even killing people is so beautiful. Taking the initiative to pour a glass of wine for Lester, Syndra relaxed a lot. She knew that from now on she didn't have to worry about these messy things anymore. She just had to be an obedient and good student. The so-called beauty is nothing more than a narrow definition of beauty by humans. Stop flattering and learn more skills. I want to learn close combat from the teacher. The enemy is too weak. It's a bit boring to just use magic. Smiling and shaking his head, Lester whispered, eat quickly. If you want to learn close combat, you will have plenty of opportunities in the future. The two stopped talking and quickly finished the newly served food. When the innkeeper fed Skarash, Lester's deal with the inn was settled. Syndra, who rode on Skarash, counted the dozen silver coins in the purse and suddenly had a new understanding of making money. Not only did she not spend any money after eating a big meal, but she also earned a lot. No wonder her teacher always had endless gold coins. Then the girl recalled how wasteful she was. She killed so many robbers and bandits, but took nothing away except the purse. She was simply a spendthrift woman. Syndra looked unhappy, feeling a little regretful that she had not learned how to plunder the spoils earlier. Teacher, where are we going next? Are we going directly to Odeon Canyon? Let's not go to Odeon Canyon first. There is a secret base established by the Emerald Territory in Zurita. Let's go there. Sitting on Skarash, Lester took out the secret map and compared it with the landmark buildings of Zurita to determine his location. Secret base. What's in it? Syndra was immediately curious. She had never seen the secret base of the Emerald Territory before. Some gadgets that are still in the experimental stage. This time they can be put to the test. Aren't you curious about the practical applications of the original crystal theory we study every day? You will understand when you see it. After determining the direction, Lester put away the map and headed southeast. Daily question: what is another name for Odeon Canyon? Chapter 644 Hextech Weapon Testing. After walking a few kilometers along the eastern ridge line, Syndra saw the Tomb Raider camp at the foot of the mountain. Many lost ancient monuments and dynasty tombs can be found on the Shurima continent, which has spawned a large group of highly professional tomb robbers and half-baked tomb raiders. These people usually call themselves adventurers, and they like to live in remote places. They usually have close contacts with warlords and bandits. Once they find a lost tomb or related news, they will be like flies that find rotten meat and come forward to share a piece of the pie. Generally speaking, the discoverer of the tomb will not allow more spoils to appear in his team. However, considering that most of the Shurima warlords' warriors are rough guys who only know how to start bombing in order to deal with the deadly tomb mechanisms and to obtain more treasures, the warlords will not mind having a few experienced cultural relics protection fighters accompany them. The two can be regarded as a mutually beneficial relationship. At present, there are nearly 100 armed men who are obviously cultural relics protectors operating the camp at the foot of the mountain. Teacher, you said that there are so many ancient secrets buried in the ancient tombs of Shurima, but they have all been destroyed by these tomb robbers. Isn't it a pity? These tomb robbers deserve to die. Lester was speechless after noticing the murderous intent in Syndra. Syndra, there is something I need to tell you. What is it, teacher? Syndra blinked. The Emerald Territory is the largest buyer of tomb robbers in Shurima. Almost 80% of the ancient relics will be shipped to the Emerald Territory, Lester said calmly, which made Huang Ji feel painful to the bone, but Syndra's face froze, and she understood the implication. After all this time, her teacher is the biggest tomb robber. That's fine. Well, actually, I think it's good to let those treasures buried underground see the light of day as soon as possible. Teacher, you have done a good thing. Yes, is that so? When the atmosphere was a little awkward, a dozen warriors who looked very fierce ran out of the tomb robber camp. Who are you? What are you doing here? Relieved, Lester threw out the magic steel identity token. The leading man caught it, his face changed, and he knelt on one knee without hesitation to salute Lester. It turns out to be the special envoy. The captain of the Magic Crystal Tactical Team, Quarif, is waiting for orders. Please give your orders. When Korath made the move, the other warriors also realized the noble status of the visitor and knelt down to salute. Syndra discovered that the etiquette performed by these Shurimans was the military salute of the Narxan Empire. Although they are Shurimans, they have been trained in the Emerald Territory since they were young and are the most loyal warriors of the Emerald Territory. We have many such secret forces on the Shurima continent. These secret forces have many different responsibilities, including tomb robbing, testing new weapons, escorting valuables, mining precious minerals, and jointly protecting trade routes with warlord forces. For example, this Magic Crystal Tactical Team is a secret force used to test new crystal weapons. On weekdays, they also participate in the development of tombs in nearby areas. Lester tore off the cloth wrapped around his face. It was a bit uncomfortable to cover himself like a mummy when there was someone swatting flies. So that's how it is. It's amazing. Syndra, who tore off the cloth wrapped around her face with Lester, finally understood while Lester said that she would soon understand the practical application of crystal research theory. When Lester was popularizing the military secrets of the Emerald Territory to Syndra, Korath and others straightened their chests and looked proud. Okay, everyone, get up. Korath, tell me about the current situation in the camp. Yes. Syndra followed behind Lester, pricked up her ears, and acted as a perfect listener. This was a great opportunity for her to understand the Emerald Territory, and she naturally couldn't miss it. The food and fresh water in the camp are enough for 2 months. At present, the team has a total of 124 people, of which 36 are carrying out escort missions. The rest have been on standby since receiving the order and can act at any time. What is the reserve of magic crystal weapons? How many new magic crystal weapons have been put into storage this time? The old magic crystal weapons are enough to equip 30 people. The crystal supply is sufficient. Because the new magic crystal weapons are still in the testing stage, only 2 prototype guns have been transported this time, waiting for the special envoy to lift the seal. Take me to see it. The secret warehouse is located in an inconspicuous cave, which is sealed by a magic stone wall. On weekdays, more than 20 elite warriors are stationed in the cave, and only a few people have the right to enter. Korath took out the magic key and stuck it on the stone wall. The magic stone wall flashed twice and spontaneously cracked open a hole for people to pass through, waiting for Lester to take the first step. With a thought in her mind, Syndra looked at Lester, who was standing still. Teacher, is this the magic pattern slate technology developed by the Emerald Territory? Lester nodded and added. To be precise, this magic craft originated from ancient Acathia, not developed by the Emerald Territory. The magic rune slab technology is generally used to seal tombs and secret vaults. Only Acathian mages who are familiar with the laws of the magic rune slab can crack it. The magic rune slab improved by the Emerald Territory can control the opening and closing of the magic rune slab, as long as they have the corresponding magic key. In this way, even ordinary people without magic talent can use the magic rune slab, which greatly expands the use of the magic rune slab. That's right. Only my deputy and I have the magic key to the magic rune slab in the camp. Without our permission, no one can force their way in here. Looking at the powerful staff in her hand, Syndra estimated that she should be able to use magic to blast the magic rune slab, so she took the initiative to ask. Even with powerful magic, the seal of the magic rune slab cannot be broken. With Lester's approval, Korath explained. Yes, it is possible. However, if it is attacked by magic or physically impacted, the magic pattern stone slabs in the secret vault will transfer the magic energy to the detonation point, completely destroying the secret items at the detonation point, so as to achieve the effect of confidentiality. This means that, if someone wants to break into the secret vault without the key, they will get nothing at all, only a pile of ruins and garbage. The space of the secret vault is not large, about 10 square meters. All the borders are paved with magic pattern stone slabs. Such defense can be said to be airtight. The magic nodes in the magic pattern stone slabs are connected to the quartz cabinet, where the gun-shaped device is placed. The magic energy can be transmitted to the quartz cabinet at any time to cause an explosion. There are also magic crystal stone slab boxes with a heavy smell next to the quartz cabinet. When Korath lit the torch on the stone pattern wall, Syndra's sight was instantly attracted by the 2 magic crystal stone slab boxes full of mysterious atmosphere. She could feel the powerful magic fluctuations from the flashing magic patterns of the magic crystal stone slab boxes, which seemed to be somewhat different from the magic pattern stone slabs in the secret vault. After taking a look at Syndra, who was touching the magic crate, Lester instructed Korif, distribute all the old magic crystal guns and magic crystal stones, form a combat team, and go to Odeon Canyon with me tomorrow. Understood. Lester walked a few steps to Syndra's side and pointed to the complex patterns on the magic crate. The material that makes up the magic crystal crate is more advanced than ordinary magic crystal slabs. The magic crystal slabs have excellent properties such as explosion proof, magic free and energy suppressing. This magic material combines the most advanced crystal technology and is most suitable for storing highly confidential magic equipment. It is a unique magic product of the Emerald Territory. Teacher, can a box like this also be opened with a magic key? Of course not. Lester's fingers stopped at 3 obvious light transmitting magic crystal nodes and explained patiently. Only the Emerald Leader Mage who knows the secret of the magic crystal slab can crack the secret of the magic crystal slab. Each magic crystal slab box has a unique cracking method. Come, I will teach you how to crack this thing. Do you see these 3 chips flashing with magic light? This means that there are 3 magic crystal nodes that make up this magic crystal slab box. In addition to the 3 magic crystal slab box, there is also a more precious 5 magic crystal slab box. The latter is more difficult to open and requires a high element control ability of the mage himself. Of course, it is not a problem for you. What you need to do is to change the element refractive index according to specific rules and fill the 4 element into the 3 magic crystal nodes in a synchronous manner so that the 3 nodes can reach a full state in turn according to certain rules. Remember, each magic crystal slab box has only 3 trial and error opportunities. After 3 times, the magic crystal will crack and the powerful magic energy will destroy the things in the slab box. So it is best not to make a mistake in the activation order of the magic crystal nodes. As more and more professional terms appeared in his ears, Korif, who was listening with relish, soon became tangled. He naturally knew how complicated the magic crystal slab craft was, but the rumors before were not as detailed and accurate as the developer of the magic crystal slab craft personally described. If he were asked to open such a magic box, he would probably suffocate to death and fail. Do you understand? To Korif's surprise, the pretty girl actually nodded. Teacher, can I try? Of course, it doesn't matter if you fail, just relax. Looking at the man doting on the girl, for a moment, Korif even suspected that the envoy and the girl were not a master-disciple relationship, but a father-daughter relationship. Handing Lester's love in her arms, Syndra placed her hands on the magic crystal slab box and slowly input element according to Lester's description. After a few seconds, the first magic crystal node slowly lit up, and then the second and third magic crystal nodes were also lit up by magic. Click. As the magic crystal slab box made a crisp sound, all the magic light disappeared. Korif knew that the magic item symbolizing the magic crystal craft of the Emerald Territory has now become an ordinary object. Lifting the top slate cover, a magic crystal hand cannon quietly lies inside, looking very sci-fi. Picking up the magic crystal hand cannon and fiddling with it for a while, Lester spoke. Hex Magic Crystal Hand Cannon, a hex crystal weapon developed with hex technology crystal as energy source, has 2 activation modes, instantaneous mode and energy gathering mode, and its attack characteristic is a non-attribute energy group, which has extra destructive power against hard rock, stone walls and crystal shells, and is most suitable for dealing with the shell people. Syndra was surprised. She found that this hex magic crystal hand cannon was very similar to the crystal application sketch drawn by Lester in the crystal research room of Langston Manor. Teacher, this crystal weapon is not the crystal energy concentrator in the research room, right? Lester smiled faintly at Syndra and put the magic crystal hand cannon back into the slate box. It should be said that it is not only that. In addition to the crystal energy concentrator, this hand cannon also integrates other crystal technology. Syndra, open the other magic crystal stone box. Both hand cannons can be used. The official departure date for Odeon Canyon was set for the next day. While there was still time, Lester took Syndra and Korif to an open place to test the new weapon. The hex crystal hand cannon is 130 centimeters in length and weighs 2,400 kilograms. It is made of a variety of magic materials and attached with 8 different macro magic arrays. It has a very obvious gun body structure, which is easy to carry and move. The hand cannon uses hex crystal as a magazine. A filled hex crystal can fire 4 to 8 energy shells. The sight on the side of the rifling is an optical sight hand ground with quartz glass. It has a 4-fold magnification ratio and is simple to operate and easy to control. There are 2 hand cannons, one for Lester and one for Corif. The target is a giant rock 300 meters away. The giant rock is marked with a black charcoal pencil for easy aiming. In addition to the 3 people in the field, the other members of the Magic Crystal tactical team also put down their work and stood outside the field to watch with great interest. After all, Lester came here only to unlock and test the weapons, and he would not really take the 2 Magic Crystal hand cannons away. After Lester left, the 2 hand cannons would eventually remain in the Magic Crystal team. I'll demonstrate first. This is the step of installing the hex crystal. Picking up a hex crystal, Lester opened the cylinder, embedded the hex crystal in the energy storage tank, and reset it. The button on the right is a safety fuse. Pressing it will turn off the fuse and put the hand cannon in an excited state. The firing button is on the inside of the handle. Single firing is an instantaneous state. Pressing the firing button for a long time will put the hand cannon in a state of concentrated energy firing. Remember, it takes 6 seconds to achieve a full charge. At present, the hex crystal hand cannon has not been equipped with an energy protection device. If it exceeds 8 seconds, it will cause irreversible damage to the crystal hand cannon and seriously reduce its service life. Generally speaking, charging for 3 seconds is enough to fire powerful energy shells. If it is not necessary, do not pursue the highest lethality. After Corif nodded to show that he understood, Lester aimed the optical sight at the mountain rock in the distance and slowly pressed the firing button. 1 second, 2 seconds. Swoosh. A ball of silver white energy light flew out of the muzzle like lightning, shooting straight at the target, exploding at the moment of hitting, and shattering the entire rock. Daily question: what is the name of the village that first discovered the magic pattern board of Icathia? Chapter 645 The Shell People's Warning. In the Odeon Canyon, Lloyd stood respectfully beside Lester, secretly observing the secret forces of the Emerald Territory. The man's eyes soon fixed on the crystal weapons he had never seen before. The Phyllis family has also developed many byproducts of crystal technology. Due to reasons such as stability and energy level output frequency, it is very difficult to form a stable production chain for the derivatives of the original crystal to be assembled on crystal weapons. Even the crystallographers recruited by the Phyllis family cannot solve the technical barriers. I thought that the Emerald Territory's development of crystals should be similar to that of the Phyllis family, but he did not expect that the forces behind the Phyllis family have already equipped crystal weapons. This is not a technological gap that can be made up by making 1 or 2 prototype guns that cannot be reproduced. There are 3 mission objectives this time. Looking at the coalition composed of the Phyllis Elite Exploration Team and the Magic Crystal Tactical Team in front of him, Lester said in a deep voice. First, repel the Shellman along the way, use the original crystal detector as the action target, and find the crystal cave, where the Shellman are located. Second, test the damage of the magic crystal weapons to the Shellman and record the actual combat data. This goal will be taken care of by my student Indra. Third, in joint operations, the Magic Crystal team will provide security protection for the exploration team to accumulate valuable experience for future joint combat. This underground trip is not something that can be solved overnight. Everyone must work together to overcome difficulties. Do you understand? The Phyllis exploration team is willing to obey any of your orders. The Magic Crystal team understands. Lloyd and Corif quickly expressed their opinions, and Lester nodded with satisfaction. Very good, start the action. With Lester's order, more than 50 people plunged into the crystal mine tunnel and began a journey of exploration without seeing the sun. Skarner, 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 save me. Skarner, where are you? Skarner, run. Bang. An activated crystal spire was extinguished. Suddenly opening his eyes, the Shellman named Skarner woke up from a nightmare. Invaders are coming. Each life crystal comes from the Great Wall buried deep underground. The voices from the life crystals are getting clearer and louder. The original cry for help has turned into a sad song of the soul. The ominous wailing foreshadows the worst outcome. Skarner knows that he must take action. Wake up more tribesmen, defeat the invaders, and find all the lost crystals. Without hesitation, Skarner waved his pliers and scorpion tail and hurriedly climbed over the glowing crystal spires, crawling deeper. Over the years, he has found the sleeping places of many tribesmen. Now that the enemy is at hand, the Shellman tribe has lost the opportunity to sleep. Fzinaya, wake up! Fzinaya, wake up! Skarner came to his fellow man in the form of a mantis, and tapped his head with his pliers. Fzinaya, the enemy is coming, I need your help. Crack. At Skarner's call, the Shellman named Fzinaya gently broke free of the outermost crystal shell of his body, revealing a dazzling deep blue crystal body. Fzinaya, come with me to wake up more people. Without saying a word, the crystal mantis Fzinaya nodded, and cut open a mineral growth channel with the crystal blade. Deep in the channel, another Shellman was sleeping. With Skarner's efforts, more and more Shellman were awakened. All the awakened Shellmen broke free of their crystal shells and gathered together, following the crystal pioneer Skarner to the place where the crystal spire mark disappeared. The rumbling sound soon reached the ears of humans. In an open crystal mine, Lester frowned and raised his right hand. Everyone paused and waited for Lester's order. The exploration team quickly retreats. The magic crystal squad forms a battle formation. Syndra, build a protective array. Prepare to deal with the impact. Okay. Holding high the love of Lester, Syndra mobilized the dark element in the environment and used her arcane talent to prop up a hemispherical dark element shield. At the same time, a dozen Shellmen broke through the crystal mine wall, rushed towards the elemental shield, and released various powerful energy pulses. Pa. 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 The energy pulses hit the defense shield released by Syndra, disrupting the flow of dark element, but did not break the shield. Free fire. Under Lester's command, the magic crystal squad equipped with hex weapons pointed their guns at the hideous Shellman, and Lester even set up the hex magic crystal hand cannon and aimed it at the crystal core of the Shellman. The powerful magic energy wave hit the crystal shell of the Shellman, easily shattering the Shellman's crystal defense. The energy accumulating hand cannons in Lester and Korof's hands directly shattered the defense of the Shellman, exposing the Shellman's most deadly primordial crystals. The injured Shellman fell to the ground as if dead, losing consciousness. Skarner screamed. He had never thought that the despicable invaders would use the power of the Shellman to deal with the Shellman and cause such great harm to his own people. Woo woo woo. Everyone, retreat quickly. Seeing that his companions' attacks could not break the human magic shield at all, Skarner made the wisest choice. Syndra, they are about to run away. Don't hold back. Give them a hard blow. The sharp-eyed Lester sneered and gave Syndra an order. Understood. In response to Lester's call, Syndra did two things at once. While maintaining the defense shield, she began to build a rune array with one hand, aiming directly at the Shellmen, who were about to escape. Crystal monsters. Feel the wrath of the purest dark element. A dozen dark element gravity balls appeared out of thin air and smashed at the Shellmen, who had no time to escape like cannonballs. The hard shell strengthened by life energy could not resist the violent power of the dark element. Under the impact of the dark element gravity balls, the huge body instantly became riddled with holes. Syndra's attack achieved more results than all the others combined, which made the soldiers of the coalition completely understand what a terrible existence the beautiful girl with Lester was. No wonder Lester dared to go deep underground with only more than 50 people. The main force of the battle was never hex weapons, but Lester's apprentice Syndra. When Syndra's attack came to an end, this sudden encounter finally ended. No human casualties, but the Shellmen left behind several broken bodies. The Shellmen who fled in a hurry did not even have time to take away the life crystals of their fallen companions. After cleaning up the battlefield, in addition to the crystal-shaped bodies of the Shellmen, Lester also obtained 5 new primordial crystals. Counting the previous gains, he has obtained 8 primordial crystals in the past 3 months, catching up with the efforts of the Phyllis family for several years. Now he is more looking forward to how many treasures are buried in the Great Wall guarded by the Shellmen, but he can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The exploration team needs to rest after the war, and the coalition forces also need to replenish supplies. This is also the main disadvantage of the extended battle line. Although Syndra is powerful, we can't throw all the troubles to Syndra. Good steel should of course be used on the blade. Rest here today, Lloyd. Set up a temporary camp. Korif will be responsible for vigilance. Syndra, you follow me. Syndra nodded, hugged the staff tightly, followed Lester, and came to the body of a dead shellman. The shape of the shellman in front of him was like a large mantis made of mineral clusters and crystal stones. Two crystal sawtooth swords reflecting the icy blue crystal luster flashed cold light. The triangular head was like a large crystal mineral rod. The crystal stones that made up the eyes were white, but now they became dull and lifeless, because the head had been blown open by Lester's hex hand cannon. The life crystal was also taken from the head. In addition to the offensive crystal tissue, the crystal mantis also has 4 wings as thin as cicada wings. The 4 wings are divided into front wings and hind wings. The front wings are light blue and the hind wings are dark blue. They look like 2 pieces of blue crystal. The crystal life in front of him interprets what is ingenious with the talent that Syndra cannot understand. Observing the crystal mantis in front of him, Syndra was shocked by the unique beauty of life of the shell man. Take this primordial crystal, Syndra. Try to use your magic talent to guide this dead shell man, and tell me how you feel. Taking out the dazzling primordial crystal, Lester handed the primordial crystal belonging to the crystal mantis to Syndra. If you hear the voice of the shellman, you can try to talk to them and get their information. Nodding, Syndra took the primordial crystal and held it tightly, while the other hand was placed on the body of the crystal mantis. In front of Lester, the primordial crystal emitted colorful light. Syndra, who closed her eyes, did not know what had happened to the primordial crystal, because she had been guided by the primordial crystal to a mysterious crystal realm. The crystal realm seemed to be located somewhere in the underground world, and it was also like a magic space mentioned by Lester. Syndra instantly lost her sense of direction. Everything in front of her seemed to be built in an illusory crystal world, full of unreal feelings. Each crystal seemed to be chiseled out of the deep space of the universe, flashing dazzling colorful light. In this world, Syndra saw thousands of fist-sized primordial crystals, and all the primordial crystals seemed to form a huge monster whose full appearance could not be seen clearly. At some point, an illusory crystal mantis appeared in front of Syndra, with a sad look in its eyes. "Human, we have never hurt humans. Why are you killing us?" Unexpectedly, the dead crystal mantis would reappear in front of her, and speak to her in a language she had never heard before. Syndra's heart tightened, and she took 2 steps back without making a sound. She knew how to deal with fierce and cruel enemies, but she didn't know how to deal with the cries of victims. "My name is Fusinaia. Like my other compatriots, I know that I have died in your hands. Now I'm no longer a threat to you. Human, I just want to talk to you. Please don't be afraid." Recalling her name for the shell people, Syndra tried to respond in Ionian. "I'm sorry, maybe I shouldn't call you monsters." Fusinaia lay on the ground, turning the mantis's unique triangular head. The illusory shell man seemed to smile. Because she couldn't grasp the facial expressions of the shell people, Syndra was not sure whether her judgment was correct. "Of course we are not monsters. Our appearance and form may seem very ferocious to you, but we are an intelligent race that is older than you humans. The shell people have their own culture and heritage, and they are not beasts without emotions." I don't know what to say. Syndra also calmed down and tried to communicate with the shell people in front of her named Fusinaia. "It's okay. Can you tell me your name?" The powerful human mage. "Syndra. My name is Syndra." "Syndra, you are a very powerful mage. Even in ancient times, there were very few mages as powerful as you among humans. My companions can't break your defensive spells or resist your attacks." Sensing the gentle side of Fusinaia, Syndra gradually opened up. "I can have such powerful abilities because of my teacher Lester. The teacher taught me how to control magic. He is the most powerful mage." "I know who you are talking about. Your teacher is the human who killed me and took out the crystal of life, right?" "You are right. There was nothing to hide in this matter." Syndra nodded and admitted it. Fusinaia sighed and pointed at the location of the great wall with her sickle for him. "Let's not talk about why you raised your butcher knife to us. If I'm not wrong, your goal should be here." You want to take away all the life crystals, right? The life crystals in your body are very useful to us. They can help us do many things. They are very important to the teacher, so if you want to persuade me to stop, you'd better give up as soon as possible. Knowing that she was on the immoral side, Syndra explained a little embarrassedly. It's a pity that we are on the opposite side, otherwise maybe we can become friends. Although she had already prepared that she couldn't convince the human girl, Fusanaya's heart sank. As long as this human girl named Syndra was against them, it would be difficult for them to repel this group of human invaders. You humans always like to use morality to flaunt yourselves. Syndra, don't you feel ashamed of your invasion and killing? Syndra nodded, but shook her head. I personally don't want to hurt you, but I will hurt you without hesitation, just because Lester needs me. Morality is far less important to me than Lester. After a moment of silence, Fusanaya spoke again. It seems that Lester is a very important person to you, right? He is a very important person to me. Syndra, you don't want Lester to die in the underground, do you? What do you mean? Are you threatening me? Syndra frowned and looked at Fusanaya, who stood up and pointed at the crystal will. You are provoking an ancient and terrifying existence. We Shellmen are just some fragments of the great existence. Syndra, this is my advice to you. Don't dream of finding the crystal will, otherwise even you can't protect Lester. Daily question. What is the function of the crystal spire in the Shellman's territory? Chapter 646 Crystal Will. That's all the Shellman named Fusanaya told me. Sitting around the campfire, Syndra hesitated a little. Teacher, why don't we go down? We can deal with those Shellmen with the Hextech weapons in our hands anyway. There's no need for us to take such a risk. Staring at the blazing flames, Lester said nothing, and Syndra couldn't help but worry more. Teacher? Syndra, this is a rare opportunity, an opportunity to explore secrets. Lester's eyes were deep and far-reaching, reflecting Syndra's unclear future in the firelight. What exactly is the ancient will guarded by the Shell people, and what can it bring us? The answers can be found here. This is a secret comparable to the world rune. I must not give up this opportunity. If I retreat here because of fear, all my efforts will be meaningless. In this world, except for the relatives who love you the most, there is no gain that can be obtained without any risk. Moreover, what Fusanaya said may not be alarmist, perhaps just to scare us away. Lester's words are reasonable. Syndra lowered her head and recalled the hardships she had gone through. The girl reaffirmed her faith. Lester, no matter what, I support your choice. Why don't you call me teacher this time? Because the person who made the decision this time is not a student who blindly believes in the teacher. The man who heard the implication paused and then smiled silently. After a rest, the coalition forces continued to go deeper step by step. By the 5th month, the logistics troops needed a full half month to transport the survival supplies to the outpost. Regarding the subsequent mining plan of energy crystals, both the Phyllis family and the Emerald Territory have focused their attention on the exploration of the Crystal Scar Canyon. As more and more crystal spires appeared in the cave, Lester knew that he was getting closer and closer to the secrets of the Shell people. Finally, in a directional blast, everyone came to a dreamlike crystal world. The wide view passage was illuminated by quartz emitting light fluorescence, and the dark brown rocks turned into a dazzling array of crystal walls. Various crystal mineral clusters were connected to each other like spider webs, forming a beautiful crystal world. Oh my god, this is a real crystal trace. Is this heaven? If we can use tools to collect these beautiful quartz and crystals, will the crystal market in Piltover completely collapse? I heard that crystal is a natural magic material, most suitable for making wands and energy storage magic stones. I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, the crystal veins here will eventually be a huge fortune. Even if we just follow the Emerald Leader to drink soup, we can get rich. There were all kinds of discussions behind him. Lester frowned and turned to look at everyone. Unlike before, the coalition forces now seemed to be affected by something and became impatient. Is it affected by the crystal? Teacher, they don't seem to be right. At the same time, Syndra, who was following Lester, also tiptoed and whispered in Lester's ear. Nodding, Lester instructed Lloyd and Corif, who looked a little dazed. The crystal will have an unknown impact on ordinary people. You two will guard outside. If I don't come out for a month, seal this entrance with a bomb and never send anyone in again. Do you understand? The two looked at each other with sudden realization and understood why they felt dizzy. Lord Lester, then you and Miss Syndra. Shaking his head, Lester said in a deep voice. Syndra and I will be fine. If we encounter danger, we will find other exits. Understood, Lord Lester. Then we will retreat first. When the coalition forces withdrew from the crystal world, Lester looked at Syndra. Follow me closely, and don't leave at all. Taking a deep breath, Syndra hugged the staff tightly. Okay. Not sure if it was a natural passage or a road dug by the shell people, a crystal road gradually spread downwards. Walking on the crystal road, Lester could clearly feel a strange sound wave coming from all directions. This sound wave seemed to come from the vast outer space, and it was also like a visualized sound transformed from the electromagnetic waves emitted by the planets. Sometimes it was soul-stirring, sometimes it was weird and ethereal, like opening the door to hell. Combined with the crystal wall whose color turned into a dark starry sky curtain, Lester, who had completely lost his sense of direction and space, even had a terrifying feeling that he was walking in the universe and gradually entering a dead silence. Even an old hand like him couldn't stand this feeling. Lester finally stopped and held Syndra's little hand. In this weird environment, he had confidence in himself, but he didn't want Syndra to be in any danger. Syndra, can you hear me? Teacher, I can hear your voice, and I can hear another voice. This voice is so loud, and it sounds so nice. What is this voice? Syndra turned her head, her eyes emitting dazzling and bright light like colorful crystals. Lester was shocked and grabbed Syndra without hesitation and ran back. Unfortunately, the road they came from disappeared at some point, and there was only one road that continued to extend downward to the starry sky waiting for Lester to continue moving forward. Lester, don't leave me, okay? I'm so scared. Without Lester, I will definitely get lost. Syndra suddenly became pitiful and held Lester's hand tightly. It's impossible to go back, and I can't leave Syndra alone here. Haha, the crystal will is interesting. After taking a look at the starry sky road, Lester hugged Syndra in his arms and hugged her. Don't be afraid, I'm by your side. No matter what happens, we'll face it together. The girl held by Lester smiled with relief. Except for her colorful eyes, she looked no different from usual. The two continued to move forward. They didn't know how long they had walked. The crystal road under their feet had completely disappeared. The crystal world had completely transformed into a starry world. In front of Lester, an extremely complex star tower appeared. The endless star tower spread all the way to the depths of the starry sky. The entire star tower was composed of stars within reach. Each star was full of lively breath and vigorous vitality. In a trance, Lester saw the crystal line connecting each star like a spider web. It was this thin line that connected each scattered star to form a beautiful star tower. Close your eyes, don't look at these. Standing in front of the star tower, Lester hugged the frightened Syndra tightly. After the girl buried her head in his arms, he patted the girl's back to calm her panic. The world in front of him was too bizarre and strange, and it was not something that Syndra could handle with her current experience. Even he had to be careful. It is not easy for the ancient world guarded by the shell people to find you. I wonder if you are willing to say a few words to me. Lester squinted and looked at the star tower. Even in the arcane vision, the scenery in front of him was so strange that he could not tell whether it was real or illusory. Real or illusory, what does it mean to you? You will eventually achieve your goal by hurting me, visitor from another world, Lester Lee. The sound emitted by the star tower was not any language at all, but more like a special electromagnetic wave that went straight into people's hearts. Lester was not only surprised by this efficient communication method that resounded directly in the sea of consciousness, but also by this interpretation method that was suspected of mind reading. Being exposed by the ghost thing in front of him, Lester sighed and emptied his mind instantly. Even when he didn't know what he was thinking, he didn't believe that the star tower in front of him could understand him better than he did. This method was once used to deal with LeBlanc, who might be able to read minds, but now it is used again to deal with unknown existence. Can you still hear my inner thoughts now? After a clear pause, the star tower gave a response. I already knew everything about you when we met. It's meaningless to hide now. Lester, you don't need to play tricks in front of an ancient great man. Lester sneered at the Star Tower's statement. If you think you can control me like this, you underestimate me. Syndra, prepare to launch an attack. Use all your strength to attack everything in front of you. Tear apart this illusory crystal world, and let this guy who pretends to be a ghost know how powerful we are. Syndra opened her eyes and raised her staff to prepare to cast a spell, but the ethereal and strange voice appeared again, with a little more urgency than before. Wait, stop first, Lester, we don't have to be enemies. Syndra paused and looked at Lester hesitantly. When Lester nodded, the girl put down the staff, shrank back into the man's arms, and closed her eyes, as obedient as a kitten. Very satisfied with the mass destruction treasure in his arms, Lester said coldly, "You are such a secretive guy. If you know how to communicate with others, why would I do this? I don't even know what you are now." This time, the unknown existence did not play tricks. As you know, I created the Shell People. You can call me Crystal Will. This is the way to make friends, Crystal Will. If I'm not wrong, this is where the Shell People buried the energy crystals, right? Don't try to lie. I know that your power has been severely damaged after the death of so many Shell People and the loss of so many crystals. Otherwise, you wouldn't be playing tricks here and talking to me so much useless nonsense. After a long silence, Crystal Will continued. You are right. I was really hurt. This is indeed the burial place of the Shell People. The energy crystal of every dead Shell People will be dug out by other Shell People and buried here. When a new Shell People is born, they can come back here to dig out their own energy crystals and pass on their past experiences and memories. Lester smiled non-committally and said, "This is a good way to achieve immortality. In this way, every Shellman is actually a part of you. So the question is, how big is your ambition? To create Shellman to share your own power and soul? If you are willing to stop, I'm willing to share my knowledge with you. Give up the crystal trace and return the life crystal you plundered. I can share the true ancient wisdom with you." As the Crystal Will spoke, it was Lester's turn to be silent. As an old monster who has lived for nearly 1,000 years, Lester has walked in Runeland for so many years. Combined with the advantage of knowing most of the story background, Runeland has become a little girl without any privacy and secrets for him. There is no doubt that the master of the Shellman, the Crystal Will, is the absolute secret of Runeland. Strictly speaking, it is even more mysterious than the world rune. To be honest, he is personally very interested in the ancient knowledge mastered by the Crystal Will, which may involve the secret of the continuation of a great race. Why did the Crystal Will create the Shellman and continue life in the way of the Shellman? How did it divide its soul and power into so many energy crystals and create new life in the way of energy crystals? Lester had a hunch that the Crystal Will was hiding a shocking secret by doing this, not to mention that the Crystal Will itself was a secret. You clearly know that I would never agree to such a condition. Lester sighed and looked at the Crystal Will. As you can see, I'm a greedy robber. I slaughtered the Shell People and plundered crystals in order to strengthen myself. Why do you think that I would give up the benefits I have obtained for inexplicable knowledge and secrets? The crystals of the Shell People can help me do many things. If used properly, they can easily change the war situation on the continent. Unfortunately, I will not agree to such a condition. Instead of talking about such a deal that is impossible to happen, you might as well talk about a more reliable exchange condition and let me know what I can get in advance. Maybe if I'm tempted, I will change my mind and form a united front with you. After a while of silence, when Lester was a little impatient, the Crystal Will finally responded. You're right. You really can't give up the benefits you've got. I thought about it, and maybe we can really become partners instead of enemies. Oh, tell me about it. Your purpose of attacking the Crystal Scar is to get the energy crystal of the Shell People. You want to get more, right? Nodding, Lester also became interested. Yes, I came here for the crystal. I can provide you with crystals, but they are not from the Shell People, but the companion of crystals. The life energy is only slightly weaker than that of crystals. Perhaps from this point of view, we can become partners. Daily question. What is the truth about the companion of the original crystal? Chapter 647. Camille, a mature young woman. Familiar warmth came from her body. Syndra, surrounded by powerful arms, slowly opened her eyes, but what she saw was not the strange world. She didn't know when she had been carried out of the underground world by Lester and was currently in the camp tent in the Odeon Canyon. Trying to recall her memory, Syndra could only remember a hazy crystal light and Lester's instructions for her to attack, and then she couldn't remember anything. Teacher, how are you now? Why did I faint? I'm so useless. Hearing Syndra's voice, Lester paused, then slowly placed Syndra on the simple support bed behind him, and wiped Syndra's cheek with a wet towel. Don't say that. If it weren't for you, we would still be stuck in the underground world. Smiling gently, Lester patted Syndra's little hand and comforted her. The reason you are unconscious is because your consciousness is affected by the crystal will. He originally wanted to use you to threaten me. Fortunately, the purpose of the crystal will and I are the same. We can get what we want without becoming enemies. However, the operation mode of the crystal mark should be changed. Staring into Lester's eyes, Syndra relaxed a little. For her, as long as she didn't do bad things with good intentions, it would be fine. Teacher, can you tell me what happened to us down there? Syndra wanted to sit up from the trestles, but Lester held her down as soon as she moved her arms. What you need most now is rest. Just lie down obediently. I won't leave here tonight. Relax. Okay. It's not easy to explain this communication with a crystal will. Where should I start? The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Lester personally made a pot of vegetarian soup that the girl liked the most for Syndra. After Syndra got off the ground, Lester made the final arrangements for Koryth and Lodyard. I have explained this to you before, and I will say it to you for the last time today. From now on, the Shell people are no longer our enemies. It is strictly forbidden to launch any attacks on the Shell people. Similarly, the Shell people will not attack us. Remember this. In addition, before the new support troops arrive, your mission is to guard the crystal mines in Odeon Canyon. Do not allow any forces to interfere in the affairs of Odeon Canyon. If necessary, you can use force to expel them. Do you understand? After repeated instructions, Lloyd and Koryth also roughly understood what they should do and nodded in agreement. Lester's expression eased a little. After the base is established, the Shell people will bring us a steady stream of energy crystals. The mining team of the Firos family is no longer needed here. Lloyd, I will personally negotiate the new contract with the head of the Malz family. You are now mainly responsible for the security of Odeon Canyon and assist Koryth and the support troops of the Emerald Territory to establish a stable base. I understand, Lord Lester. Waving goodbye, Lester and Syndra headed north again and set off on their way home. After returning to Langston Manor, Lester immediately explained the situation of Odeon Canyon to Malz, the helmsman of the Phyllis family, especially the dangers of the Shell people and the Crystal Will. After negotiation, Lester established a new cooperative relationship on behalf of the Emerald Territory and the Phyllis family. The Emerald Territory completely controlled the mining and use rights of the energy crystals in Odeon Canyon, and the Phyllis family became the first partner of energy crystals, with the right to research, copy and sell the energy crystal derivatives produced by the Emerald Territory. In general, the Phyllis family did not suffer in the new treaty, and the loss of Odeon Canyon did not affect the development of the Phyllis crystal industry. On the contrary, by letting go of Odeon Canyon, a large amount of mining team maintenance fees were saved. In Malz's decision making, the Phyllis family would rely closely on the towering tree of the Emerald Territory and apply all their energy and financial resources to crystal development and research wholeheartedly. It is worth mentioning that this year, Vicky gave birth to a daughter named Camille by Malz, and Yolanda also successfully became pregnant with Malz's child. The next year, she gave birth to a boy named Steven, which was also a matter of Malz's heart. Time flies, and the days and months pass by. In the blink of an eye, Lester has lived in Piltover for 14 years. Syndra, who has passed the coming of age ceremony, has successfully completed all the courses arranged by Lester. Not only has she become an all-round mage who masters rune magic, arcane magic and elemental magic, but she has also become an expert in energy crystal research second only to Lester. Under Lester's arrangement, Syndra decided to go to Feidlid to further study magic and research crystals, but before that, Syndra decided to go back to her hometown to see her family. After setting a date, Lester and Syndra took a boat back to Navali province and returned to the village of Skashus. After disguising herself, Sindra did not reveal her identity, but quietly observed her hometown, which had long since changed, as a foreign traveler. To Sindra's disappointment, even when they met face to face, her father and mother did not recognize her identity. Compared with more than a decade ago, Mother Maggie and Father Camille have aged a lot, but they are still healthy. Who also married a woman from the same village, gave birth to a pair of lovely siblings, built a new house, and had a happy family. Whoald's new house is not far from his old home. The family lives together, 3 generations under one roof, and it can be said that they are happy. More than a decade has passed, and this family does not seem to have become deserted because of the lack of one person. After thinking about it, Sindra gave up showing up and only left a letter for her father Camille, who often sighed, explaining the various things that happened in the Temple of Philo Island, and made a final farewell. Sindra, who had fulfilled her wish, successfully embarked on the journey to find Lit, while Lester returned to Piltover and found Mal's. According to the tradition of the Phyllis family, between Camille and Steven, who will be the head of the family, and who will be the chief spy? Mal's looked at Lester. If he had to say who knew his 2 children best over the years, it would be the man in front of him. Even without talking about Lester's noble status, as Camille and Steven's tutor since childhood, Lester, who had watched Camille and Steven grow up, had enough power to interfere with the Phyllis family's inheritance plan for the next generation. Lord Lester, according to the tradition of the Phyllis family, generally speaking, the eldest son or daughter becomes the head of the family, and the chief spy will be selected from the young and outstanding descendants other than the head of the family, to assist the head of the family in controlling the family. If nothing unexpected happens, Camille, who is better than Steven, will become the head of the next generation of the Phyllis family, and Steven will become the chief spy to assist Camille. Mal's gave an answer without any surprises. After Lester's intervention, the current situation of the Phyllis family is completely different from the original world background. In addition to Camille and Steven, Mal's did not give birth to other children in consideration of family inheritance, so naturally there is no question of early death. 1 carrot, 1 job, Steven becomes the chief spy, and Camille becomes the head of the family. It can be said that it is a foregone conclusion. Especially Steven, born by Yolanda, does not have congenital diseases, and his body is much stronger than his sister Camille. In this case, Steven is naturally the best candidate for the chief spy, and the head of the family will never fall on Steven's head. However, for Lester, this arrangement was not satisfactory, especially when Camille was better than expected. It was a humiliation for a genius to be the head of the Ferris family. Frowning, Lester said something that made Mal's ecstatic. Let Steven be the head of the family, and the chief spy will find an outstanding junior from the side branch to train. I will train Camille myself. Lord Lester, are you telling the truth? Mal's was still a little bit unbelievable until now. He knew what it meant to be trained by Lester himself. Just looking at the status of Lester's student Sindra in the Empire was enough to understand how important this training was. Originally, he was worried that apart from Lester, the Ferris family had no backers who could speak to him in the Emerald Territory and the Narxan Empire. If Camille could gain a foothold in the Narxan Empire or the Emerald Territory and gain power, he would no longer have to worry about the Ferris family becoming a discarded child. There is no doubt that this is a great opportunity. If Camille performs well, perhaps the Ferris family can go beyond Piltover and extend its influence to the Immortal Bastion. Without any hesitation, Mal's responded enthusiastically. I understand, Lord Lester. I will select someone else to train as the chief spy. Camille will be handed over to you. In the Blue Smoke Manor, a secret gym belonging to the Phyllis family, a young girl in a tights stood upside down with her arms on the ground, her legs spread apart in the air, and a playing card was sandwiched between each toe. After receiving the signal from the young master, the servants waiting on the side threw the balloons in their hands one by one to the upside down girl. With her eyes fixed, the young girl began to swing her feet, and the playing cards between her fingers cut the falling balloons one after another with incredible precision like a knife blade, and the broken balloons made bursts of explosions. After more than a dozen balloons were cut and burst, the heroic girl shook her short black hair, slowly put her legs together, and touched her ankles, folded her waist from top to bottom, let her feet pass through her chest, and changed her inverted posture to a sitting posture. The moment she loosened her toes, 8 intact playing cards fell to the ground to form a straight. Looking closely, there was no trace of squeezing or folding on the corners of each playing card, which meant that the girl did not let her feet touch the ground from beginning to end. The set of movements was done smoothly, and the girl's face was only slightly red, without any signs of fatigue. Taking the towel handed by the servant, the 12-year-old girl wiped the sweat from her forehead. There was no pride in her water blue eyes, and she always maintained the calmness that only adults have. Miss Camille is getting better and better. This is just an extremely ordinary training. It's not amazing. Why praise it? Camille didn't care about the compliments from the servants, just as she never cared about her brother's choice to give up another path that was destined to be full of thorns and challenges. People have different paths, and their horizons will also become different with experience. These ordinary people don't understand what kind of shocking martial arts skills they are practicing, and they don't know how terrible Lester, who teaches them martial arts skills, is. Just like her brother Steven doesn't really understand what kind of great existence his teacher is. She discovered, she knew, so she would not hesitate to seize the opportunity that came to her at all costs, and willingly pay everything for it. In her opinion, only Lester's praise has enough weight, and only Lester is worth following and learning. In fact, she has always been working hard to practice with this goal. All the sweat and pain are to deal with this increasingly demanding predecessor. She longs for a more magnificent journey, and these costs are indispensable. Although this process was painful, she was willing to endure it. As the saying goes, if jade is not polished, it will not be made into a useful object. Every pain is a step towards a stronger transformation. Standing up from the ground, Camille came to the new wooden mannequin again, picked up the Demacia rapier, and examined it carefully. The blade was like snow, the edge was like frost, and the rapier was as fascinating as a frost wolf. It was a top-grade killing weapon made by a top blacksmith. Camille adjusted her fighting posture, slowed down her breathing, and closed her eyes lightly. When she opened them again, her calm eyes had turned into a sharp frost. The girl took a step forward, and the real sword in her hand pierced into the wooden man's eye socket like an arrow, easily piercing a hole only half a centimeter in size. If you don't use your sword to kill the enemy, the weapon in your hand will be meaningless. Camille silently recited the life experience taught by her predecessors. Her eyes became fierce. She continued to turn her wrist, driving the weight of her whole body to press on the rapier. Under the sudden heavy pressure, the tip of the rapier tore through the solid wooden man with difficulty, turning the wooden man into a semi-waste product. At the same time, the high-quality Demacia rapier was broken. The slender sword body could not bear such a heavy load, and was eventually damaged in the tiny hole. Holding the broken sword, Camille's tense little face finally showed a satisfied look. The dead enemy interprets the value of the weapon. Any hesitation in the battle is disrespectful to yourself and the enemy. You have played your greatest value. Rest in peace. Pushing down the wooden man with a broken head, Camille gently stroked the broken rapier and turned away with the hilt. The servants who were watching the young master looked at each other and shuddered. Obviously, she was a delicate girl a few years ago. The little master was not like this before. Since 9 years ago, a man named Lester became the little master's teacher under the arrangement of the master. Everything has changed. Steven secretly called Lester a devil teacher, and Camille became an absolute admirer of Lester. In short, the little master seems to be getting more and more terrible. Much more terrible than Steven. Dear readers, Happy New Year's Day. Thank you for your monthly tickets and rewards. This book has nearly 2 million words. Although it is a bit difficult, I have thought of eunuchs several times. After all, I have persisted here with the support of all book friends. Strictly speaking, the main plot of this book has not officially begun. The interesting part is after the Naxos battle with Ionia. There is no doubt that this is the main reason for the failure of this book. It is too procrastinated. If the next book is still about League of Legends, it must avoid this point and put the compact story in the main background story. I hope that in the new year I can continue to write interesting stories and show you more and more interesting stories of Runeland. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648. The Day the Empire Unified. At the Blue-Smoked Manor, Mars stood at the entrance of the courtyard holding the tearful Vicky, looking reluctant. Yolanda, who was standing next to the head of the Phyllis family, also looked worried, but Yolanda's son Steven did not seem too sad about his sister's impending departure from Piltover. Outside the gate of the manor, less than 10 meters away from the Phyllis family, was parked a luxurious carriage inlaid with the Phyllis family crest. 4 pure-blooded Dalmor Plains white horses stood up straight, waiting for the driver's order. 2 people stood beside the carriage. The leader was a stern-looking man, and the long-skirted girl beside the man had a solemn face. They were Lester and Camille, who were about to leave Piltover. Unlike his previous dress style, Lester was wearing a Narxan Old Noble dress, with a Narxan General sword on his waist, and a black leather glove on his right hand holding the hilt. The cold and hard big boots interpreted the consistent cold and iron-blooded style of Narxus. The thick and iron-studded soles had a sense of oppression like a siege hammer, which was enough to crush the head underfoot. This set of clothes, customized by Sinner and a top designer, completely abandoned the rough and clumsy characteristics of the Empire, but instead blended the coldness of Narxus and the exquisiteness of Demacia, making the extraordinary Lester full of the fatal attraction of abstinence. The dress was mainly black and red, and the blood-like dragon skin cloak swayed in the wind, looking extremely eye-catching. Generally speaking, Lester, who was used to hiding himself, didn't like such conspicuous clothing, especially when walking long distances. To avoid trouble, it was best to wear a cloak and a large felt hat to hide one's eyes. However, this time he was going to the Immortal Fortress with a special identity, so he had to wear this somewhat flashy Old Noble military uniform. This was also an unwritten rule for dealing with the old nobles of the Empire. For the blood-sucking termites of the Empire, it was difficult to raise their heads without a flashy and handsome dress. Refocusing his attention on this farewell ceremony, Lester waved to Mal's not far away, and patted the girl's shoulder in front of him. He noticed Camille's reluctance, and of course he didn't mind giving the girl some more time to say goodbye. The next time we meet, maybe a few years later, Camille, you are not an Imperial soldier now. I don't mind waiting for my lovely subordinate for a while. You know you are wearing a skirt now, not a military uniform. Camille clenched her fists, took a deep look at her family, and finally shook her head. Teacher Lester. Sir, I'm indeed a little reluctant, but no matter how much I hesitate, it will not change my decision. So, instead of wasting time here like a coward, I might as well let go of everything. From now on, I have left the Phyllis family and become an Imperial soldier. Camille raised her head, and her resolute light blue eyes responded to Lester's dark eyes like the abyss. Staring at Camille with a serious face, the man finally had a smile in his eyes. Although Camille's body and talent are not as good as Steven's, her will is as cold and hard as steel, and her spirit is as indestructible as Santiago. This is what he appreciates most about Camille. It has nothing to do with acquired education. Camille's shining points are more like innate characteristics. Little Camille never hesitates when doing things. She always knows what kind of choice she is facing, and makes an unshakable decision without hesitation, and goes down one road. Camille is stubborn and obstinate, but she will not fight like a reckless man on the road to achieving her goals. Instead, she knows how to be flexible. She is good at thinking and solving problems from different directions. In Lester's own words, the above qualities are undoubtedly the characteristics of a hero. Even Hamel and Guamia, as long as they have such qualities, they are destined to be extraordinary. Originally, he did not intend to have too much contact with Camille. He would let Camille receive the education of the Phyllis family without interference, and let her grow up normally, to take over the Phyllis family, and serve the Emerald Territory. In his opinion, Camille is just an enhanced warrior transformed by Hextech. With the power of the Emerald Territory, Camille is not irreplaceable. In particular, the research and development of the original crystal and Hextech crystal has a relatively complete theoretical framework, and has mature practical experience in industrial crystal application, equipment application, and human body transformation. It can be said that in addition to the black technology Hextech flying door that Jace inexplicably made, Lester has used magic knowledge to develop most of the potential of the original crystal and hexed artificial crystal. At present, he has personally developed mature human hex transformation technology, including but not limited to limb transformation, heart transformation and species morphology transformation. If the magic ability is restored, it is not impossible to use energy crystals to strengthen the soul. Under the leadership of Lester, the hex transformation plan affiliated to the Emerald Territory is advancing rapidly. By then, the Emerald Territory will have hundreds of Camilles. Because of this, in Lester's eyes, Camille has no characteristics worth developing, especially after personally training a peerless genius like Syndra. Lester's vision has been infinitely raised. The reason why he became Camille's teacher was only because he agreed to Mal's request when Camille was more than 3 years old. Based on the reason that he was idle, Lester began to use his spare time to educate Camille and Steven, not for anything else, just to see what the difference is between guys who can become heroes and others. In fact, the two little guys lived up to everyone's expectations. They inherited the looks and personalities of Miles, Yolanda and Vicky. Camille and Steven were like two delicate and lovely porcelain dolls who were loved by everyone since childhood. If it weren't for the strict family training of the Phyllis family, the two little guys who were born with a golden key would probably be spoiled by the servants of the Phyllis family. In this way, Lester became the tutor of Camille and Steven. By chance, Camille, who had outstanding characteristics, finally aroused Lester's interest. After thinking about it, he decided to train her well, to see how far Camille could go. No one knows how to cultivate better than himself. Lester has sufficient experience in how to cultivate, abduct, a loli. Sir, I think I'm ready to fight. In that case, let's go. Lester turned around, and Camille took the initiative to step forward and lift the car curtain for the man, like the most loyal subordinate. Let's go to the gate of the Sunday. The coachman who received the order pulled the reins and whipped the horse whip. The carriage carrying Lester and Camille finally left the blue smoked manor and headed for a wider world. Devil Clown Sarko, is he a devil? Cunning men always like to give me some difficult problems. In the Immortal Fortress, Blackthorn Rose Street, the physical clone controlled by LeBlanc lay lazily in the hot spring pool, allowing the pink rose petals to surround him. The woman looked at the flying dragon statue spewing hot water through the mist in a daze. LeBlanc pursed her lips and smiled. By the way, this time Lester is going to intervene in the affairs of the Empire. It seems that the Emerald Territory is going to take action against the old nobles and warlords. Haha, I don't know how Lester will deal with Brown and Vladimir. I'm looking forward to it. After soaking in the hot spring, LeBlanc changed into a nightgown and walked back to the bedroom. After thinking about it, the woman took out a disposable magic scroll used for communication, injected magic, and slowly unfolded the scroll. The magic scroll emitted a dazzling white light. After a moment, the light turned into a thick mist. A bust of a woman appeared in the mist. Judging from the woman's expression, she seemed to be in a bad mood. As a result, LeBlanc's smile became even brighter. According to the law of conservation of smiles, a smile will not disappear, but will only transfer from one person's face to another. Noticing that LeBlanc, who initiated the communication, did not speak, the beautiful woman in the mist frowned. I wonder what LeBlanc wants to talk to me about. I'm not as leisurely as LeBlanc. There are many things to do in the Emerald Territory. Smiling calmly, LeBlanc glanced at Zinna's body and proudly raised her chest. Not to mention the size of the original body, the weight of this clone is so large that even Zinna cannot compete. This is her LeBlanc's confidence. It is not just this body. She can be as big as Lester wants. Generous and rich, this is her latest definition of herself. Didn't your Lester write to me? He just sent back a sister from Ionia, and he's going to bring back a daughter from Piltover soon. Ha, don't look at me like that, Sister Cinna. I don't mean anything else. I just want to ask what Sister Cinna thinks about this. In the mist, Cinna's brows twisted into a knot. Is this old woman here to make trouble? It seems that Lester is not yours. Why can a black-bellied woman like you soak in hot springs and drink wine all day long, but I have to run such a big stall with Emerald? Thinking of this, Cinna's tone was a little resentful. Lester has a lot of women. I don't think I can change anything. But if Sister LeBlanc can make that man calm down, I won't object. LeBlanc smiled and blinked her charming eyes. Really? Sister Cinna doesn't mind my interference a little? Cinna sneered. Not only do I not mind, I will also be a good sister to Sister LeBlanc and help your Lester understand that in addition to finding women, the Emerald Territory has a lot of things that need to be handled by him. Haha, then it's a deal. It can be said that a preliminary agreement was reached because of a certain philandering man. After the atmosphere eased, Hina spoke again. Tell me, Sister LeBlanc, I think you contacted me this time not just for that man, right? Nodding, LeBlanc also slightly restrained her charming smile. I want to know, this time when Lester comes back, what will the Emerald Territory do? Not surprisingly, LeBlanc went straight to the point. Hina paused and said in a serious voice, the Empire's decay has lasted too long. The vast territory has not only failed to make Narxan people live a better life, but also caused internal and external troubles because of internal corruption. Whether it is a system, political system, or philosophy and spirit, the current Narxus has violated the glorious tradition of Rarxxi. What's ridiculous is that the current ruler of the Empire, the Grand Commander Brondarquil, is still begging a blood mage for his life. Obviously, the descendants of the Darkwill family are no longer qualified for the position of the Grand Commander of the Empire. At present, no one is more suitable than the ruler of the Emerald Territory to clean up the stubborn diseases and tumors of the Empire, and no one is more suitable than the Lord of the Demon Face to be the Holy Emperor of the Empire. His face changed. Because of the large amplitude of the movement, the nightgown that was not tied tightly, to begin with, broke directly. LeBlanc didn't notice it at all. Instead, the two large headlights made Cinna a little dizzy. Finally waited for this day. It was really great. LeBlanc expected that Lestat would make a big move when he returned, but she didn't expect that Lestat actually wanted to become the Emperor of Narxus. This appetite and ambition is too big. Only the Emperor who controls the material realm is qualified to fight against the King of the Underworld, Mordekaiser. If he didn't have such a broad mind, I'm afraid Lestat wouldn't be able to play against Mordekaiser. The pale witch's face was full of excitement and a sick smile. Sheena, who had never seen LeBlanc like this, felt a chill. As expected, this old woman is very perverted. No, very perverted. No wonder Lestat is reluctant to let her go. Finally, Lestat finally understands his mission. Sister Sheena, I have waited for this day for too long. Tell me, what are you going to do? What do I need to do? Retracting her thoughts, Sheena regained her composure and smiled indifferently. Sister LeBlanc, don't worry too much. Just stand by Lester when he needs you. In the 928th year of the Narxan calendar, the flagship of the Emerald Territory, the Meteor, and its escort fleet, a total of 22 ships that were enough to dominate the Sea of Watchers, docked at the East Coast port. The Emerald Territory used its strong ships and cannons to block the port. Facing the Emerald Territory's invincible fleet, even the fleet governor of the Narxan Empire could only shrink aside and bend his waist, not daring to have any opinions. Under the protection of 2,000 elite guards born from the Narxan Black Guard, the real master of the Emerald Territory, the Demon Lord Lester, wore a magic steel mask and set foot on the land of the Immortal Fortress as the Lord of the Emerald Territory. Affiliated to the Assassin Council of the Narxan Empire, born from the top assassination family, the best young generation, the young assassin master, Kekao, representing the Kekao family, personally led people to welcome the demon lord who came from afar. In full view of the public, Kekao, who had a bright future, knelt on one knee to the immortal lord of eternal youth and represented the family to offer absolute loyalty to the king, who came from afar. The Dark Guards, who came like dark clouds and thunder, announced the arrival of the Demon Lord with a murderous momentum. Countless people looked up at the sky of Narxus, waiting for the shocking changes that belonged to Narxus. The storm was coming, and the wind was blowing in the building. Happy New Year, congratulations. The 8th volume was successfully completed when the new year arrived. Lester, who had been playing supporting roles everywhere, is finally going to be a warlord. When I write about the Twin Cities next time, it will probably be the Battle of the Twin Cities. Those who wrote about the Twin Cities at the beginning would have made a fortune. 55-55. The next process will be like this. The 9th volume will describe how Lester unified Narxus and became the Holy Emperor of Narxus by cutting the Gordian knot. The 10th volume will describe Narcissus' eastward expedition to Ionia, the beginning of all evil in the Alliance universe, and raising a daughter. What happens next will be determined according to the progress of the plot. After all, the plot has been changed beyond recognition by me. It all depends on my own deduction. Anyway, heroic stories are definitely indispensable. I hope everyone will continue to support me. Chapter 649 Sudden Hegemony. They stationed the Dark Guard outside the fortress with great fanfare, and Dukekao even swore allegiance to the demon-faced lord. These traitors from the Emerald Territory and the Kekao family clearly don't take me seriously. Jennings, tell me, what does the demon-faced lord of the Emerald Territory want to do? What does he want to do? Is he going to rebel? Should I give the position of Grand Commander to the demon-faced lord? In the old noble district of the Immortal Fortress, in the ancient mansion belonging to the Darkwill family, the current Grand Commander of the Narxis Empire, Brown Darkwill, who was originally planning how to quell the threat of the Southern Warlords, was no longer as calm as before, and hysterically threw the crystal cup in his hand to the ground. An ancient Shurima royal magic crystal cup that was worthy of appreciation and play among the old nobles and hard to find among the new nobles was directly shattered to the ground, becoming a worthless crystal waste. After dropping the expensive magic crystal cup, Bron's anger was not suppressed, but became more violent. He admitted that he was afraid. He was afraid of the supreme authority that belonged to Darkwill, and the glorious status inherited from his ancestors being taken away by the truly ancient and immortal existence. He didn't know what actions the Emerald Territory, which had always maintained its glorious independence, would take under the leadership of the Demon Lord. Because of the unknown, he was afraid. In Narxis, no force was not afraid of the Emerald Territory. The real power holders understood that it was not the Emerald Territory that was scary, but the Demon Lord who established the Emerald Territory was worthy of awe. He was on par with the first generation leader of the Empire, and was personally enfeoffed by the Warlord. Taking a deep breath, Bron Darkwill calmed down his anger with difficulty, and looked at his most loyal and reliable staff. The staff standing behind Brown shuddered. Facing his lord's red eyes, he knew that his lord had been refused the gift of immortality by the blood ancestor recently. In addition, due to the rude behavior of the Emerald Lord, his lord was in a state of humiliation and anger. Jennings did not dare to neglect his words, and considered them carefully. Commander-in-Chief, I think, the demon-faced lord, does not dare to rebel now. First, the Emerald Lord did not bring any siege equipment when he landed this time, and he did not bring any other troops, except the Dark Guards. This is more like a demonstration. Of course, this is only the current situation, and the future is still unknown. Second, the Emerald Territory is still a part of the Empire in name. If it forcibly sends troops, it may not be popular. By then, the Lord will raise his arm and call for action, and the Emerald Territory will see enemies everywhere and be unable to move. This is the way to self-destruction. The demon-faced Lord will never be so stupid. Third, the Lord is the commander-in-chief of the Empire and is deeply loved by the people of the Empire. Without a name or status, even the demon-faced Lord has to restrain his edge. Although he may not necessarily surrender, he should also maintain 7 points of awe. In my opinion, what is the intention of the demon-faced lord? We just need to wait quietly and send people to observe secretly, and we will see the result. At that time, the lord will decide how to counter the demon-faced lord. With a tense expression, Brown nodded, acknowledging Jennings' analysis. Go on. Yes. Feeling relieved, Jennings lowered his voice. The Assassin Council of the Sio family was originally born out of the Night's Edge. Both their martial arts and systems have been influenced by the Night's Edge. In this way, it is not difficult to understand that the Sio family openly supports the Demon Lord. It's just that apart from the Sio family, how many cowards in the Empire today have defected to the Emerald Territory? This needs to be found out as soon as possible, or at least they need to make their position clear. The most urgent task is that in addition to sending loyal people to monitor the Demon Lord, the Lord should convene a military meeting of the Supreme Command as soon as possible to determine the attitude of the families towards the Demon Lord. The Lord needs to grasp the balance himself. In principle, the means should be gentler and more secretive, so as not to push potential allies to the other side, which would be more troublesome than worth the loss. After some analysis, Brown Darkwill had a clue about the next action. Although he was not as wise as the sages, he thought he had some ability to judge people. There were many outstanding talents among his retainers and staff, who could be used at critical moments. Come here, clean this place up. After Brown gave the order, several beautiful maids with outstanding looks and bold clothes pushed open the door and came in, carefully sweeping the crystal fragments on the ground. Looking at the maid's delicate body, Brown raised his eyebrows, pulled a petite figure into his arms, and naturally looked into the gap between the hems of her clothes. Being controlled by the master's domineering, the petite maid blushed and shrank her head like a little quail. Jennings took the initiative to lower his head to avoid his master's absurd behavior. In your opinion, who should we send to monitor the Demon Lord? Brown narrowed his eyes and fixed his sight on the little maid's pretty face. He patted the little maid's head, and the little maid squatted down obediently, while Brown closed his eyes and enjoyed it. For Jennings, this simple question was full of traps. No matter who he nominated, success might not necessarily bring great success, but failure would definitely bring great faults. It was a thankless and troublesome matter. But since Brown Darkwill asked, he naturally had to bite the bullet and give a reasonable answer. My lord, forgive me for being blunt, but the Demon Face Lord is a transcendent who has survived for 1,000 years. His experience and wisdom are already extraordinary. To deal with such a person, any ulterior motives will be discovered. Ordinary spies and secret agents will only cause the dissatisfaction of the Demon Face Lord, and will not play any role. What do you mean? People who are close to the Demon Face Lord cannot have any schemes or plans, and this person will never betray the Lord, and is willing to share the information from the Demon Face Lord. Brown Darkwill opened his eyes and his voice suddenly became cold. Let me ask you, who do you think is the most suitable? Jennings lowered his head and avoided Brown's gaze. My lord, I don't know. HMPH. I don't know. After a shiver, Brown Darkwill kicked away the coughing maid, stood up from his seat, and spoke majestically. If you can deal with the Demon Lord, let alone his daughter, what if my mother personally gave me? Look up. Look at me. Jennings gritted his teeth and looked up at Brown Darkwill, but his eyes always glanced down unconsciously. It's okay to be fast, but he is a swan head and a sparrow tail. The most important thing is that it seems that this is something worth showing off. Lord Brown, can we put on pants before talking? Jennings always felt that everything he saw was wrong. Do you think I'm the kind of indecisive and unambitious person? My lord, of course not. Subconsciously avoiding the Lord's sight, Jennings saw the little sparrow with a listless look again. Fortunately, his practice of facial expression management has reached the level of perfection, and Jennings did not show any strange color. Unaware of his subordinate's impolite thoughts, Brown smiled coldly, maintaining the dignity of his master. From today on, thicknesses are made of the Demon Lord. Jennings, whether this time is successful or not, you have contributed a lot. Danny, you will be responsible for Thickness's enlightenment education. I will give you 3 days to let Thickness understand what the work of a maid is. If you do well, you can take off this maid uniform and live here forever. Although the master's brain is strange, he is still worth assisting. With such thoughts, Jennings and the maid Danny thanked him respectfully and slowly left the room. For the residents of Blackthorn Rose Street, these days are destined to be not peaceful, just because a group of professional construction engineering teams have arrived next to Ms. Rosa's mansion. Not only because the engineering team has obtained permission from the Black Rose and the Supreme Command, but also because the engineering team comes from the Emerald Territory. In the rumbling sound of the explosion, the residents of Blackthorn Rose Street dared to be angry, but dared not speak. The Emerald Leader engineering team, who were more professional than war masons, used directional blasting to demolish and flatten the original simple black stone house. As the neighbors watched in fear, the architects directed the workers to use the most advanced cement in Runeland, mixed with a certain alloy to lay the foundation. After everything was ready, the engineering team officially started work. The terrifying man also temporarily moved into Ms. Rosa's house, becoming the object of envy and jealousy of many residents. Damn it, that's Ms. Rosa's mansion. I can't sleep when I think about such a generous and wealthy lady becoming someone's pillow. Damn it, I also want to sleep on a cloud. Bastard. Who do you think you are? you actually want to be compared with such a fascinating blue man. But I heard that, in order to maintain the relationship between the Emerald Territory and the Black Rose, the Demon Lord always uses his beauty to seduce the senior members of the Black Rose on a regular basis. The most bizarre thing is that every Black Rose female wizard who lives in this mansion will fall hopelessly in love with the Demon Lord and become his lover. Hey, do you think I have a chance to become the next lover? Look in the mirror, you are also a blue man, right? Facing such rumors, Lester took Camille to live in Rosa, the home of LeBlanc's physical clone. Sir, can I really live here? Following Lester into the ancient stone villa, the 13-year-old Camille seemed a little cramped. When she was young, she had naturally heard all kinds of stories about the Immortal Fortress from Lester. The most impressive one was Blackthorn Rose Street. In the cramped and oppressive Immortal Fortress, Blackthorn Rose Street is a rare place with open scenery and a leisurely atmosphere. People who can live here are not simple characters, not to mention that the mansion under her feet is the famous Lady Rosa of the Black Rose. With a living encyclopedia by her side, Camille knows who Rosa is here. If the Phyllis family, which can be domineering and Piltover, relies on the breath of the Emerald Territory and the Naxos Empire, then the Naxos Empire itself is constrained and controlled by all aspects of the Black Rose. The intricate relationship of the Black Rose is like an airtight spiderweb, connecting warlords, old nobles, new nobles, and even the Supreme Command. It can be said that in front of Rosa, the Phyllis family, who can turn the clouds and rain with a flip of the hand, is not as good as a small insect floating on the lake. Her teacher Lester is very powerful, but it is not a reason to disrespect the strong. You will live here until you complete your advanced training. Lester patted Camille's little head and was in a good mood, not as serious as before. Your room is on the second floor near the stairs. I'll give you half a day off today. Go and take a look at your new residence and learn more about the surrounding environment. Watching Camille walk up the spiral staircase with great interest, Lester took off his luxurious coat, took off his magic steel mask, and sat down on the sofa. Sometimes it's not easy to act with airs, especially when you have something on your mind. Have you found out anything, Master? As you expected, I found definite evidence that the Brest family was trafficking war orphans, kidnapping children, and training slaves. There are at least 23 orphanages in the entire Immortal Fortress that are hells used by the Brest family to cover up their tracks. Among them, 3 large orphanages have built dark prisons underground, which are filthy and disgusting. In this country, so-called adoption is just a disguised form of human trafficking. Many noble slaves are purchased from the Brest family. They will put forward their own requirements to the Brest family, and the Brest family's trainers will train and brainwash them according to the corresponding requirements, turning living people into pets. Slaves with good appearance can even be sold at a high price of thousands of gold coins at underground auctions. Most of them are orphans from Naxos, and there are also Dalmatians and Friljordians who were kidnapped and sold. Among them are beautiful Vastea and Shurima female slaves, and even some heavy-tasting ancient survivors. We demons eat people for evolution and survival, but humans can kill such poor children for ridiculous reasons and desires. Obviously, their parents have already sacrificed their lives for this country, but their children have become victims of power because they have lost their parents' protection. I have to say that compared with real demons, you humans are the purest evil. Evelyn, who was finally put to use, turned from a shadow into a human form and lay lazily on the sofa. The female demon buried her head in the man's legs and enjoyed the man's knee pillow. Lester stroked Evelyn's face and said calmly, "I know what humans are like better than you. This is also the main reason why all human traffickers in Emerald Territory are executed. The world is heavy enough, and children should not be allowed to bear more pain. If the ultimate goal of external expansion is not to allow its citizens to live a better life, this country must be the most failed country. In my opinion, Naxos, which advocates glory, should not be such a country. Master, what are you going to do?" Closing his eyes, Lester's voice was as cold as the wind. "Let some people live better, and let other damned people go to hell." Daily question: what is the relationship between Vladimir and It Hurts So Much? Chapter 650 The Demonic Cave in the Imperial Capital. In the outer city of the Immortal Fortress, at the St. Zachary Orphanage, a carriage carrying 8 children stopped at the door. Under the cold gaze of the guards of the convoy, the children who lost their loved ones followed the nuns into the huge orphanage at a loss. Everyone, you are tired after traveling for so long. The director of the orphanage, Atali, was wearing a simple grey robe as always, with a kind and gentle smile on her face. Facing the kind-looking director, the crew-head man with a scar on his right eye glanced at his men behind him who were wearing imperial armor and grinned. It's not hard, it just took some time on the road. These are all poor good children. It's really not easy to find so many. Please ask Director Atali to properly arrange for them. Nodding with pity, the middle-aged female Director Atali opened the purse in her hand and added 5 gold coins and then handed it to the leader of the convoy. It's better to stay here than to wander outside. I will find the best home for them. Haha, of course I believe in the Dean's vision. After taking the purse and weighing it, Scarface, who had no trust in his partner, opened and fiddled with it twice and put it away with satisfaction after confirming that it was all gold and light. But the girl named Lino has a bit of a temper. We are obviously trying to save her, but she is full of hostility towards us. The Dean should pay more attention to her. Lino? What a naughty child. Don't worry, I will make her a good child. After watching the convoy leave, Atli put down his waving right hand, turned around and returned to the orphanage. The heavy wooden door slowly closed with a harsh friction sound, blocking the last rays of sunset. There are so many good candidates this time. I believe Lord Hobin will be satisfied. A new batch of orphans were placed in another area of the orphanage. 3 young and beautiful nuns took 8 children into the bathhouse and gently washed the children with cotton rags in the hot water basin. In the nuns' careful movements, every part of the children's body would not be missed, which made the 5 little boys who had never experienced young big sisters blush and feel a little overwhelmed. Relax, no one can hurt you here. Really? Sister Alyssa? After hesitating for a while, Alyssa nodded and wiped the body of the shy and pretty little boy with the towel in her hand. Really, as long as you are obedient, you won't be beaten. Because the nun's voice was as light as a mosquito's hum, the fair-faced little boy did not hear the second half of the sentence. Retracting her sight, Lino, who was shrinking in the corner, silently picked up the not-so-clean rag from the hot water basin and wiped her not-so-clean body vigorously. She didn't like those Imperial soldiers who were always rude to her, and she didn't like this dark place. She was unwilling, but she had no choice. She also thought about asking for help from others, but who would go against the glorious Imperial soldiers for a lonely orphan? Even if she asked for help from other Imperial soldiers, I'm afraid her fate would not be much better. In Naxos, those who dared to resist the soldiers without a legitimate reason would not end well. Men would be sent to the reckoning arena, and women would be imprisoned, or become big sisters working at night. Since her father died under the siege of bandits and her mother disappeared, she no longer had freedom. She could only go with the flow and follow the Imperial soldiers under the order of the village chief. Little girl, what's your name? Lino, who was feeling lost, turned her head suddenly. She didn't know when a very beautiful nun had come behind her. Her eyes paused on the nun's plump figure, and Lino focused her eyes on the nun's charming face and whispered, "My name is Lino." Lino? What a nice name. My name is Avril. You can call me Sister Avril, or Sister Avril. The blonde nun squatted down and used the soft brush in her hand to comb the girl's blonde hair with pity. The girl just trembled instinctively and let the blonde nun do it. Unlike others, she found that she did not hate the nun in front of her, although she did not know why. You have beautiful blonde hair like me, and I'm afraid you have the blood of the Hedi people. Little Lino, you will definitely become a great beauty when you grow up. Elena shook her head. Sister Avril, can I leave here? I don't like it here. I want to go home. Avril's face was a little hesitant. Go home? Does that mean Lino's parents are still alive? There is no point in lying here. Lino shook her head. No, my father was an Imperial guard, and he died on the battlefield protecting the village. My mother disappeared shortly after my father's death, but I still have the house they left behind. As expected, Sister Avril shook her head under Lino's gaze. House. Little Lino, once you come in here, if you want to go out, you can only wait for those big shots to take you away. This is the rule here. You must learn to adapt as soon as possible. Lino lowered her head with a pang in her heart. Is there really no other way? I don't want to become one of those big sisters who work at night. My mother said that living like that is without dignity. Putting down the soft brush, Avril scooped a ladle of clean water to rinse Lino, and her face became a little more bitter. The little girl in front of her was more mature than she had imagined. It was a pity. It was not so easy to get out of the devil's cave. I grew up here too. I tried to find a way to leave here, but after suffering so much humiliation, I still came back here. At least here, I can still feel like a human being. Little Lino, remember, in the Empire, only those with strength and power can live with dignity. The glory of the Empire does not belong to us, and will never belong to us. Perhaps because they were just strangers, the two did not continue to communicate for the rest of the time. Both Avril and Lino remained silent. When Avril washed Lino's body for the last time, Lino silently asked the last question. Sister Avril, why did my father sacrifice his life for the Empire, but the Empire did not protect me and my mother? Avoiding Lino's sight, Avril did not give an answer. The nun just rubbed Lino's already washed hair, smiled bitterly, stood up and walked towards the last little boy. 5 little boys, 3 nuns. Even if the other 2 nuns each chose 2, she had to choose one. This is the price of working here. On the bright side, at least here she chooses others, not others choose her. After tonight, the physical condition of the grown-up boy will be clearly investigated. Which path is suitable for him, whether he is suitable for the male or female master. Different physical constitutions have determined different destinies for each person. Children who choose to accept their fate will have fewer setbacks and pains, while children who refuse their fate will suffer more humiliation and hardship, and will eventually have to take the original path. In this country, boys suffer no less humiliation than girls. It is better to say that many noble adults with twisted habits are more fond of beautiful boys. Avril, who has seen through the orphanage, cannot give Lino a definite answer. In fact, she herself does not know why the Narxis Empire, which has conquered most of the continent, cannot make its citizens smile like human beings. The dinner was unexpectedly good. There were many delicious meat dishes and many fresh fruits on the table. Lino, who had stored a lot of action energy, had a bulging belly, but was locked into the room by the nun. Getting up from the bed, Lino glanced at the other 2 girls of the same age who were pretending to sleep, quickly put on her nightgown, came to the door, and pulled the door. Not surprisingly, the door bolt set outside did not move at all. Dropping her arms in disappointment, Lino came to the high window and jumped twice. The girl's futile behavior finally attracted the attention of others. Don't waste your time, Lino. We can't escape at all. It's better to go to bed early, so as not to suffer tomorrow. Lino turned around. The person who spoke was not Vera, who continued to pretend to sleep with her body huddled up, but a black-haired girl named Cheryl. If she remembered correctly, Cheryl was very close to those clumsy Imperial soldiers on the way to the orphanage. She was treated very well, especially several times. Cheryl couldn't walk normally. How do you know if you don't try? Do you think you are very smart? What you think of others can't think of? What big business do you want to do with a little kid? Cheryl sneered. If you toss now, you can't do anything yourself, and you will also implicate us, idiot. Choked by Cheryl's words, Lino felt a little ashamed and angry, but she also knew that this was the truth. She never thought that she was a talented warrior with special talents, otherwise she would not have been spotted by the village chief and sold here. But this is definitely not a reason to give up struggling. I will try my best to avoid making noise. You guys go to sleep, and don't worry about me. Seeing Lino start to observe the legs of the stool, Cheryl almost laughed. You don't think you are some Imperial warrior who can tear lizards apart with your bare hands, do you? Lino, it seems that you don't know where this place is. After confirming that she couldn't remove the legs of the stool without smashing it, Lino could only put down the simple weapon in her hand for the time being. You talk as if you know a lot about it. Finally poking her head out of the quilt, the timid girl Vera didn't dare to interrupt, nor did she dare to remind the 2 that a nun would come to check the night. Of course I know, because I collected enough information before coming here, unlike you who didn't make any preparations and still dreamed of escaping from here. Lino was also a little embarrassed and angry when Cheryl said this. You traded your information with those soldiers, didn't you? What's there to be proud of for information you got by selling your ass? You bastard. You don't know the meaning of giving. Not surprisingly, the two angry people wrestled with each other. Soon, the door was opened, and the director of the orphanage, Atalie, walked in. The director held a long bamboo board and glanced at the three people coldly. Her eyes passed over Vera, who was curled up on the bed, and fixed on the two girls who were dressed in messy clothes and hugged each other. Atalie's voice was cold, as if he was talking to a dead person. Didn't the nun teach you what the punishment would be if you didn't sleep well at night? Kneel down. Lino and Cheryl let go of each other. Cheryl knelt down without hesitation, but Lino stood there, looking at Atalie stubbornly, refusing to obey orders. Cheryl pulled Lino's skirt anxiously, but Lino was not moved at all. So Atalie's anger was completely transferred to Lino. You eat well here, wear good clothes, and have a room to sleep in. You are obviously receiving such a good living treatment, but you are not grateful. Lino is such a disobedient child. Cheryl, Vera, take off Lino's clothes. Lino, I will punish you with 5 strokes of the cane. If you dare to resist, I will add 5 strokes. After hesitating for a while, Cheryl stood up and took off Lino's nightgown with a timid Vera. Looking at Lino, who gave up struggling, Atalie, who had a blank expression, felt a little proud in her heart. As long as she was shaken in her heart, she had the confidence to tame anyone. In her opinion, people are no different from cats and dogs. As long as she mastered the skills and means, people would become more obedient than cats and dogs. Now, she was going to break Lino's self-esteem, initially establish the majesty of the master, and let the ignorant little girl understand what it meant to resist herself. Now, kneel down and admit your mistakes to me. To Atalie's surprise, Lino not only did not kneel, but also picked up a stool and smashed it in her face. Atalie dodged the stool with a dodge, his face completely cold. It seems that you don't know what stupid things you are doing, if I don't teach you a lesson. Throwing away the bamboo board, Atalie stepped forward and directly pressed down the slender Lino, slapping her on the buttocks, leaving a red mark. The stinging pain came from behind, and Lino, who was lying on the ground unable to move, gritted her teeth and said nothing. The Empire has been so kind to you, but you betrayed the Empire and hurt a kind orphanage director. Lino, you are a bad child who needs to be educated well. Haha, bad children need to use some strength, otherwise there is no way to change their bad habits. Under Atalie's merciless beating, Vera squatted on the ground, holding her head and trembling, while Cheryl looked at the bamboo board on the ground with a struggling look in her eyes. In hesitation, the girl still gave up the action. If there was any possibility, she would kill the demon in front of her without hesitation. Unfortunately, there was not even a slight possibility. Picking up Lino, who had fainted in pain, Atalie picked up the bamboo board, glanced at Cheryl and Vera with a warning, and said coldly, "This is the result of disobedience, Cheryl. This is the first time, and I will not hold you responsible. If it happens again, no matter what the reason is, you will be punished." Thank you, Dean Atalie, for your magnanimity. Cheryl knows she is wrong. Humph. The door was closed with a bang. Cheryl in the room sighed and pulled Vera back to the bed. Admirable idiot. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.